people's fascination with this case. He would not want to see it divide the movement or divide the coalition, because he worked so hard at helping build the coalition, the Trump coalition, and helping build the movement and the many players that play such an important role in it. And he wouldn't want to see it hurt Turning Point USA. This Turning Point USA, he loved like you can't believe. It was his baby. He put so much time and energy into building Turning Point, into picking the people that could play in different roles. And I know that those are the two things Charlie wouldn't want to see happen out of this. But again, I actually totally am sympathetic. Like, a lot of you have been lied to. A lot of us have been lied to by people that shouldn't be lying to us, whether that be about COVID or lockdowns or even what happened with the President Butler. There's still open questions there. I am very sympathetic to wanting to get the truth of these things. But again, just because I don't say things publicly doesn't mean that we aren't asking questions privately or we aren't pursuing things privately. And I think this is an example of that. And I'm just really, like, it wasn't mine to share publicly, but I'm actually just really excited that it's public, okay? Because I want the truth to be known. The truth was, it was a wrestle. And actually, Blake, you know that probably better than anybody, because you were helping him really prepare on the Israel topic for this tour. And the last thing, and I've been asked to address this by a few people that are in really good faith, some people on our team, and that is Doge. That the idea that there was a concern about the finances, first of all, of Turning Point. First of all, of course, Charlie drove always, constant improvement. That was one of the things that he was really fixated. He loved Doge so much that he made us make Doge shirts on the show. Like, these are currently on the show website. And kind of down low, Charlie was a bit of a Elon Musk fanboy. Like, he really loved that Elon built things in America. He didn't just make his money by selling financial instruments or pieces of paper or hedging bets. He builds beautiful things, well-designed things. So he really loved Doge and wanted to sort of bring that spirit. And I just want to say, every spring, he would kind of plan the fall audit, and he would try and drive improvement because he wanted to know where every dollar was going. He just loved Doge. I mean, it's one of those, there's not a whole lot more there on the Doge thing, but you know this as well. But anything else you want to add before we bring Halperin in?
Yeah, I want to really emphasize that people will use screen grabs of things to suggest there was distance between what Charlie personally believed and what he said publicly, and I really don't think there was. I think anything you can see in a screenshot from any group chat is also what Charlie was saying publicly. Charlie would say publicly, I am frustrated by what pro-Israel people in the U.S. do to pressure people. I am frustrated.
Well, he thought it was counterproductive.
He actually thought it was making the problem worse. It was counterproductive for the issue at large, and it was personally hurtful to him because he faced attacks that he thought were unjustified and and were hurtful to him because they were people he considered friends and allies. And he cared a lot about that because Charlie, as I've always said, Charlie was a person who cared. He was a good person. He cared about the good of America. He cared about the good of the world.
He
cared about the good of American Jews. He cared about the good of Christians. And he saw that the Israel issue was important to all of those things, and he wanted to have a healthy way forward in that relationship. That is why he did the panel at Student Action Summit. That's why he would talk about this so much. He was trying to chart a good way forward in that, and he met opposition and obstacles that frustrated him. I saw it all the time. I talked to him about it all the time. I talked to him at length. How should we word things? Because this is something we have to be careful on, and we have to be precise on.
Yeah.
And that's how it was. That's how he seriously took the issue.
These chats, by the way, like, it was a place for him to feel like he could vent, right? And so anyways, I think we've hit all the points now. We're going to bring in Halperin for reaction and some more news that he's tracking. Be right there. Be right back. All right, and we are back. We're going to do this for streaming in the break. Mark Halperin, 2A TV. Next up with Mark Halperin. Are you there?
Gentlemen, I'm here.
Well, I'm told you were watching. What are your reactions, Mark?
Well, first I want to say, how extraordinarily brave and steadfast and inspirational you both have been, along with your team. I see glimpses. I was in Arizona for the service, and I follow things closely. But I know I can only imagine what you both have dealt with, and I congratulate you, and I'll tell you that the folks in your life are lucky to have you around to help them guide through this, because never been anything like having to deal with what you guys have done. So well done, both of you.
Oh, thank you for saying that, Mark. And yeah, I think, Blake, it's safe to say a little bit of this is uncharted territory. And, you know, I want, you know, there's
thousands of dollars they're saving on this repair and how easy it went through, and the deductible is pretty much all they have to worry about.
How has being a mechanic changed since you guys started?
Most challenging parts about being a mechanic is keeping up with technology these days. That's the hardest part. As these new cars come out, it's new software, new tooling, is a constant evolution.
Technology has totally changed from just the basic, everybody could fix a car 30 years ago, to today. You need so much education, background, computer knowledge.
And there you have it. No other company protects drivers like CarShield. The bottom line.
Going up there.
Oh, no, I'm just saying that people want to get the truth. And you know, it's something Tucker mentioned to me when he was on the show. And it was a really super valid point. And I immediately was like, yes, like, thank you for making that point, because people do want the truth. And I just want to, like, let everybody know that if you think, you know, you want the truth, I can assure you we want justice. We want the truth. More probably because
the show you two did with Tucker was incredible. You know, Tucker was Tucker and made it easier on you guys because he was so vibrant and jocular. But I really was impressed again with how you both shared so much during that. Look, it depends on how much trouble you want me to get into on Israel. Part of why I understand, I think, the texts and some of the other things Charlie said and did related to Israel publicly that caused controversy is because I sort of shared that view, which is, you know, I'm an appreciator of Israel. I'm a supporter of Israel's and a respecter of Israel. But just like every American president I've ever covered, you have to stand up to your friends sometimes when you think they're making a mistake. And that applies also to the people in this country who are supporters of Israel, many of whom are wealthy, and many of whom play politics at a very high level. And like other people who play politics at a high level who are rich, if you disappoint them, one of the leverage points they have is they say, well, if you're not doing what I want, I'm going to not give you money. That's not specific to AIPAC or the American Jewish community, but they do it along with everybody else. And to say, I want to be more honest in public about my criticisms of Israel, and if that means certain people who would otherwise give me money won't give me money, that's something to consider. And the musings in a text is not a lifetime of statements and point of view about Israel. It's a moment.
And I would like to note, so this would happen with donors related to this issue, but as another example, I know that we faced pushback in 24 because Charlie was so pro-life, for example, and there are some donors who were not as on board with that issue, and they would say, you know, you guys either need to dial it back or we'll be less interested. And he would say, too bad, I'm pro-life.
Yeah,
and
well, and
so he just would not be bossed around on issues.
Yeah, he faced, I mean, listen, I will tell you, Charlie was amazing at not being cowed by donors. And it just, like I said, one of my favorite parts about Charlie, wonderfully defiant, like completely independent minded. And if you pressed him, he would dig his heels in. Like, and that's why we would joke. He'd be like, well, Tucker's going to speak twice. And, you know, like, bring it.
Not
like, come
literally
at me,
that
bro.
they would do that, but that's just how defiant
he would say that in passing or whatever. And I just want to say the other thing that's, you know, frustrating about this is, again, there's an ongoing investigation. There is a suspect. Apparently they have a real good case. And, you know, I don't know because I'm not involved in all those conversations, but I can tell you that people that are feel really strongly about it. Communication has been robust. And I can't weigh in on that because guess what? I could have negative implications on something that is really important. And so I think, listen, we've spoken about this issue. Free speech is free speech. People are fair to ask questions. I just hope that you think about the two things Charlie wouldn't want to happen: dividing the coalition, dividing the movement, and hurting Turning Point USA. That's what he wouldn't want. And I hope that we can all keep the main thing the main thing. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the sound of freedom. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm going to tell you about our partners at Hillsdale College. History, economics, the great works of literature. Did you study these things in school? Probably not, or even if you did, maybe it's time for an enjoyable refresher. Hillsdale College is offering more than 40 free online courses, including their newest course on totalitarian novels. In this free 8-lecture course, you'll learn from Hillsdale College President Larry Arnn as he goes in depth on 4 novels: 1984, Brave New World, Darkness at Noon, and That Hideous Strength. Even though these novels were written in the 1930s and 40s, they are more relevant to us today because they show what a tyrannical government does to human nature. More importantly, they can show us that faith, family, and friends are worth fighting for. Maybe you read these books long ago in school. Maybe you've heard others talk about them, and they seem a little intimidating. Let Hillsdale College help you make the most of them. Go right now to charlieforhillsdale.com to enroll. There's no cost, and it's easy to get started. That's charlieforhillsdale.com to register, charlieforhillsdale.com. Mark, I just want to bring you in because, it occurred to me immediately after Charlie was killed that you were one of the last interviews that he did on your show. And I just want to give you, before we dive into some of this immigration news and things, I want to give you just an opportunity to reflect on, the last month. And I know that you were an admirer of Charlie's and, give you a chance just to reflect on that.
Well, I have a lot of thoughts about it, and I've talked about it quite a bit. Last week on Next Up, I had 3 of your stars, 3 college students, all of whom are involved in their chapters and have gone through the challenges that conservatives face on most campuses. I'll just tell you the 3 thoughts quickly, and if you want to drill down on any of them, we can. First of all, I have been so haunted by the lack of understanding of Charlie on the part of people in Blue America, very well-informed people in my life who'd never heard of him or didn't really understand him. And I think part of that vacuum has been filled by the haters and the people who want to mischaracterize what his life was like. So that's been a big focus of mine, is to try to educate people in a non-ideological way, just to understand not just how important he was to the MAGA movement, but what an extraordinary person. I say unlike any other person in American history because of his moment in time where he was able to do so many things digitally. So that's one, is my real focus, to try to educate people who didn't know anything about him. 2 is being at the service in Arizona. I wish everyone could have been there, because unless you were in the room, I don't think, from watching videos afterwards, I don't think you could feel what that room felt like. But I've been to a lot of events in my life, including a lot of services for folks, and I think that was a remarkable moment for those who were honored to be present. And then lastly, I tell people all the time who tell me, because I've gotten emotional about it on my shows, I feel so sorry for you. I literally know over 1,000 people who knew, including you guys, who knew Charlie better than I did. But there's something about his spirit. There's something about the manner in which he dealt with people. There's something about his place in this current moment in American history that makes this hit people very hard. And again, I've been hit hard by it without claiming a relationship I didn't have. And I found that even in people who didn't know him. And again, I'm sure you guys get hundreds more than I do, but I've gotten so many messages from viewers of my programs who say, I didn't know him. Sometimes they said, I didn't really focus on him, who are really touched by it. And this is young people, older people. As a journalist, I've covered a lot of deaths, and including a lot of people who've been killed. I don't really remember anything that was as resonant as this for so many people, in a deeply emotional way, often a spiritual way, but in a way that really hangs with people and continues to sit with them as they try to understand what happened.
Well, I think that's really well said. And yeah, I think we've all been blown away at the resonance of this moment and how wide and how worldwide it's become, which is really remarkable. Sean Davis was on the show from the Federalist yesterday, and he was actually in Sweden when it happened, and he's sitting at a coffee shop, and I mean he was in a very terrible state, and I think somebody at the register, saw that he was American, and he just looked at him and goes, they got him. It was when they arrested the suspect, and it was. he's just sitting there at his table, and the worldwide in Sweden, they're following the news, and he's trying to cheer up his American customer. And that was just one story out of many. Like, I've heard stories from Pakistan, I've heard stories from Israel, I've heard stories from Australia, I've heard stories from places you wouldn't expect, but like in a very real way, the just outpouring, the unleashing of this moment has hit, I think, the world in a really profound way, and it brings up questions about what does that mean for our political moment. You see the polls that show that there's Democrats, or progressives at least, that that seem to be endorsing political violence. You have this Jay Jones story out of Virginia. Mark, what does this mean for this moment, and what are we seeing? Like, how do we not have unanimity about political assassinations, political violence, bad, and what's happening?
Well, it's one of the worst manifestations of how divided the country's been, not just for years, but for decades. And the lack of humanity that exists around disputes. And of course, the irony is, as I said before, for the haters who want to call Charlie a hater, he was the opposite of that. And his life was dedicated to understanding. He had points of view that not everybody agreed with. But the spirit of my work, including on Two-Way, is here are alternative points of view. When people come on and say something you don't agree with, rather than say, I'll never watch that show again, say, thank you for presenting an alternative point of view. And that's what he did. And, a lot of times I deal with people in one party or another, and I'll say to a Republican, like, who's going to be the Democratic nominee? Or say to a Democrat, how's Trump going to do on this? And they'll say, I don't really do the other party. That's the other tribe. Part of Charlie's genius and part of his spirit was he understood Democrats very well. He understood the left. He understood and was a student of when they succeeded and when they failed and why. And again, part of that was tactical and about being a political organizer and a political strategist. But part of it was his intellectual curiosity and his emotional and spiritual obligation to try to understand everybody, not just the people who agreed with him. And I think that's in too short supply. It's in too short supply. And it takes a lot to surprise any of us these days about what people will say on social media in a given situation. But the things that are said about a husband and a father and a son and a leader that have been just disgusting is the weakest word I'd use, is testament to how divided we are and how cruel so many people are, especially on social media, but not just on social media. And I think I'd like to be optimistic that this would be a force for change, but I don't see any indication of that.
I will say, Mark, I've obviously seen it and it disgusts me too, but the outpouring of the positive I think is like magnitudes 10 to 1 to the negative, maybe 100 to 1, candidly. I think we make much of the negative because it is so vile and disgusting, but I would be remiss if I didn't say that I genuinely believe that the good of this has been just like, it's been overwhelming.
Totally agree.
And
totally. I just hate the negative so much.
Yeah. I want to express my personal gratitude, Mark, for your response to Ta-Nehisi Coates' statements. I saw the video of it. It was very, very much appreciated. I won't say it on the show.
You were going off on Twitter about it.
Yeah, I was about that, but Mark said a very nice thing as well. But we do want to hit the events that are unfolding as we speak right now. So I thought we should open with this showdown that's going on between the Democrat governors. We have Gavin Newsom. We have J.B. Pritzker. We have Trump throwing around the word Insurrection Act with regards to ICE ICE operations in these cities, in Chicago and Portland, possibly calling out the National Guard. We're really getting a showdown. On the right, we're hearing people make comparisons to, the nullification crisis or the secession crisis. I saw a photo edit of Hillary Clinton in a Confederate uniform because she made a tweet invoking states' rights. So, Mark, you're more in the middle of us, so I thought you could give some good analysis on what's likely to happen here and what the stakes are for each side.
Yeah. So there's the politics of this, right? There's the news cycle control, and there's the midterms, and then there's the future political prospects of people like Gavin Newsom, and we can talk about that. I'll start high-minded, though. Why do we have political conflicts in our system? It's when there are different ideals, two or more ideals that are competing, right? I think everybody in America would say that crime has overwhelmed a lot of the country, and that there's a mismatch between the resources state and local officials have to deal with crime and and what's necessary. And then on the immigration issue, same with ICE and other federal agencies in charge of in the individual states dealing with that. So I think everybody agrees that more needs to be done somehow in crime. And then there's another competing interest that I would hope everybody would agree with, which is federal military, active duty and reserve, should only be used in situations where it's absolutely necessary to put them out on the street in what is effectively a law enforcement role and maybe an aggressive law enforcement role. That should only be done when it's absolutely necessary. And the question is it absolutely necessary right now? It's clear the president thinks it is. And a lot of people, the polls suggest a lot of people think, yeah, the more the better. And I think it's silly for people on the left to be so reflexively against it when if I'm on the New York subway and there's people, I don't care if they work for state, federal, or local, there are people, good guys and gals with guns, I'm happy to see them. So that conflict is playing out not at a high-minded level of debate and honest discussions, playing out more in the first thing I talked about, which is the politics of it. I think the president has the upper hand because he's shameless and ruthless and really understands the news cycle, and he controls the flow of the human beings. It's easier to put the National Guard someplace than to stop them. And unless judges stop him, I think he'll continue to get his way, and I think this will continue to expand to more cities. And I think Democrats will continue to be flummoxed about why it is they're continuing taking the wrong side of where public opinion is on this.
How about the ICE dimension of things? We have a lot of open defiance of ICE. We've had these sort of low-level attacks on ICE. Do you think there's an advantage Trump has where attacks on ICE will be seen as attacks on the government generally or attacks on law enforcement, or will the Democrats be able to spin it as this is an attack on this, Trump Gestapo, as some of them are calling it?
I think in general, the president has the upper hand on almost anything related to immigration. And I mean, people are not just violently protesting, but we had one incident at least of someone shooting at an ICE facility and killing people. So the predicate, I think, is there. Look, if federal forces, whether military, active military reserves, or extra ICE or FBI, whatever it is, if they're involved in excessive use of force or violence that leads to loss of life, I think the symbolism of it could change. The media is in a strange place right now because so much of this is through the filter of the media. The media is pulled back on its reflexive anti-Trump, and I think that gives the president another advantage he doesn't typically have.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to ask about a polling question because there's a conflict even in the polling about how you address some of this. And Mark, you're going to be the right guy for that. First, I want to tell you about Alan Jackson. We're honored to be partnering with Alan Jackson Ministries. And today I want to point you to their podcast. It's called Culture and Christianity, the Alan Jackson Podcast. What makes it unique is Pastor Alan's biblical perspective. He takes the truth from the Bible and applies it to the real issues that you're facing today. Gender confusion, abortion, immigration, Doge, Trump, and White House issues in the church. He doesn't just discuss problems. In every episode, he gives practical things you can do to make a difference. His guests have incredible expertise and powerful testimony. Each episode will make you recognize the power of your faith and how God can use your life to impact the world today. The Culture and Christianity Podcast, the Alan Jackson Podcast, Culture and Christianity. Check it out. More with Mark Halperin in just a second. All right, Mark, we are back. So here's a poll. It's image 277. So go ahead and throw that up. Here's what's interesting about it. 78% of Americans support deporting illegal immigrants who commit crime, but there is less support when it comes to deploying the National Guard, okay? So, but the argument for deploying the National Guard is that these ICE facilities are under siege. You have to protect your personnel, and you have to bring law and order. How do you square the circle or circle the square here? And, it seems like there is civil unrest. There is quasi-insurgent forces or blatantly insurgent forces in these cities. What do you do if you're the Trump administration?
I wouldn't waste the money on the polling because this is moving too fast. There's too much ambiguity. These are not black and white things for people. I wouldn't know how I'd answer those because it's going to depend on the circumstance. There's no election anytime soon.
That's wise.
The president's fate politically, the party's fate politically, will rise and fall above all else, and where the economy is next year, above all else by a lot. So this stuff gets a lot of attention. It's in the news. The economy is not as sexy as these things, but I just don't think it has much implication, either the polling or the political ramifications. What I think the Trump administration should do is they should protect, law enforcement officials, and they should continue to try to fulfill their campaign promises, which is to close the border and deport people who are here illegally, starting with people who've committed violent crime, and do it in a way that respects American traditions. As I said, I don't think any president should be so quick, such a short, tripwire to put military on the ground. I just think it's not consistent with American traditions, but it doesn't mean it should never be used. And if they can't find another solution to protect the ICE facilities, I think they'll have a lot of popular support for doing it if they do it the right way.
Well, and that's the key here, right? Is you got Tina Kotek in Oregon, you've got J.B. Pritzker, Gavin Newsom, Karen Bass, Brandon Johnson, these local and state officials that are essentially refusing to cooperate with federal authorities. And you had this crazy story out of Chicago, the stand down order, where you get an ambush, the lady's wielding a weapon, a semi-automatic rifle. And there's some reporting that would indicate that, that maybe there was some police already there, and that's the way they're spinning this. But why wouldn't you rush, resources to an ambush on federal law enforcement and federal agents? I mean, the lack of cooperation is in a sense, Mark, the justification for bringing even more National Guard, because if you can't work with local law enforcement to protect you, then you need more of the National Guard to protect you. 30 seconds, Blake. I was before we welcome back.
I think his analysis is good. I just think in a second here we'll want to get into what also a lot of people are wondering about, the spying case in D.C. on the senators, what the political dynamics of that will be. So I guess if you want to think about that, Mark, we'll just be on the other side of this in 10 seconds. So we'll dig into that.
We'll bring back radio in about 5 seconds. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. We got Mark Halperin. Mark, real quick, we're going to get into this spying story, but tell people where they can follow you. Give us your coordinates.
My work on Next Up on the Megyn Kelly Network, just go to Next Up Halperin on any platform, and you can listen to it as a podcast, watch on YouTube. Shows twice a week. Today's episode drops later. Michael Knowles is one of my guests. We talk about Charlie, actually. And also Doug Sosnick, the Democratic strategist, if you want to understand the Democratic Party. He's your best bet. And then I do 2 shows a day on my two-way platform, twoway.tv. You can, again, find us on YouTube, wherever you want. Those would be the 2 main places to find me, Two-Way and Next.
I just want to give you a little bit of kudos here. Charlie thought your political analysis was among the best in the space, and you had a very clear mind. You predicted things pretty accurately, and you were amazing during the 2024 election. So check out Mark's stuff.
Very kind. I thought he thought I was the best, not amongst them.
Well, he told a lot of people. That was
damn great.
All right. Yeah. So I think let's hit this topic. So we've been, this Arctic frost thing has been getting revealed over the past several weeks, and especially now we have the story that the FBI requested phone records of 8 Republican senators. This appears to have been related to their investigation of election disputes in 2020. The New York Post is quoting someone who says it's worse than Watergate. But Mark, how about you give us your analysis of that situation?
Well, we should always be suspicious whenever the executive branch does criminal investigations of legislators. It's just, it's a sensitive area. And for sure, we need to know more. But the notion just that it's always wrong for there to be investigations of members of Congress, that's just not, then look at history. Lots of members of Congress have been indicted by the Justice Department, sometimes by a Justice Department controlled by the same party as the legislator, not always, though. So I want to know more, but I think people who are saying it's worse than Watergate, we just don't know enough. All they did, and again, I'm not minimizing it because we need to know more, All they did was get the metadata of some of their phone calls around January 6th. We need to know why they did that, how they chose the senators they did. But on the face of it, it's not worse than Watergate because all they did was get metadata, and that's not worse than Watergate, at least as far as we know right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's another image here that we can throw up. By the way, it looks like it's 276. This Jack Smith tracked private communications calls of nearly a dozen GOP senators during J6 probe, FBI says. And 286 is another image, J6 probe phone records of Republican lawmakers. So this is, I mean, I appreciate you not, veering into hyperbole here, Mark, but it's pretty disconcerting. And I mean, there was a lot of conservatives that were looped into this investigation, and I'm, even Turning Point. So this is a pretty far-reaching thing, and really uncomfortable to as we learn details about this, especially given our proximity to some of this.
Yeah, and look, once you have an independent counsel, both parties have found this out. They hand out subpoenas like I hand out cotton candy at the carnival. They give it out to anybody who wants it, and we need to know more. There needs to be accountability, but no one was indicted. Nobody went to prison. And I'm not minimizing it. I just want to be clear, but let's follow the facts rather than just say anytime a special counsel or anytime the FBI looks at the records of a sitting official, that's meant to intimidate him or it's meant to be political. It might have been. I want to know, but we just don't know that yet.
Yeah, well, there's definitely no Democrats on this list. It's Senator Lindsey Graham, Bill Hagerty, Josh Hawley, Dan Sullivan, Tommy Tuberville, Ron Johnson, who's the great Ron Johnson. We should get him on the show soon. Cynthia Loomis, Marsha Blackburn, and Mike Kelly from Pennsylvania at the time. Rep. Mike Kelly from Pennsylvania. Yeah. Pretty crazy stuff. We got a minute here left, Mark. Any final thoughts, any closing bits of wisdom you want to share?
Just ask everybody to be inspired by, as so many have been, by Erica Kirk's forgiveness and capacity to forgive. I think that is in too short supply in our society. And I think people on the left and the right and the middle and everywhere around should be inspired by someone's capacity to forgive in an unthinkable situation and maybe start to forgive more people in their lives. And I've taken that to heart and been inspired by it. And I cite it regularly. And I hope people consider how hard that was as compared to forgiving folks in their lives.
Yeah, well said. Mark Halperin, Two-Way TV, next up on the Megyn Kelly Network. You're doing great work, my friend. We'll have you on again soon, I'm sure.
Gentlemen, thank you.
And
honored to be on.
Thank you so much for just being a steady hand in the midst of this and helping people that maybe don't or didn't to help better understand Charlie and what he was all about. That means a lot to us here, and it didn't go unnoticed, so thank you.
Yeah. Grateful to you both for your leadership through this hard time. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, hour one is now in the books, and we have Andy Biggs, going to be the next governor of Arizona, coming on set here at the Charlie Kirk Show next. Stay right there.
They Bavarian Motor Works. A lot from here.
No, that is true. But
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellis from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love RAV? You ever talk to the hosts? You can do that on RAV. And the RAV family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
All right, folks, let's just be blunt here. Gold is up around 40% this year. That's not speculation, it's reality. And if a portion of your savings isn't diversified into gold, you're really missing the boat. Here are the facts. Inflation is still too high, the U.S. dollar is still too weak, and the government debt is insurmountable. That's why central banks are flocking to gold. They're the ones who are driving prices up to record highs. But it's not too late to buy gold from the Birch Gold Group and to get in the door now. The Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. You don't have to pay a dime out of pocket. All you have to do is text the word America to the number 989898 and claim your free information kit. There's no obligation here, just useful information. The best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has historically been a safe haven for millennia. So what else can be said other than text the word America to the number 989898 right now in order to claim your free information kit on gold. Again, America. Text that word to the number 989898. Protect your future today with the Birch Gold Group. Let's get you updated on the news of the day here on this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. We appreciate you being here. President Trump meeting with Canada's Prime Minister at the White House right now. Here is the arrival as President Trump greeted Mark Carney at the White House. The two then held a news conference just moments ago where they focused a lot on trade. Mark Carney is in the United States pushing to get lower tariffs on imports to the United States. President Trump, of course, has been very strong with Canada when it comes to tariffing items from that country. And so the two are now behind closed doors discussing lower tariffs. All of this happening, though, as the United States is dealing with the government shutdown. Real America's Voice White House correspondent Brian Glenn is there at the White House, and he asked the president about the ongoing government closure.
What is your message to Democrats ahead of a next vote to open up the government? The American people are saying, open the damn government. What's your message to them right now?
Well, they're the ones that started it. They're the ones that have it. And it's almost like a kamikaze attack by them. You want to know the truth? This is like a kamikaze attack. They almost, they have nothing to lose. They've lost the elections. They've lost the presidential election in a landslide. I saw the other day where Kamala said this was a very close election. This was one of the biggest sweeps that anybody's ever had. Won the popular vote by millions, won the Electoral College by a massive amount. They said, if I got 260 70, that would be great. But I got, I think, 312 or 315, and they got 220. So, you know, we won that. But we won counties. The big thing is counties. So out of all of the counties, thousands and thousands, we got 2,500. They got 525. It was a landslide. And we listened, oh, yes, it was close. It was one of the greatest victories ever. And it was a mandate to do what we're doing. And I hope, and Mark wants this as much as I do, we are very close to making a deal on the Middle East that will bring peace to the Middle East. After all of these years of millions and millions, tens of millions of people being killed, there's a chance to bring peace to the Middle East. In addition to that, I made 7 other deals, and they're, you know, great. And we're, you know, things are happening with respect to Russia, Ukraine. That's one that last week, Mark, 7,812 people were killed. Soldiers, mostly soldiers. Yep. But 7,000, more than 7,000, almost 8,000 soldiers were killed. It's a crazy thing. I thought that would have been one of the easy ones. I get along very well with Putin, and I thought that would have been, I'm very disappointed in him because I thought this would have been an easy one to settle, but it's turned out to be maybe tougher than the Middle East. We'll see what happens with the Middle East.
As for the ongoing government shutdown here in the U.S., the Senate failed to pass not just one, but 2 bills seeking to reopen the government on Monday. Meantime, House Speaker Mike Johnson says he will not call House lawmakers back to Washington until the Senate does its job and passes a continuing resolution to get federal workers back on the job. That's a quick check of your headlines.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show, Hour 2. Very excited about this. We've been trying to arrange this for a couple days, but he's a busy man, which is exactly how he should be. That's Andy Biggs, Representative Andy Biggs, and future governor of the state of Arizona. So honored to have you here. There was probably no political mission, at least in the near term, that Charlie was more passionate about than helping get you elected as the next governor of Arizona. So it's great to have you here.
Thanks, Andrew. Great to be with you.
Yeah.
Great to be with you.
And as you said before we got on air, no pressure. You were Charlie's, like, probably, I mean, there was a few finals, like Nate Morris in Kentucky, and but this was going to be a
AZ
major...
was the big one, because he was like, I want the desert Florida.
He wanted the Floridification of Arizona, and he just had complete trust in your credentials as a conservative. You love the people of this state. And he knew you were going to put in the work, and that's why I love it. I was joking. I was like, so it was actually harder to book this than it was like Tucker Carlson, to get on the show. Just in the last couple of days, because you were out on the road, you were up north, and you had all these events scheduled. So tell us, how's the campaign going, and how are you feeling about things?
Well, the campaign's going great. Polling's good. We're raising money, solid money, more than I've ever raised in my time in office. And also, as we're all over the state, because, Andrew, we are getting all over the state, the momentum is really strong. We really feel it and sense it, and people come out. And think about this. We're a year before the election, and last week one of our crowds had probably about 350 people at it for one event.
Wow.
And so this type of thing this far in advance is really kind of unusual, particularly in this state.
Well, I like to think that Charlie and the energy that Charlie was putting into this is contributing because I think, there is a sense that we even feel it from the team. The last things that Charlie wanted or the last visions that he was casting, and by the way, he's left certain blueprints that take us all the way through 2030, that we're going to be following, that it's, those are even more dear to us. And so I think we speak for all of this show, this audience, for Turning Point Action. We say that, we're behind you like 100%, 1,000%. And, anything that you need that we can do, we're excited to help. And here's what I will say. This is some good news. If you throw up image 297, this is breaking. On the one-on-one matchup, you are up 24% with 14 undecided. This is for the primary. On a three-person ballot, you're up, it looks, 22%? That's, I mean, those are solid margins, Congressman, future governor. What is behind this? What are you hearing from people on the ground that is getting them so animated this early on?
Well, I think there's several things, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention President Trump's endorsement.
Yes, of course,
and Charlie's endorsement and Turning Point Action's endorsement. Those endorsements are really critical. But also, I'd like to think in part that people know that I have a voting background. You can see how I voted. You can see how I've led the state when I was in the state and how I've worked in Congress. And so what we have found is even before, and I told this to President Trump one time, I said, before he endorsed me, I said, Mr. President, I'm already up 40%, so don't knock me down with that endorsement. But anyway, he gave me that endorsement, and that's pretty solid. So the type of people who support me and back me, that's just as important as it can possibly be.
So, I mean, listen, you obviously don't have to convince me, but for those listening that are like, maybe they're wondering who they're going to support, what is your platform? What are you planning on doing for the state of Arizona? What's your vision?
So we do have a vision. So the first thing is public safety. So I literally was just talking to a radio show down in Tucson, and they were talking about the crime. Well, that's a problem in Tucson that the state's going to probably have to intervene in. So we should be the safest state. We have, I over-explain, Andrew.
I love it. No, I mean, get wonky if you have to. I'll pull you out. We'll make it interesting.
Okay, all right. So we have over just about 400 to 500 vacancies in Arizona's Department of Public Safety right now. That's your troopers on the street and everything like that. That means that the places, counties that don't have enough sheriff's deputies, they're having to fill in, and it just causes this downstream effect, which is not good. So we should be the safest state in the country. And why is that? Because you have to follow the rule of law. If you have the rule of law, you have freedom, and that's the goal, is to have freedom in this state. The second thing is we've gone from being number 4 in job creation in this state to being number 47.
Whoa.
And so we've really fallen off the map. And so you have to make sure we're competing with states that are eliminating things like income tax and that are streamlining.
Yeah, what's your plan there?
We're going to eliminate income tax.
I would vote yes on that.
Yeah, and then we're going to streamline the regulations, which is what we're competing against states that are doing this. So a lot of jobs that used to come to Arizona, they're flying over, right? So we've got to fix that. Then we still have a border problem. We have the number 1 human drug trafficking corridor in the country. That's not good for families, individuals, and so we have to put a stop to that.
Is that still top of mind with voters, given the crackdown on the border that President Trump has accomplished?
It is. They're grateful for the border being secure mostly, but we still have these corridors. So we have places like in Yuma. I was just in Yuma the other day, and San Luis. And they were talking about the smuggling, and I'll be on a panel today about human trafficking, and it's a real issue for the state. And Andrew, water.
Yes.
So water's a big deal. We actually have a lot of water in this state. It's just totally mismanaged by this particular governor. She's mismanaged it so much that she's killing the American dream. The American dream used to be, I want to own a home, build a family. If you do own a home, you see family formation come. Well, she's killing it because there are places you cannot build a home, single-family home, in Arizona today because of her water policies. So we have to fix that. Power policies, the reliance on solar and wind, which is unreliable, has to be subsidized, hard to distribute. We're going to replace that with natural gas. We're going to make sure that we're getting the new nuclear subcompact units coming in. There are things we're going to do, and we're going to turn the whole state around. And that's just on the policy side. The other aspect is I know how to do it on the procedure side. So I'll get elected in November of 26, Andrew. That's a Tuesday. And on Wednesday, you'll see a new speaker and a new Senate president. We'll have the Republican majority. And by that evening, I'll be sitting down with them, with the leadership, talking about how we're going to introduce and pass those bills that Governor Hobbs vetoed. We're talking about 300 vetoes right now. Things like the election integrity law. Just all of this.
Well, election integrity is huge, and I know that's a really important issue for the base here, especially in Arizona. But your background is, I think one of the things that people don't give you enough credit for or not aware enough of your background is how well you understand state level politics, right? Yeah, you've been in Congress at the federal level for a long time, but that's your background. You know how to work the levers of power here in the state.
Yeah, I served in the legislature for a good number of years. I was the Senate president when I left to run for Congress. Before that, I was the Senate majority leader. I actually wrote the state budget for a good number of years. So I know how it works. I know how the leverage points are. I worked with 2 different governors, so I know how the executive branch is. So, of course, we're going to Doge it. I mean, having seen the budgeting process.
We love Doge.
Yeah,
we love Doge.
Yeah, we're going to Doge.
Oh, I love that. I bet you could find a lot of. I mean, and by the way, when you cut income tax down to eliminate it, there is other ways to make revenue that make more sense and that incentivize people in the right ways. But then you combine that rather with important spending cuts and getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. Oftentimes you come into a very beautiful middle ground. I guess that's your vision.
Yeah, that's right. You move to the middle ground. But the thing that's beautiful about that is you actually stimulate the economy more, which increases the velocity of movement of money. And when you do that, it means that you're going to actually increase your revenue. I mean, the history is always you increase your revenue when you reduce taxes.
Oh, I totally agree. I mean, this is why you've seen all the job growth go to the Sun Belt. Right. And the red states in the Sun Belt. I mean, they're leaving California, but the goal here in Arizona needs to be don't fly over and go to Texas or go to Florida. You can stop right here because we're going to have the most pro-business state in the country. In just a little while, when Andy Biggs is governor, we'll be right back. Oh, we've got a Patriot Mobile. Ha-ha! I've got a live read. See? Still learning the ropes here. Let me see. Where is it here? Did you leave it for me? Patriot Mobile. I realize there are many choices when it comes to who you choose for your cell phone service, and there are new ones popping up all of the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for, and that's Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all 3 major networks. So, by the way, I have 2 networks on my phone. So thank you, Patriot Mobile. They're the best, and they love Charlie. They love Turning Point, and they've always been such amazing friends of ours here. So call 972-PATRIOT today or go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie, patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Use promo code Charlie for a free month of service. We'll be right back.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
Newsflash, Democrats. America is a republic, not a democracy. Fact check. True.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm going to tell you about why refi. Private student loan debt in the U.S. totals about $300 billion. About $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. Why refi refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that others won't touch. They provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. Y-Refi is not a debt settlement company, and they work with each borrower individually, tailoring a plan that suits you and what you can pay on a monthly basis. You won't be calling any faceless call centers. It's very personal. Y-Refi can reduce your monthly payment and guarantee interest rates under 6%, ensuring affordability and financial relief. Y-Refi does not care about your credit score, which is probably something, if you're in this kind of situation, you care about and you're worried about. So many clients aren't even able to make the minimum monthly payment in their private student loans when they first contact Y-Refi, and then they fix it. So you don't have to live under this burden anymore. You can get out from under it. You can have financial freedom. You got to take responsibility for your own life, and this is step one. So call 888-Y-REFI-34 or log on to yrefy.com. That's YREFY.com. They're great people. We love them, and they've been great partners of ours. So give them a chance. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Blake, Neff, we have emails for the great Andy Biggs.
People sending questions for the guests.
Freedom at charliekirk.com.
So we have Steve. He's a business owner here in Arizona, and I won't say his business just in case he'd rather we don't, but I think they'd be very much on our side. He says, please ask Representative Biggs about gas pricing in Arizona. The people I speak with say this is a big issue.
It is a massive issue. So we don't have any refineries in Arizona, so we have to import all of our gas. The pipeline coming from the east, which comes through El Paso and on up, its first drop is, of course, going to be Tucson, which is why Tucson always is cheaper than us, and it comes on up. It's running at capacity right now, and another pipeline is going to be built to expand that. We have stuff coming from California, one pipeline from California. California is trying to eliminate its refineries, which is driving up artificial scarcity for us. So they've killed 2 refineries. They're actually trying to sell Valero refinery, or force a sale of the Valero refinery, which is their biggest. And the good chance that it's going to be purchased by a Canadian company. And if it does, I've talked to their minister up there, and they're anxious to sell oil and gas to Arizona. But that's our problem, is we're importing it. If we could build a refinery, we'd be in good shape. There's been attempts, but everybody is scared to death because it takes billions of dollars in about 10 years or so to build, and they're afraid that if they start and invest all this, then all of a sudden another administration comes in and changes the environmental requirements, and next thing you know, they can't make it financially work anymore. So that's why we don't have refineries here. If we can get a refinery, we're going to be in better shape.
Great. There's another one I see from Jax for him. If you...
I just thought it was amusingly. He said, tell Biggs to reduce foreign aid cash for the immigration expense being borne by U.S. consumers and taxpayers. I think mercifully that's not an Arizona thing, though, of course, it is a congressional thing.
But there are things you can do at the state level, potentially.
Yeah, so at the federal level, I support that, and we've actually got a lot of withdrawal of funding in that way. We need to do more. That's what the big fight is over the shutdown right now, as a matter of fact. But at the state level, this governor eliminated the Border Security Task Force and took down barriers when she first came in. And we're going to make sure we've got barriers there, and that the Border Security Task Force is reinstituted. That's a way to stop and slow that down. The other thing is, we're going to doge the Medicaid and welfare rolls, and if you're here illegally, you're not entitled.
It really is it's an infuriating, diseased mindset to, I'm going to rip down barriers at the border with Mexico. What is the motivation for this other than I just really want people to illegally come here, if at all possible?
Charlie always said that borders are a political delineation where bad ideas begin and good ideas begin, or bad ideas end and good ideas begin. And I think, right. No disrespect to our neighbors, but we like our ideas. We like our people, and we want to take care of our people first.
Absolutely right. And Charlie was right on that, because if you look, we have now, we've let in millions of people who have those ideas. They've brought their ideas with them, and they're trying to change our ideas.
Well, maybe even inadvertently, right?
Yeah.
It's just that you bring your culture with you. And, listen, we like our culture. We like our country, and we want to take care of Americans first. I mean, I think that's the truth. In the 2 minutes in this segment, and you're free to stay the whole hour, Congressman, future governor, but I want to give you at least this last few minutes in this segment to talk about your personal relationship with Charlie, because we lost an icon of our culture, a hero, but you lost a friend. We all lost a friend, and I want you can make it as personal as you can do.
Well, so I always viewed us as being fortunate because we live in a time when there's been 2 gigantic cultural and political movements at the same time. You got the MAGA movement that President Trump instituted. Then you had what I call the turning point, or just the turning movement that Charlie brought in. So Charlie was, he was, I viewed him as really a forefront. He was a stud. I mean, he was a good example to even an old guy like me. So we loved him. So that's all.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's hard to navigate
everyone
the
in this room.
Yeah.
Everyone in this room was older than Charlie, but all of us looked up to him. Yeah. All of us admired him. But he was such a reciprocator. He was such a giver. I think Trump himself said at the memorial, he always gave more than he asked of anyone. In his office, he has that little 3-line thing, and the first one is how can I help somebody today? And that's always what he would want to do. He would want to help you win the election. He would want to help this person with their faith or whatever.
I spent basically the first week of the show crying in public. Yeah. So the fact that you get a little teary-eyed is it really just speaks to the fact that you're a human being and a good man. And I know how close Charlie and you were, and God bless you, man. And we love you too.
Thanks.
Thanks. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with Cliff Maloney and maybe Andy Biggs. We'll see.
means it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAB. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
Bates. It's a new day and the same old government shutdown continues to linger on. Monday, the Senate failed to pass not just one, but two bills seeking to reopen the government. Meantime, Mike Johnson, the House Speaker, says he won't call House lawmakers back to Washington until the Senate does its job and passes a continuing resolution to get federal workers back on the job. Even President Trump sounding off on the issue about an hour ago as he answered questions from reporters alongside Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney.
Every day we put forth a bill. It's just a continuation. It's a very simple thing to sign and very simple to do. And I really think that these are people that I think they have nothing to lose. They have a party that's out of control. They have no leader. Nobody knows who the leader is.
As for President Trump's meeting with Canadian Prime Minister Carney, the two leaders are behind closed doors as we speak, discussing trade and security. Today's face-to-face marks Carney's second visit to the White House as Canada's Prime Minister. In terms of trade, the Canadian leader will likely seek an easing of U.S. tariffs on Canadian products. Right now, there's a general 35% tax on imports from our northern neighbor, and just this week, the administration slapped Canada with a 10% tariff on softwood lumber, which is used in home building. Later this week, President Trump will welcome Finland's president to the White House. Today marks the 2-year anniversary of the October 7th attacks on Israel that led to the current war in Gaza. Thousands of people converged on southern Israel today to mourn the dead. In the meantime, Israel and Hamas continue to hold talks in Egypt with the goal of reaching a peaceful deal and bringing Israeli hostages still held by Hamas home. The first phase of the peace plan authored by the Trump administration would include a ceasefire and the release of all remaining hostages in exchange for the release of hundreds of Palestinian prisoners being held in Israel. The United Nations Secretary General also using today's anniversary to call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages being held in Gaza. He also says, quote, "The horrors of that dark day will be forever seared in the memories of us all." That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bennett.
Relentless in spirit. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Back here at The Charlie Kirk Show, Andrew Colvett, Blake Neff, Rep. Andy Biggs, and we have Cliff Maloney waiting in the wings. So we'll bring him in just a second. First, I want to tell you about Patriot Mobile. I realize there are many choices when it comes to your cell phone service, but there's one that stands with your values, the values of this audience, values of Turning Point, and that is Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms while also providing exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all three major networks, or like I do, you can get two on one phone. And they support missions like Turning Point USA and the Charlie Kirk Show, and that's why we love them. So not only do you get the great service, but you get the great people. You get Glenn and the team over at Patriot Mobile, who are fantastic people. So switching is easier than ever. Activate a new phone from the comfort of your own home. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile's all U.S.-based support team is standing by to take care of you. Call 972-PATRIOT today or go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Use promo code Charlie for a free month of service. That's patriotmobile.com/Charlie or call 972-PATRIOT and make the switch today. There's a bunch of questions for Andy, I actually do want to get to. But first, we're going to bring in our friend, Cliff Maloney, the Cliff Maloney of the renowned, the call. It was the call, Cliff. And you on election night, you were the one as Charlie sat in that chair. When we announced that Trump was going to be the next president of the United States, it was you who were leading us, and as we were all in shocked, stunned silence. So welcome back. I think the last time you were here was actually in person, so it's nice to see you back in your spot on the Zoom.
I'm back here. I'm here at headquarters in Harrisburg, PA. And, I was in this room when we called it in Pennsylvania. And, look, I got to tell you guys, when Charlie asked me to do the show, I never realized at that moment, obviously, not just calling it, but Erica coming in, embracing Charlie. I get emotional thinking about it, but it was just, the video that everybody watched hundreds of millions of times. And I'm honored to keep fighting. So glad to be with you guys. And didn't know that one of my favorite congressmen, Andy Biggs, would be on. Better be the next governor. We're going to do everything we can to get that guy elected. I'm here to help.
That's exactly right. Well, and this is why it all plays very well together here. So, Cliff, you are maybe I'll let you do it, but you've got news in New Jersey. But I love it because it ties into all the things we've done in Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin, and in Arizona. So what's the news in New Jersey? Cliff, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so happy to announce that we are taking the PA Chase on the road. We have launched the New Jersey Chase, going all in on Jack Ciattarelli and getting him elected. And look, I'm going to be honest with folks, for a lot of months, I hesitated on going public with this, right? My brand is that we are the Pennsylvania, I would say America First, ground game, right? We are the PA Chase here at Citizens Alliance. But what happened, not just Charlie getting murdered, but over the last couple months, we've kind of realized this tactic that Turning Point and Citizens Alliance has really focused on, which is ground game, actually going out, harvesting and chasing where you can only chase, harvesting where it's legal. And so we're going all in on New Jersey. We've committed to knock 500,000 doors through the New Jersey Chase program. If people want to get involved at njchase.org, they can. But we've got tons of people on the ground. We've got 7 to 10 Airbnbs, depending on which week it is. We're not close to 300,000 doors so far. I love how the numbers look, but this is about continuing the work as Charlie would want us to do, and that's what the New Jersey Chase is all about.
I love it. So, Andy, I think you would be good to chime in here. How important is it to do the door knocking, to do the person to person to person chasing these low prop voters, especially when you have close states. And we see that Cliff, you can give us an update on the polling in just a second, but this is a close race. And for the first time, we have a real chance of taking power in New Jersey.
Yeah, well, the personal contact you get when you're at the door is the most influential contact you can have in campaigning. It really is. I mean, you can do TV ads and everything. Most influential is one-on-one contact. And we saw what it did in Arizona. I mean, we turned a turning point. It turned out 300,000 plus low propensity voters
and new voters. So
and new voters.
Yeah, 315,000 low prop and new voters.
Yeah, and that turned the election. I mean, Trump won this state by 160,000 votes, roughly 5%, the biggest margin in a battleground state. That was because of that door-to-door contact, that encouragement to get out new voters and low propensity voters. That's what's going to do it again this time, but it's going to do it in New Jersey, it sounds like, first, and I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. Blake, I don't know if you were going to chime in. No.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. So give us give us the timeline, Cliff. Give us where's the polling at, and why do you like this? Why is it worth putting these kind of resources in? Because we get requests to do this in all 50 states. Just to be clear, people come to us. Can we use your app? Can you guys send out resources to do this? And we want to do it. Obviously, we would love to do that because I think there's gains that can be made at the local level. There could be gains at the statewide level. It's not just all about who's the president of the United States, right? And we want senators, congressmen. We want school board members to be conservative. We want them to be on board. But here's the issue: is that we have limited resources, right? We have limited bodies. We have to pick our battles and be very strategic, which is why we picked Wisconsin, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada in the last one, because those are races that we could invest these types of resources and actually make a manageable, practical, and determinative difference in these states. So why New Jersey, Cliff?
Well, first off, I can wear my Eagles hat in half the state, which is pretty nice for a guy that wants to pander and not have to play the political game when it comes to sports. No, but seriously, look, I mean, the polls right now, poll came out just recently, 43-43. It's a dead heat. What really excites me is, and I'm preaching to the choir here, because not only you guys, but everybody that listens to Charlie's show, knows the power of really making sure we compete when it comes to vote by mail. If you compare New Jersey and Pennsylvania, understand this. In Pennsylvania, we don't have early voting. We have two ways to vote, either by mail or on election day. In New Jersey, they've got over a week of early voting, and Republicans compete and do very well in early voting. So when we're at the doors, which we're at now, we're not only pushing vote by mail to low props, but if they have some objection to vote by mail, guess what? You can plan to vote in the week leading up to the election. And so it gives you an alternative that we don't have in Pennsylvania. And when you run the numbers, Andrew, if we compete in vote by mail and we match the type of turnout that Jack Ciattarelli had 4 years ago, remember, Jack was the nominee in 21. So it's not a rematch because Murphy is no longer capable, term limited out. But Mikey Sherrill is running against Jack Ciattarelli. Jack has name ID, and 4 years ago he only lost by roughly 3 points. And so you're talking about a state where they didn't have much of a door-to-door effort. They weren't really targeting the vote by mail. That's not a shot at Jack at all, right? A lot of us weren't doing that in 2020 and 2021 because it wasn't something that Trump was pushing. And I was one of those people. Vote on election day. But since we've adapted, we see New Jersey as a huge opportunity. It's why we're going all in. I think knocking these 500,000 doors and all the other groups that are helping register, people are coalescing. I think this is one to focus on. That's why we've decided to go in and try to win.
Just to add to that, why it's a fun idea, we have a headline from Axios. This is just the other day. Democrats are fretting about New Jersey governor's race. That's one of the best reasons to do it. If they're actually panicking and laying the groundwork in advance for, who they should blame for this. And it says here that there is private polling that has shown the race within about 3 points. And this is according to Democrats who saw the results. So Democrats have internal polls that are telling them this is very close. This could go very badly.
Question to you, Andy. When you see a Democrat poll that's like that, that's within 3 points, how do you interpret that? Being on if you're the campaign or you're the candidate and you say, well, the Democrats up by 3. You say that's probably accurate? You say it's actually closer than that?
I typically say it's probably dead heat because it's tradition for them to skew sample selections and how they frame the question. If you do that, you have a biased poll. And just and getting back to the point on turnout and doing the knocking at the doors, if I can, just real quick, the Democrats have done this for many, many years. And we're now at their game. And when we're at their game, because our message is better, because when we are actually out there, not harvesting, but we're chasing and doing that better, we're going to win because they've been doing it, but they have a crappy message. If you do it when you have a good message, you're going to win. I'm really excited.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it because, like, if you're part of a Democrat campaign, you don't want to release an internal poll that shows you down, right? That could demoralize the troops. So, I tend to agree with you that it's probably even, right? Like, this is probably a dead heat. And there's little pieces of information that we can draw from. Like, throw up 299. This is out of Nevada. Eric Daugherty from Twitter posted this. But now there's been a flip in Nevada, which bodes well because we've been seeing these registration trends across the country, from Pennsylvania, Cliff, in Arizona, certainly. Nevada now has flipped to more registered Republicans, just barely, but that was a gain of 6,000 in the month of September, net gain of 6,000. So now Republicans are actually have more voter registrations in the state of Nevada. So we're seeing this trend nationwide, and that's starting to make states like New Jersey in play. Cliff, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I think you're right. And look, I will tell you this. New Jersey is a much, much tougher battle than Pennsylvania was in 2024. Whether you look at the registration numbers, whether you look at comparing 2020 to 2024, there are plenty of ways to look at it. But I think the momentum is on our side. And look, I said this from the start. I think Jack is a great candidate. If you spend time with him, he's very personable. I've done a couple events and just he knows how to work the room. He connects. He's authentic. And so I think there's a lot of hope here for Jack. But you also have to count on the Democrats exposing themselves. And that's what's happening in New Jersey. Mikey Sherrill, I mean, she has had just flaw after flaw, misstep after misstep. And I just think that it's kind of culminating at the right time. And sometimes those things have to happen. I mean, even for us to win the swing states we did in 2024, you have to have certain things happen that are outliers. Well, and right, Donald Trump getting shot in the ear. I'm not rooting for that, but it's at a certain point, like you have little pieces of things that fall in place, and that's how you can kind of build momentum. And I'm seeing it on the ground in Jersey.
That's great, and I do think some of these national trends and these national stories are playing into it as well. You can't discount the Charlie Kirk effect. That's one. But secondly, you have this Jay Jones story in Virginia that is got to be putting a pall over a lot of the Democrat races, especially across that eastern seaboard. You got to think that that's having an impact. And obviously, we're talking about the story where he's leaking, or these text chains are showing that he wanted political violence, or at least was fantasizing about it, or fetishizing, or at the most charitable, like joking about it. It's tough to say exactly what that is. Cliff, 10 seconds. Where can people get involved, real quick?
Sure. On X, @Maloney. Appreciate you guys. Andy, great seeing you. Really appreciate it, Blake, Andrew. You guys are the best.
Awesome. Thanks, Cliff. We'll have you on again soon, my friend, to give us more updates on that race. One final segment, hour 2, with the great Andy Biggs. We got emails. You got to answer them. You got questions. Yeah. We'll be right back.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a
J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
The hardest working radio show in the business. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show, Real America's Voice. So, Andy, real quick, we're going to get into some questions from the audience that are sending in for you. Just on a local level, how can people get involved with your campaign? If they're here in Arizona or surrounding states, how can they help? I mean, tell us where to go.
Go to bigsforarizona.com. Bigsforarizona.com.
Is that F-O-R or the number 4?
Okay. Yeah, spell it out, F-O-R. And
got it up on the screen there.
Yeah, there we go. And that'll do it. You can link to donate. You can if you're in Arizona, please sign an electronic petition because those are not challengeable, and that's good. We've got over 10,000 of those. We have so many petitions, but our goal is 26,000 for 26. So.
Fantastic.
That's where we're going.
Really important to get involved and donate. I mean, it is on some level. You're in a race. Both from a messaging standpoint, but you got to get your message out there. You got to saturate the airways. So please get involved, and then you got to staff. There's so many expenses that go into these campaigns. So please consider doing that at bigsforarizona.com. Blake, do we have any questions?
We have a few. We have someone saying if Representative Biggs is going to eliminate property taxes. Did you say that, or was it income tax?
Income tax.
Income tax. So they were saying it applies equally that the way to fill the gap would be to move to consumption taxes. How will we keep the people from being taxed to death when they buy a car or a house? Would that affect free markets and consumption? That's from Glenda.
50 seconds.
Yeah. So the way to think of it is we also have marvelous resources that we can get extraction fees for, and that will help. And so the other aspect to it is you actually free up land so we can build more houses. That will help as well. So there are ways to get at that, and we're ready to get at that. So we're going to be okay. We will. Plus, as Andrew was saying, we're going to reduce spending in a lot of areas because there's so much fraud. You got one program that the estimate is $6 billion a year in fraud. So there's a lot of ways to clean this up.
Yeah. We've got 10 seconds to radio. Last segment with the great Andy Biggs. We'll be back in just a few seconds. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Final segment with Andy Biggs, the great Andy Biggs, future governor of the state of Arizona. We have more emails for him. Questions for Andy?
We have Debbie, who's very upset that windmills are being built in Apache County, where I believe she lives. She's asking, are you aware of this? And she says they will destroy beautiful northern Arizona. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Yeah. She's exactly right. And they don't do much, and when they run out of their life, it's just this poisonous hole that's there, and it just stays there. So that's one of the reasons I'm for let's get back to clean coal, natural gas, and nuclear. That's where we need to be, and that's where I'll be fighting for. But I've also been fighting for it at the federal level. I'll just tell you that it was the Freedom Caucus and myself working with President Trump. That's why you actually have these higher tariffs and these advisories that came out saying, unless you're actually in the ground with construction, you cannot get to windmills and
they're big fans.
Yeah, they're big fans. Windmills and solar. So we're fighting it at the federal level too.
I have one from Greg. He says, essentially what has changed in AZ elections? Do we have confidence that the same old shenanigans are not going to happen again?
Yeah, so here's the way to think of it. President Trump just said too big to rig. Turning Point got out enough voters that we were too big to rig. You have in Maricopa County, which is the problem county, you have a new county recorder who's running it with good county supervisors. He's trying to clean up Justin Heap. He's trying to clean up the voter rolls. If we can get the voter rolls cleaned up this time, get a good turnout, we should get a good win, and then after we get that win, we're going to fix it at the state legislature so we can codify the Florida.
That was a really big election that I don't think necessarily all people are aware of. Justin Heap at the county level in Maricopa. I mean, in Maricopa, as Maricopa goes, so goes Arizona. I mean, there would be math that maybe that wasn't the case, but that's essentially the way the state is. Yeah. So to have Justin in that place, strong election integrity guy, really big boost for the base for conservatives.
Yeah.
More?
Oh, that's actually all the questions we have.
Well, geez. I thought we got.
We have someone asking if we could ban Sharia law at the federal level, which I think we'd support. But
so just so you know, my team is drafting a bill to do that very thing. And there's another bill that I've signed on to that just doesn't have enough teeth, in my opinion, that kind of attacks it. Sharia law is inconsistent with Americans' constitutional law. So we've got to fix that, and we're working on that at the federal level.
Yeah, we've had that proposal. It's come up a few times since 9/11, and often I would roll my eyes at it. I thought, okay, is this really a big deal? But now you look at, especially in European countries where it's getting to a higher percentage, where you actually have lawmakers getting elected who say that they want it, or you see, if a city becomes entirely taken over by Islamic representation, these sort of Sharia assumptions start to worm their way into things. So you actually can't ignore it anymore.
Yeah, Dearborn, Michigan. Think of Dearborn, Michigan, which they want to impose Sharia law. In Dearborn, Michigan, you got a town in northern Texas. Same thing. They're trying to impose Sharia law in those towns too.
Yeah, well, and we've said this before, but there was a couple of things that Charlie really fixated on, right up until the end, and one of them was, Islam and the fact that there were incompatibilities with Western societies, Western civilization. And it was a big call and a big warning to all of us. And he was laser focused on that issue. And so it's, you'd like to think maybe in Arizona that's not as big of a problem, right? And as it is in Dearborn, but we all have to have our eyes on it. And I love that you're leading the charge at a federal level. We've got about a minute left here with you. Final pitch to the audience. What can they do? How do they help? And how are we going to get this done?
So, bigsforarizona.com. Please go there. Petitions. If amplify our social media, that would be great. Donations are great. But let's just tell you real quick how we're going to fix this. So I told you that we're going to get these bills in line. But when they get in line, you still have 2 months until I get sworn in. So we're going to get sworn in early in the morning, get those committees and with all the bills assigned. So you go day 1, day 2, day 3, we first read, second read, third read. By the end of the week, I'll be signing bills like the election integrity, the Florida election integrity law, the anti-CCP ownership in Arizona. These are the bills that we have to get through quickly. I know how to do it, and that's why so many legislators, current and former, that are excited about my candidacy because they know how we do this and how we're going to get this and make it work.
Well, God bless you, and we know that you not only are the right man for the job, but you know how to do the job already, so you're coming in with just a wealth of experience. Charlie was behind you. We are behind you. Turning Point Action is behind you, and we're gonna get this done, and you're crushing in the polls. Yeah. So we like where we're at. We'll be back tomorrow on the Charlie Kirk Show. We'll see you then.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it! It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
A fifth generational conflict.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Deliver us from
Something
evil.
Approximating a purge is going on at the FBI as we speak. Sources tell CBS News that tonight, 800 employees, including a few hundred FBI agents, will be leaving the Bureau. Now, the majority agreed to a DOJ, Department of Government Efficiency buyout. That goes into effect tonight. But hundreds of others were recently fired.
The Republican governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, posted a picture showing National Guard troops from his state boarding a military aircraft. We're told the president has activated Texas troops to deploy to the Chicago area, where protesters have been clashing with ICE agents. Flight records appear to show the troops landed in neighboring Indiana overnight as they await what comes next. Now, Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker has called the mobilization an unconstitutional invasion. The city and state have sued over it, but a federal judge declined so far to immediately block the troop deployment in Chicago and has given the Trump administration until Wednesday night to respond to the suit.
The National Guard here in California is now headed to Oregon. Governor Newsom announced Trump will move those troops. This comes after an Oregon judge blocked the administration from deploying that state's guard into Portland. Newsom says he plans to fight this move.
The financial backing of these groups, particularly Antifa, is certainly something the administration is looking into aggressively. And the federal government has never really been mobilized or tasked with doing that. So we're kind of kickstarting that into gear. The FBI is working on it alongside the White House's Homeland Security Task Force. We have our intelligence community looking into this as well. And even the Secretary of Treasury is involved with these matters since they are financial in nature. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. Today is October 7th, 2025, Anno
Domini. We're here live on Real America's Voice. Folks, I'm just going to say it, and I'm going to be blunt. The American people elected President Trump to restore law and order in this country. Since his election, we've seen riots, we've seen violence, both of which are increasing, and both of which coming from the same direction. Attacks on ICE agents, attempted assassinations of ICE agents where detainees were in fact killed, the murder of Charlie Kirk by an insane leftist in Utah. And now you've got the cities of Portland and Chicago who are flirting with open rebellion against the President of the United States. Well, President Trump last night said that he would consider and be open to backing the Insurrection Act, invoking the Insurrection Act, to call in the National Guard directly to put down an insurrection in the states. George Washington, our very first president, rode into battle himself personally to put down the Whiskey Rebellion in western Pennsylvania. Putting down rebellions is something the federal government has been doing since the days of the very first president. And to call in the National Guard to deal with these rioters, to call in the National Guard to deal with the situation in Portland and Chicago, invoke it, Mr. President. The American people will back you. We're not talking about a full-scale occupation like Joe Biden did, by the way, the National Guard of Washington, D.C. We're talking about getting the rioters, getting Antifa, the anti-ICE types, and getting them all off the streets. It can be done. And so a limited invocation of the Insurrection Act is absolutely called for in this situation. It needs to be put down. It needs to be done quickly. And Mr. President, the American people will back you when you do it. I'll be right back. Look, folks, it's really simple. It's really simple. The President of the United States has the authority, and not only that, but also the will of the people behind him. He has the will of the people behind him who want law and order, who want safety on their streets, and absolutely want the mass deportation of all illegal aliens. A majority in this country, 56%, there was a poll that came out last week, 56% said get rid of all illegal aliens. And for criminal illegals, that's an 80-20 issue. It's very simple. The President of the United States has the mandate of the people here. He has the mandate of the American people. And the mandate of the American people will be exercised. The mandate of the American people will absolutely be heard. That's what it's for. That's why we have it. That's why President Trump was elected specifically on this issue. And I'll remember being there in Milwaukee just days after President Trump was shot. And we held those placards that say mass deportations now. Mass deportations now. So, Mr. President, I'll say it again. Go ahead and call in the National Guard. Give them full authority to roll up all of these groups that are fighting the lawful orders of immigrations and customs enforcement in our nation.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets? today.
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith. It has everything to do with it.
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/rav to join the Angel Guild.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the
Nothing will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back live, Human Events Daily. Folks, we are on the brink of an economic meltdown. This is a meltdown that's threatening your savings and your retirement. Inflation has surged to a 40-year high. And that's why I want to tell you about today's partner, Allegiance Gold. You can try to budget carefully, but each trip to the grocery store, it can feel like soul-crushing, wallet-pinching experience. And we know that President Trump is working hard. President Trump is getting the gasoline prices down. They're certainly down right now. And he's doing everything that he can. But we know what it's like when you're in certain parts of the country and we do have pocket inflation in certain areas where monthly bills are escalating. And here's how inflation works. Inflation is an evil, silent force that eats away at purchasing power and ultimately your ability to save for retirement. So don't let this happen to you. Protect your retirement with my friends over at Allegiance Gold. Alex, Mark, and the whole team over there will take the time to help you understand your options and make the best decisions for your future. Whether your goal is to own physical gold or protect your IRA or 401k, the professionals at Allegiance Gold are ready to help. They've earned the highest trust ratings in the precious metals industry and have built relationships based on integrity, expertise, and impeccable service. Go to protectwithposo.com today or call 844-577-POSO and get up to $5,000 in free silver with a qualifying purchase. Don't wait. Protect your future now with Allegiance Gold. Again, that's protectwithposo.com or call 844-577-POSO. Folks, we're very, very excited to bring once again on the show my friend and yours. You, of course, know her from Turning Point USA. You know her from Frontlines. It is the great Savannah Hernandez. What's up, Sav?
Thanks for having me, Jack. I always love coming on your show, especially on a Tuesday, in the middle of all of the chaos of the week.
You're absolutely right. Somebody was telling me that there's more cops out on Tuesdays than usual. I had never heard that before, but somebody was just telling me that yesterday. So there's something about Tuesdays. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is, but we do need more cops out in places like Portland, places like Chicago. And Nassab, you've gotten back from covering all of this insanity President Trump now talking about the Insurrection Act. And of course, the media wants to ratchet up the fears. Oh, my gosh, President Trump is going to be declaring martial law, et cetera, et cetera. No, it's not. No, it's literally just the president has Title X authority to call up the National Guard to put down a rebellion. Well, that is what's going on. And again, in these specific areas, it's not like he's just going to send them randomly to like your supermarket or something. That's obviously not true. So, Sav, walk us through if President Trump. Well, let me just ask you a question first up. Do you think President Trump would receive the approval of the American people if he called in the National Guard to deal with this?
Oh, absolutely, Jack. I mean, if we just start with Portland, of course, and take a peek over there, you have citizens of Portland who have had to sue the city because they will call the police who are tasked with protecting them. And the police have told them, hey, sorry, there's nothing that we can do regarding the noise ordinances that are broken every single night. People have been getting tormented on the streets of Portland, whether that is with threats, assaults, again, noise ordinances, people not being able to sleep. It's just been complete chaos on the streets. So absolutely, the law-abiding American citizens who voted for Donald Trump, maybe some of them who even didn't vote for Donald Trump, but have been living in these chaotic cities in which there is no law and order, I guarantee you, and I've spoken to them on the ground, they would absolutely support this measure because they are tired of living in a lawless, third world-like country or environment. This is not how the United States of America should be running. And it's hilarious, Jack, because these Antifa members will be on the ground and they think that they're so 1776 and they're fighting against this fascistic government. No. The law-abiding American people put the Trump administration in office, and we put them there. We gave them a mandate to fix this country because it has gotten so out of control, from the illegal immigration issue to the domestic terrorist issue like Antifa, who has been running these streets since 2020. Americans are exhausted. They're tired. They want to be able to live in their neighborhood safely. They want their kids to be able to walk along the streets. And one of the most dystopian things that I saw in Portland is kids that are walking the streets because, keep in mind, too, it's not just Antifa that is an issue over there. It's also drug addicts that are having schizophrenic episodes in the middle of the day. You're watching children that are walking past this. You're watching children that are walking past this ICE facility that is covered in graffiti and threats reading, "Kill ICE, the only good cop is a dead cop, kill ICE pigs, shoot ICE pigs." I mean, again, sorry for the vulgar language here, but this is what is written on the very streets of Portland, and this is what children are walking past every single day. So, a long answer there, but yes, absolutely. The American people, the ones that the mainstream media continues to ignore, want the National Guard to come in to enact basic law and order on their streets.
And I love, by the way, you'll see the New York Times, you'll see CNN, all the rest of it, and they'll walk around in the daytime, which is the opposite of what you do, Sav, or Nick Sortor, or the great Katie Daviscourt, my colleague from Post Millennial, who was assaulted there. Sav, you've been attacked on multiple occasions by these same freaks. Nick Sortor, of course, who got arrested, and congratulations to him, by the way, because I saw that the charges were dropped by the DA when they saw the video, and they said, "Oh, look, all of the evidence shows that the other person was at fault," but of course no charges on the person who attacked Nick Sortor in the first place. So again, we just go around and around in these situations. And Nick Shirley himself, I keep watching these videos and I think, I'm just going to say it, Sav, that in the wake of what happened to Charlie, I watch these videos and every single time I think it's only going to take 1 second. It's only going to take 1 second and we're going to hear a crack. You're going to hear that that sound ring out and someone's going to go down. And I hate to say it, and Nick or Katie or you or any of the intrepid people who are out there doing this, and I don't want anyone to back down, but we have to be safe when we do all of this, because no one else will show the story. And so what we don't need are more scenes of this. Have the National Guard go up, and if you see these optics, like the National Guard's already there in some instances, right, because they're just protecting the federal facilities. You invoke the act, all that means is they can go and actually chase them once they leave the facility. It's really simple, and I think, there's no question in my mind that the American people would support it, because all this would be at night. Any crackdown would be done directly on the ne'er-do-wells, the evildoers, the scumbags that are doing this. And guess what? The rest of the city would be perfectly safe, and all the lib boomers can sing their little ukulele songs all day long, and no one's going to care.
Exactly, Jack. And that's what needs to happen because, again, it is the district court judges. It is the police force in Portland, not only in Portland, actually across the nation, who has allowed this criminal activity to continue again and again and again. And I was talking to Katie Davis Court, who has been reporting on this since day one in Portland, putting her life at risk, like you just talked about. And she was telling me that the reason why you see these agitators on the ground again and again and again is because they can basically get a 3-count warning, right? So they can get 1-2 citations. That means they're getting arrested, brought into the ICE facility. They're given a citation, but it isn't until that third citation that they get hit with felony charges and then also actually potential jail time. So that's why you're seeing these people continue to agitate. And then what happens as well, as we saw with Katie Davis Court's attack, the other Antifa members will go and they will shield said attacker. And then the police as well will just say, oh, well, it's really dangerous for us and it's really hard for us to do our basic jobs because we actually align with the Antifa and we don't care about the city being lawless. Of course, I'm being facetious here, but it really does seem like that's the MO of the Portland police. I mean, you just had Ben Bergquam this week filming Portland police say, hey, if you guys don't want the National Guard to come in, you got to get out of the street. Just, maybe just enact the lawlessness, not on camera here. So Portland has been bad since 2020. And, back during the George Floyd riots, if you even so much as brought your phone out, you were getting beaten by a steel bat. We saw what happened to Andy Ngo via Antifa. And for some reason, none of those people have been prosecuted. None of those people have been found out. None of those people have been held accountable. And so today in 2025, you still have Antifa members who think it's okay to come and threaten journalists and again, completely trample on our First Amendment rights. It's truly egregious, to be quite honest.
And look, there are going to be liberals who cry and scream, but you know something else? Washington, D.C. President Trump authorized the National Guard for Washington, D.C., and guess what? The media was wailing and caterwauling and doing everything they could to, scream about this and say, scream bloody murder before anything had even happened. And then what did they do? The streets of D.C. became perfectly safe. They've been there since the summer, by the way. And suddenly, everyone stopped caring about it because the crime just went away. The crime just flittered away. And this is what Bukele has taught us. He's taught us that crime is optional, that these insane levels of violent crime that we see from illegal aliens or that we see from hardened street criminals, obviously the administration's putting a focus on Memphis right now, it's all optional. If you just respond with law and order, if you just respond with dropping the hammer on the worst offenders, then guess what? It frees up the city for everyone else. So my wife, my kids don't have to worry when they're walking down the street, when they want to go out, when they want to go to dinner, when the normal, regular, law-abiding people want to go out, they're not going to be getting carjacked and mugged and all the rest of it. Sav, 1 minute till the break.
Yeah, Jack, I feel like the best analogy that I can give you is the left wing, the progressive left is like a screaming toddler who wants to touch a burning stove, right? Super hot stove, like, don't do that. And then they're screaming and they're having a tantrum, but you're trying to keep them from hurting themselves. And in this instance, these people are hurting our country. And again, we really do need to go in and we need to completely gut the justice system and clean that out because it is these district court judges who are aiding and abetting criminal activity by allowing these people who continuously get arrested to be let out on the streets again and again and again. This is what we saw with Arena. That is why, she was so brutally murdered as well in front of the United States. And we all saw that because you had a repeat criminal offender who should have been behind bars, who was let out again and again and again. And Portland, as well, is, again, the epicenter of this type of justice, if you will. So incredible to see that the administration is coming in and calling Antifa.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and
Talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Sobek. Where's Jack? Jack. He's done a great job.
Jack Sobek, we're back live. Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice. We're on with Sav Hernandez, Frontlines, TPUSA. Folks, it's going to get better. All right. They turn up the heat on this. But Sav, you saw the polls that just came out yesterday. 78% of Americans support deporting the criminal illegal aliens, and 56%, a straight majority, support getting rid of all illegal aliens. This is the key issue that President Trump was pointing out. So when you're seeing these tiny groups, this is made for TV. These are tiny little slivers of what's going on, but they're trying, and of course, because they have the backing of the government there, they're absolutely in league with them. They are the local arm of it. Plus, you've got this, and Sav, I don't know if you saw the story, but the Latin Kings up in Chicago, one of them just got indicted for putting a hit out on a Border Patrol agent. So a guy was operating in Chicago, by the way. And the Latin Kings, of course, are the local retail arm of the Sinaloa cartel. So you've now got cartel-affiliated gangs putting out hits on Border Patrol officers. What other word for this would there be other than an invasion and an insurrection? I really don't. I fail to see what the issue is from a legal perspective and from a political perspective. It's all there. It's all there. I would say just do it. Just go ahead and invoke it. Call up the National Guard immediately. It's out of control.
Oh, absolutely, Jack. And again, regarding the mass deportations, absolutely. This was the number one issue for so many Americans because we watched our country get completely invaded and destroyed, quite frankly. You know, you just mentioned Chicago. Tren de Aragua was actually, they essentially created and established themselves in the United States, in Chicago. I want to say it was back in 2022 or 2023 because of our open borders. And then you had Tren de Aragua members who made their way up to New York, who were then saying, oh, yeah, sorry, we've been shooting the cops up here. It's just a part of our culture. We do it over in Venezuela. We didn't know we weren't supposed to do it here in the United States. So we've had that aspect of lawlessness in the country, right? American women and children that have been killed by illegal immigrants for the last couple of years, for a long time, actually. We need to clean this country up immediately. And then you also have this added aspect of Antifa, again, this domestic terrorist group who has been silencing, threatening, and intimidating any American who wants to push back against this and state that, hey, this is wrong, because let's not forget that the crime rate for illegal immigrants is 100%. The first act that they committed upon coming into the United States of America was to break our laws, to break into our country. They don't respect us. They made that clear time and time again with how they've treated Americans and treated our country. And yeah, Jack, the American people are tired. I mean, just to give you my own little story here, I was at Walmart the other day. I walked up to 3 separate people. Not one of them spoke English. It took me finding the 4th person to find somebody who could actually help me. And it's just this type of everyday activity as well that Americans are so tired of. They are tired of seeing our culture watered down, not being able to communicate with people in our own language, in our own country. And then, like I said, we're not even touching on the crime aspect of this. And then the liberals and the progressive faction of the United States of America that come in and just build upon that. So, you know, the National Guard absolutely needs to be deployed. You were talking about Washington, D.C. earlier, and that is the best example of what it looks like when you enact basic law and order. I mean, D.C. was the test case, if you will. This needs to happen across every major city in the United States of America because, again, Democrat leaders are completely lawless. They don't care about protecting the American people. I quite frankly think that they've shirked their duties. And if you're not serving the American people, then who are you serving? Yourself, foreign entities? I don't know. But not the American people if you're not enacting basic law and order.
It's very simple. The American people want it. And yes, the media is going to complain. The media is going to cry. The media is going to lie. They're going to smear. But at the end of the day, Donald Trump won the national popular vote by campaigning specifically on these policies of deporting the massive amounts of foreigners who should not be in our country. This is something, Sav, and I was having a conversation with somebody who's, shall we say, not from our side of the aisle yesterday, and I said, look, you know, people have real grievances in this country about healthcare, about the economy, about wages, about housing. These are real, legitimate grievances. But the answer isn't to turn to Zohran Mamdani. The answer is to find a way to actually help people to see who are just looking for some kind of relief. And I hear it all the time. And I say, you know what? You know what's a great way to help all those systems? Getting rid of the 30 million people plus who shouldn't be here.
Oh, absolutely, Jack. And I think that the media has done a fabulous job of manipulating and warping all of these issues, like you said, from the housing market to the economy. And Americans don't understand why the economy is so bad, why the housing market is so bad, why we're dealing with such high crime rates, because the media has refused to report on it. And it has been independent media like yourself, like myself, who have been on the ground, who have been highlighting these issues. I mean, I think back during Joe Biden's administration, and it was just absolutely insane to me because we had, members of the DHS at that time who were saying the border's closed, the border's not wide open, there's not really people coming in here, ignore everything that's happening. And so, again, it's been decades at this point of manipulation of the American people, and now we don't even understand how we got to this point as a country and why things are as bad as they are. So, again, thank God for independent media who are able to talk about these issues, because CNN and MSNBC, like you said, instead of focusing in on how we got here as a country, instead of focusing in on what's really going on, they're too busy demonizing the administration and, by extension, every single American who has put that administration into office as, again, our last plea for help to get things fixed, because it is unbearable at this point. I mean, the fact that we're even having to talk about the National Guard being deployed because local police and state police refuse to do their jobs in places like Oregon just goes to show how out of control this country has become.
Absolutely. Sav, thank you for your intrepid work. And by the way, for the love of God, if you're going to go out there, please make sure that you've got full security, that you've got everything else that you need, because there's so many of us that, we love you, we love your work, we care about you very much, and we want you to come home safe.
Thank you, Jack. I promise I will.
All right, folks, Savannah Hernandez, Savannah with one N, my favorite Chamorro. Make sure that you go and give her a follow. We'll be right back. Breaking news from New Jersey. Stay tuned.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and
Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec, we're back here, Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice. Well, yesterday on the program, talked to Scott Pressler all about New Jersey, and so excited about the race that's going on there, the momentum that's in the race. There's a lot of action, there's a lot afoot, there's a lot going on, and someone who knows a little bit about the chase, if you will, is Cliff Maloney. Cliff Maloney joins us now. Cliff, do we have you there?
I'm here, baby. We are ready to chase ballots in New Jersey. And I'm just going to tell you this.
Great. I see you've got your South Jersey hat on there, Cliff.
Well, it's funny. I told Andrew Colvett, I said, why did I choose New Jersey? Because in half the state, I can still wear my Eagles green. But no, Jack, happy to announce on your show, the PA Chase is taking all of our infrastructure, all of the knowledge, the tactics, the things that we learned in 2024 to deliver the White House for Donald J. Trump through Pennsylvania. Well, we're going over the Walt Whitman Bridge. We're launching the New Jersey Chase. We've 100,000.
Going over the Walt Whitman. We're going over the Ben Franklin. We're going through Camden. We're going to South Jersey. We're going to North Jersey. We're going to Central Jersey. We're going to Wildwood. We're going all over. So walk us through how many, and by the way, of course, we got the tweet up here. Very excited to announce the Cape May County Chairman just put up the tweet just pretty much as we were going on to air here that, yes, I will be speaking this Friday at the huge rally that's going on, Wildwood, New Jersey. So excited to be down there. We will have full security, and I've been in comms with them about that, which does include, by the way, overhead drone-based security. Cliff, I want to say thank you for working to set up this event, as well as Scott Pressler and Benny and all the others that are going to be there. It's an incredible event. event. And I think with all the energy that has been built up over the last couple of weeks, I really feel something about New Jersey, and I would not be coming all the way up there, or all the way over there, I should say, if otherwise.
Yeah, and look, Jack, I'll give you credit. I mean, you were one of the people that said, look, we need a fight. You know, after Charlie's murder, I mean, we were all kind of thinking, well, you know, do we dive in here? Where do we take the energy of trying to do the work, as Charlie would say? And I think New Jersey is the play, right? To take the PA is the play from your wordsmithing. New Jersey is the battle right now. We've got this great event in Wildwood for Cape County. I mean, I'm thinking that this is going to be something that's going to not only set us up for success now, but this is the type of energy that we can build leading into the 2026 midterms. Right now, it's a dead heat. And all we have to do is, one, match the turnout on Election Day from 2021 when Jack lost to Murphy. But two, and this is the most important, you got people like Pressler registering, you got people like the NJ Chase. We're in here chasing these ballots. We have to compete when it comes to mail-in ballots, getting the low propensity voters, the folks that aren't going to vote, but if they do vote, they're going to vote Republican. That's the name of the game. We compete in mail-in votes in New Jersey, we can win the governor's mansion.
Look, NJ is the play. NJ is the play. And it's all about this. You saw the polls tightening. That is not normal, not for New Jersey in a year like this. Chris Christie won, not to get into Chris Christie, but you look at the dynamics of that. Chris Christie won in an economic downturn year where they were going from Democrat to Democrat was termed out, and so they were looking at something Barack Obama had just won in 2008. Then the flip of that is Chris Christie coming in and being able to swing the entire state in 2009. What are we seeing now? The Democrats have absolutely run New Jersey. What was once the beautiful Garden State, Cliff, is now run into the dirt. And I'm just going to say it, you know, for anyone who grew up in the Philly area, and Cliff, I've never even asked you this question, and I already know the answer. Cliff, where did you go in the summer?
No, you're not going to like my answer. I went to Rehoboth.
Wait.
I wasn't a Wildwood guy.
No!
You're calling me out on air.
My gosh, you're one of those? No, I have gone to Bethany from time to time. I like Bethany, but Rehoboth, puke.
We would take the ferry, Cape May Lewis Ferry. So I did a lot of time in Cape May.
Yeah, okay, so you went to Cape May, of course. Of course, you go to Cape May. For us, Ocean City, Brigantine, going up to Atlantic City from time to time. By the way, I can actually say that I think it was 92 or 93, we actually stayed at the Trump Taj Mahal. So I've actually stayed back when they still had the Trump Taj Mahal. And Wildwood, right? You go to Wildwood, you go to Sea Isle, right? These, Avalon, you know, these are the cities, the towns that pretty much all of Philadelphia would go to in the summertime. And, you know, just so many great stories of growing up there. My dad, by the way, you'll love this. My dad used to tell me the story that my Nana, my grandmom, used to have a house. I want to say it was in Ocean City or Wildwood, one of the two. I can't remember off the top of my head, and I definitely didn't ask him about this. So she used to have a beach house down there, sold it in the 60s, right before all the property values went up, sold it for a song, sold it for nothing. That property now is like millions upon millions of dollars. And I'm like, we had a house down the shore. We had a house down the shore, man. But, you know, it's a spot that, you know, I think it's close to a lot of our hearts, you know, for people who are from the Philly area, even though, of course, you know, we have our little, you know, sibling rivalry with New Jersey. But when it comes down to it, we do actually want the best for them, despite some of the other comments we may have made along the way.
Yeah, I have to tone down my anti-Jersey rhetoric. Well, look, Jack, one thing I'll tell everybody that's fascinating, looking at the rules between Pennsylvania and Jersey. You know, in PA, we have vote by mail, and then we have election day. Yes, you can do your on-demand vote by mail ballot and go to your county office, but we don't have technically early voting. New Jersey does, and this is where Republicans compete and compete strongly. And so that's another advantage, not just to the polls closing, not just as Mikey Sherrill proving to be one of the worst candidates in New Jersey history, probably nationally, with some of her missteps over the past couple weeks. But there's early voting. So when I'm at the door and our door knockers are talking to voters in New Jersey, it's not just vote by mail. If they object to that, you say, fine, let's set a date for you to go and vote early. We compete in vote by mail, and we continue to compete in early voting. And I think we've got a great, great shot at flipping the governor's mansion with us knocking those 500,000 doors in New Jersey.
So 500,000. So now this is going to be a bit of a shootout for you guys because, look at it. I think we're less than 1 month away. So we're just under 1 month away from the election. Cliff, they say it can't be done. How are you going to do it?
They said that in 24. I was on your show listening to the Democrats all saying that Republicans had no idea what they were doing with the ground game, whether it was Arizona and Wisconsin with Charlie and Turning Point, whether it was me and you right here in Pennsylvania. The reality is we're going to go as hard as we can. We've got Airbnbs across New Jersey. Folks can go to njchase.org if you want to sponsor a ballot chaser. We've already got the shirts. We've been pounding on doors. But this is what it takes. And, Jack, the biggest difference in New Jersey, the left is not used to having competent operatives on the right. They're used to just focusing on the big Karl Rove TV ads, phoning it in. You can see them starting to spin things up now, which is fine. Competition is good. But we will get to those 500,000 doors, take it to the bank of saying it right here on Human Events Daily with Poso as my witness. We will knock 500,000 doors in New Jersey, and we will make this race as competitive as we possibly can to try to win for Jack Ciattarelli.
And that's what it's all about. You've got this, and I want to get in. We got a next segment coming up, but this candidate, I mean, she's awful. She's actually awful. She is the Kamala Harris of New Jersey. You've got an actual, I would say once in a lifetime chance to actually get a serious, good governor, a true son in New Jersey, by the way, in Jack Ciattarelli, to be able to actually get him there and to knock off somebody. This Mickey Sherrill, I mean, she's from Virginia, right? She cheated in the Naval Academy, and look, people say, oh, what about the 94? And she was just trying to protect people. I said, release the records then. Release the records. If you've got nothing to hide, then show us that you got nothing to hide. If you have nothing there, if there's nothing to find, then great. Go ahead and release the records. Why don't you? Why are they sealed? Why does she have that under a seal if she has nothing to worry about her Naval Academy time? It's really as simple as that. I've every and by the way, I don't usually talk about it from this perspective, but every single time anyone has asked to see my records from the Navy, and they'll say, oh well, Posobiec, and he's said he did this and he said he did that, and we don't believe him. I just send him copies of my evals. I send him copies of my fit reps, and I'm like, there you go. That's the write-up. You can see there's my grade. There's where I deployed to. This is what I did. This is what they said. This is what they said at the afterward. After it. It's really as simple as that. And I've been happy to do that. I've even posted them on X in the past. Gitmo, whatever. Yeah, here it is. Go for it. Accuse me of stolen valor. But she won't even release the records. Why is that? We'll be right back. Cliff Maloney, Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays.
My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and
He's a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
Jack Posobiec, we are back here live, Human Events Daily. We're on with Cliff Maloney. The PA Chase is now becoming the NJ Chase. Oh yeah, we're going down the shore. We're going down the shore, as we say. If you guys don't know, the phrasing, the phraseology, we'll get you in there. We're going down the shore, and so we're going down a Wildwood. I call my mom up. By the way, I was not at Trump's big Wildwood rally, just schedule and all that, but I was at the original Trump rally in Wildwood, the one where we had 1,000 people sleeping out overnight in 2020 in freezing cold January weather, and nobody cared because we're all fun to be down a boardwalk down the shore, and just an amazing time. I saw Gallagher down in Wildwood once, the old comedian Gallagher. I love that guy, all-time favorite. But Cliff, when we're looking at it, tell me how you size up the race, because you're a political analyst as much as any. I'll be there on Friday night. You'll be there on Friday night. Size up this race for me, because you're putting a lot on the line here.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's polling that has this as a dead heat. You can look at some polls that have it much more spread out. But if you compare, this is to me is one of the best comparisons. If you look at Biden versus Trump in Pennsylvania, and you look at Jack versus Murphy back in 2021, it's pretty wild the percentage of the share of the mail-in vote that each of them got. And so I'm not here to announce that we need to get to 33% of the mail-in in Jersey. We're still looking at the numbers before we go public with where we need to be. But really, if Jack competes at the same level on early voting and on election day voting as he did in 2021, we just have to increase his share of mail-in by about 10 percentage points, maybe even fewer. And so I just look at everything's coming his way. Registration is coming Jack's way, right? You look at the fact that Trump lost by double digits in 2020, and in 2024, he lost by just under 6 points. So when you look at all the different metrics that you can use, and then you add in what you just said in the last segment, Jack, which is all of the missteps she's making. I mean, she is Kamala Harris in the sense that the more time that Mikey Sherrill spends in the public eye, the more time that people get to know who she truly is, the more time that people get to analyze and see her speak and her authenticity, the more votes that go to Jack Ciattarelli. That's the beautiful thing about, you always want to be in the position where the momentum is with you. We dealt with this in PA in 2024. That, yeah, we were behind, but we were fighting and we had the momentum. That's where Jack Ciattarelli is right now at this moment, and we just have to finish strong.
It's really simple. You take what you see in the polls, you take those numbers, but then this is what the PA Chase and now the NJ Chase was always about. This is what 2024 was about. This is what Charlie was all about. And I remember being with Charlie on election night in 2022, where Charlie said, we got to start banking ballots. We got to start banking ballots, and we have to start doing this now. The Democrats are doing it. They changed the way we run elections. We're thinking about it all wrong. It's not votes anymore. right? That's what I love, by the way. And Cliff, you and I could have, I'm sure, a long digression about that, because we don't vote for candidates anymore. We collect ballots for candidates now.
Well,
starting in COVID, they completely changed this.
And as I say, look, you don't have election day, which is what you and me grew up with, right? You don't have election day. You don't have election week. You don't even have election month, right? We're talking 50 days of voting. And so you're right. People aren't even looking at the names on the ballot, because the whole strategy is go to people that are Republican on our side, go to those Republicans that are not likely to vote, and just get them a ballot. There's 70%. 7 out of 10 of the people that are low propensity that got a ballot voted, meaning instead of being low propensity, guess what? Now they're a regular voter. And so I just tell everybody that you have to rethink. It's not about the perfect TV message going into the election day. These are months-long campaigns, and you're right, you're banking the votes. And once again, for all the critics out there that hate mail-in ballots, I do too. But what I'm doing is I'm not taking election day voters and making them vote by mail. I'm taking voters that are not likely to show up on election day, and I'm making them much more likely because we get a ballot sent to their house and they're going to vote. That's the whole strategy. NJ is the play. I'm writing that down, Jack.
NJ is the play. We're going down. I don't know. We might have to go down. I think I remember the last time I was down the boardwalk, because I grew up with Mac and Manco's down the boardwalk, Mac and Manco's Pizza. But I think they changed. I think they split up now or something. And Mac and Manco's, I don't know if they got divorced or whatever it is, but it's not Mac and Manco's. We used to joke, by the way, that we were going to open like a Corporalese franchise up down on the boardwalk. And we were saying we'll get the pizzas, tomato pies in Norristown, and then drive them down the boardwalk. We'll go at like 4 a.m. and get the fresh ones. Nobody's going to have this. That was going to be our side hustle, because that's what we used to always do when we had parties or something down there. And I said, we could turn this into a business and, collect a little profit on the side, get a little walking around money, as they used to say in Philly. But, you look at all this, you look at all the political wins, you look at the fact that Trump was able to turn, and I've shown, I don't even know if we have the graphic because I didn't call for it earlier, but when we go to the county map, when you go and look at the county shift map of New Jersey, it's in 2024, every single county of the state showed a rightward shift, and not a single one showed a blue shift. Now, I understand, look, the left is going to be energized to come out because they see ICE, they watch MSNBC, they watch all this stuff, they get it. But when you look at that county shift map, it's nothing but red. It's literally nothing but red. And so you've got a real opportunity here that I think is potentially once in a lifetime, maybe even once in a generation, to actually pull this out and get it going.
Yeah, and look, it's very similar to PA, right? 66 of our 67 counties from 2020 to 2024 had a shift to the right in terms of registration. New Jersey's got tons of Republicans. And Jack, once again, here's the beauty. They're not used to being targeted. They're not used to being engaged with by people on our side. We're knocking on these doors and like, we've never had anybody knock on our door before, right? We're in rural counties. We're in some of these areas. Ocean County. Do you know how many Republicans there are in Ocean County? And our objective is not just to win Ocean County. We have to dominate these Republican counties in a way that every single low propensity Republican says, hey, this is important. And you're right, Jack. The left has so much that motivates them. Well, guess what? They shot Charlie. We have something that motivates us on the right. They're coming after every single person. The guy in Virginia talking about fantasizing about killing a delegate and his kids. If this doesn't motivate you to stand up to political violence with a peaceful message to say we want our country back, I don't know what will. We've got to come through, and we've got to have a victory.
And you look at the insanity that's coming out. He's running as Attorney General. He's on the ticket with the LG. He's on the ticket with Spanberger, who's the gubernatorial candidate. She can't even say a word about it. Your running mate was talking about killing that. And by the way, some of the tweets or text messages, I should say, the text messages, I can't even read them on air because they're so horrific. You should have your child die in your arms after they've been murdered. Just horrific levels of stuff. They fantasize about killing conservative families, Republican families, just for having different opinion. And then you got Vindman, who's sitting there saying, oh, we're still supporting him, we're still endorsing him. You got VA Blue coming out and say they're supporting him. Joe Scarborough, I'll give him credit, he called for him to drop out. But the rest of them, they just sit there and act like it didn't happen. So, Cliff, don't let them sit there and tell us we're the ones who have to tone down the rhetoric. The bullets are flying in one direction. The text messages are going in one direction. We don't celebrate when terrible things happen. We pray, we have vigils, and then we get to work. Cliff, tell people once again how they can get involved in the rally this coming Friday and how they can get involved in the NJ Chase.
Sure. njchase.org if you want to sponsor a ballot chaser. $175 is a whole day. On X at Maloney, we're going to be posting tons of updates for the event. If you can make it out there Friday, Benny Johnson, Jack Posobiec, Scott Pressler, Mike Donahue, Matt Rooney, Rich Zioli, Dom Giordano. I'm probably missing somebody. We're all going to be there, and it's about doing the work, which is what Charlie taught us. The great
Dom Giordano, the great Rich Zioli, the great WPHT. I can't wait. My old radio station will be there. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gerber.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is, by definition, a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Berquam.
Right up over this hill, we got an armed cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Let's feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gerber. It is Tuesday, the 7th of October in the year of our Lord, 2025. Let's get to the day's top stories. As always, thank you for joining us here on Real America's Voice. We truly appreciate it. The governor of North Carolina, Josh Stein, recently signed Irina's law into effect to ban cashless bail in honor of the 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee who was stabbed to death in North Carolina. I'll bring on Congressman Mark Harris to discuss that tragedy as well as the ongoing government shutdown, what it means. Also, gold topped $4,000 today for the first time ever during a government shutdown, nonetheless. I'll take a look at the markets today and see how the rest of the numbers are reacting. I'll say it's not looking too bad overall. More on that ahead as well. And then later, Today marks the 2-year anniversary of the October 7th terror attack in Gaza. On that day, Hamas claimed the lives of more than 1,200 people, took 251 people hostage, many of whom died in captivity. A peace deal is currently in the works to free said hostages and maybe stop the war in Gaza. Details on that today, but first I want to talk about Jack Smith. That's where we start today. It's been confirmed that the former special counsel monitored the private phone calls and communications of nearly a dozen Republican senators as part of his investigation of the January 6th Capitol riots. A document recently discovered by FBI Director Kash Patel shows that Smith and his Arctic Frost team tracked 11 senators and a member of Congress, making 12 in all, including some who have been on this program, including Senator Ron Johnson and Senator Marsha Blackburn. The document names the case ID as Arctic Frost Election Law Matters, Sensitive Investigative Matter, or CAST. The FBI has also reported that Smith and his team tracking the senators were able to see the phone numbers they called, the location the call originated from, and the location it was received, and I would guess the number it went to. Kash Patel now reportedly firing members of the FBI who were involved with this spying on Republican senators. It's an important development. Look, if the FBI has been weaponized to a point that they are spying on Republicans as part of Arctic Frost under the direction of Jack Smith, it is remarkable behavior. I'd like to say I'm shocked, but I'm not. Here with me to discuss this is one of those targeted senators, Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin. Senator, thank you for being here.
Well, Steve, listen, I've been investigating the FBI now for about a decade. And I wish I could say I was surprised. I'm not surprised. I am shocked. I think you're shocked as well. You're not surprised. Every American should be outraged by this clear violation of the separation of powers. And the cavalier attitude obviously engaged in by the Biden FBI and Department of Justice in obtaining these records. It is outrageous.
The hypocrisy, sir. You have the Democrats and their colleagues in the mainstream media day after day talking about the Trump administration, Republicans weaponizing the government, weaponizing the intelligence community. And yet, time and time again, here we are discussing how the Biden administration, and actually dating all the way back to the Obama administration, targeted Donald Trump in his first term, targeted Donald Trump and those in his inner circle for years afterwards, and now targeting you and your colleagues. What should happen?
Well, first of all, it's not the first time I've been targeted. With their Foreign Influence Task Force, as Chuck Grassley and I were engaged in our investigation to Hunter Biden, his laptop, we were provided an unsolicited briefing in August of 2020 where the FBI basically said, there's going to be some matters brought before you that don't believe them. About somebody related to Biden. Don't believe them. In other words, they were preempting the disclosure of the Hunter Biden laptop to throw us off the trail. And so that's election interference right there. And by the way, that secure briefing they later leaked in May of 2021 to smear me prior to my 2022 reelection. So again, this has been going on for a long time. That's why it doesn't surprise me. It's important to note the timeline here. In August of 2022, that's when the FBI raided Mar-a-Lago. Then they hired Jack Smith. In the following year, I think August 2022, Jack Smith announced the indictments against Trump. This is about a month later. So they've already raided Mar-a-Lago. They've already indicted Donald Trump. Now they go on a fishing expedition of 7 members of Congress. And the way they circumvented the normal rigorous approval process is they said, well, they're not targets or the subject to our investigation. So, judge, grand jury, let's issue an administrative subpoena. Let's go mine these records. And that's what they did. And what's interesting about further timeline is the Deputy Attorney General, Lisa Monaco, about a month later, all of a sudden changed the Department of Justice guidelines in terms of how you obtain these kind of information on a member of Congress. So I can infer from that eventually that reached the level the Department of Justice, they realized, oh, Houston, we've got a problem here. Let's cover our tracks. But again, what we need to know is who all knew, when did they know it? When if Lisa Monaco found out about this or higher ups found out about it, why didn't they notify us then? Senator Grassley and I, we've been requesting these records from the FBI for years. And it's also important to note that this didn't come through some internal investigation. These aren't like the leftist partisans in the FBI coming forward confessing their crimes. This just happened to be disclosed when the agent who got these records was reapplying to get recertified as a member of this cellular analyst survey team. And basically, it's a brag sheet. This is a list of accomplishments. Oh, yeah, I should be recertified. Look at what I did in a previous administration.
Absolutely.
It's outrageous.
So here it is. It is a cellular analysis survey team. That's the CAST team. Look, sir, when I sit here and I hear that they know where the call came from, where it went, where it originated, where it was received, why would I sit here and have anything other than the belief that they were listening as well, monitoring you directly? Why wouldn't I believe that? We know that they monitored people like James Rosen in the media back during the Obama administration and others. Cheryl Atkinson comes to mind. Why wouldn't I believe they're monitoring beyond just your phones and your phone calls? How do we know they weren't in your computer system, looking at your emails and everything else? Because of their track record, all of this has to be on the table.
I would say nothing would surprise me, but this was a pretty narrow request here from January 4th to January 7th in 2021. It's just the records of who was called, date, time, place, and length of call. So it's what we generally refer to as metadata. So no content is what we're being told. But again, put this in context of the corruption. In terms of my investigations of James Comey's, his exoneration memo being edited to pull out any kind of criminal element, the whole Russian collusion hoax, what everybody knew, Obama, Brennan, all these people knew that was a hoax, and yet they allowed the Mueller investigation to go through. I mean, the extent to which Obama, Biden, all the merry band of radical leftists that served and supported them, the extent that they interfered in our election, the turmoil, the political turmoil they have put this nation through, that group, and I will say, that group of criminals, Russia and China, in their dreams, they couldn't dream of interfering and creating this much political destruction in America. That's what Obama, Biden, and their merry cast of radical leftists have wrought on this country.
You're from Wisconsin. It reminds me of an old-fashioned manure spreader, just flinging it everywhere like you would see on a farm field, because that's what these people do. They're throwing it everywhere at everyone, attacking people like you. And they talk about Donald Trump weaponizing the intelligence community. Well, he could take a few tips from the Democrats, apparently, if he was truly wanting to do that. James Comey was indicted by a grand jury. I might remind those on the left. What should happen to Jack Smith? What should happen to the people that were involved with this? I know that Kash Patel has fired members of the FBI, according to reporting today, but what else do you believe should happen?
Well, it starts with exposure. But as we're seeing with James Comey, a lot of the statute of limitations has expired on this. What they're being indicted for is, lying to Congress. That's serious. That's a felony. But again, the punishment of those crimes just simply don't fit the magnitude of the destruction to our political system, the interference, the partisanship. I mean, again, Russia and China could only dream of doing this much damage. How do you make them accountable for that? I mean, again, it starts with exposure as this first step in accountability. But again, I don't know what laws are broken by this. Again, I'm not an attorney. I'm not a prosecutor. I hope that some conspiracy charges can be leveled, can be proven, and these people go away for a very long time. These are bad people. They've done bad things to this country.
And Senator, I would say this. I think the American people, the honest ones anyway, would like you, Chuck Grassley, Josh Hawley, and the rest to keep asking the questions, keep issuing the subpoenas, dig deeper, find it all, and expose it for what it is. Because the only way we get rid of this nonsense, to get rid of this true weaponization, is to expose it, like you said.
Well, we will, Steve. Here's the problem, though. You still have members of Jack Smith's team in the FBI. These are long-term employees. They're burrowed in. They're not coming clean. They're going to do everything they can to hide their own wrongdoing, as well as the people that they worked with on this. So again, this is a huge challenge for Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, and Dan Bongino. But no, we're going to be dogged about this. I have every confidence they're going to do everything they can, but they don't know where the documents are buried. Again, it's hard to prove criminal activity and wrongdoing. People who commit crimes.
But to be crystal clear, Senator, to be crystal clear, you think they're criminals. You don't know what the crimes are, but you're pretty clear on the idea that these are criminals, correct?
Yeah, just based on the damage they've done to this country. I mean, just look at that. The damage they have done with their lies, with their corruption. Again, it's incalculable.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that one because this one's just starting to get to the boiling point, it seems, because you're clearly angry, as you should be. Let me change topics for a moment, though. Let's talk about the Senate voting on the budget impasse. Another failed vote. What's happening? What do you think is going to happen next with the government shutdown?
I mean, the Schumer shutdown.
The Schumer shutdown.
I heard that they've got some No Kings rally here in Washington, D.C., and kind of the rumor was, well, the Democrats can't back down before their, I'm sure, peaceful protesters have a chance to, protest against, King Trump. So this may last. I mean, they're digging in. They are always confident that the mainstream media will provide cover for them, always blame Republicans. The problem is it's hard to blame Republicans here. The House has already passed a clean CR based on Biden spending levels that they've voted for. They voted for CRs before. They've railed against government shutdowns. Their constituency are government employees. So again, all they have to do is vote for that clean CR. Government opens up in an hour or two. Why won't they do that? Well, again, they won't do it. They're not doing it. They're playing partisan games, and the American people are by and large blaming Democrats, and that's who they should be blamed. This is the Schumer shutdown.
If I'm looking at the record correctly, sir, Republicans voted for 13 CRs, clean CRs, during Joe Biden's tenure in the White House. The Republicans voted for them. They kept the government open. The Democrats doing the exact opposite, correct?
Correct. And again, we generally vote for small, short-term, clean CRs. This is a clean CR. There's no gimmicks in here. There's not any poison pills, and it's just a clean CR, nonpartisan. Let's do that. Give the appropriators time to work their magic.
Well, Senator, I appreciate your hard work and dedication to exposing all of this. The American people deserve nothing less, and I appreciate you taking the time and being here with us today.
Thanks for having me on.
Really appreciate it. Surprised? No. Outraged? Yes, we are. Coming up after the break, I'll continue the discussion of the government shutdown with Congressman Mark Harris of North Carolina, as well as the newly signed Arenas law in his state regarding cashless bail for criminals. Details coming up on America's Voice Live.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumppknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Hello,
This is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
This Tuesday, as we continue America's Voice Live, you've got what the Republicans call the Schumer shutdown to the issue of crime, law and order in this country, which seems to be a thing the Republicans care a lot more about. In fact, people in this country give them a double-digit lead in polling, 20 points when it comes to crime. I'd like to bring in Congressman Mark Harris of North Carolina to continue this discussion on the government shutdown. First, what do you have to say about it, Congressman? Thank you for being here. You guys are in district, you just told me, because you passed your continuing resolution, a clean CR, and it's been sitting there waiting for Senate approval. So you guys took the week to go back to the district, right?
That's correct. We're working in district this week, waiting on the Senate. As Ron Johnson so clearly expressed, this is the Schumer shutdown. And a little over 2 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago now, we passed a clean CR. We did what we should have done. We passed 3 appropriation bills out of the House. The Senate's passed 3 out of the Senate. And so we really were coming on that deadline of September 30th and have more appropriation bills that have been passed out of committee that we've got to get on the floor of the House and get them out. And so we simply did a clean CR to extend the date to November 21st to give us the opportunity to keep the government operating, as you said, at the same standards we had, and we were moving toward that November 21st date. And no frills, nothing added on, no riders or anything like that. And 13 times previously, you would have expected, as Democrats have always done, they would have voted for that CR. But this is really Chuck Schumer's moment. He feels like that they are losing at every turn, and they are. And I think he sees this as the only chance he's got to grab the camera, the only chance he's got to make a stink about something. And what's really crazy is if they'll just vote for this, we'll come back. We'll have the conversations, government will operate, and these things he keeps talking about, we've got till the end of the year to get that done. And those conversations will happen. He's not going to get his way, I don't think, ultimately. But the bottom line is you cannot hold the American people and you cannot hold the American government hostage because you're losing. Listen, their own famous line is elections matter. And the people of this country said that in November of 24, when they gave us the House, they gave us the Senate, and they put Donald Trump back in the White House, they wanted to do government differently. And we passed the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cut Act, and they're looking for any way to hold us hostage and hold the American people hostage.
You know, I heard Mike Johnson, the speaker, asked about this over the last couple of days. Shouldn't you negotiate? He says, we have nothing to negotiate. The Republicans didn't ask for anything. It's a clean continuing resolution. We didn't put anything in there. What would we negotiate? I think that's a fair point. Your thoughts?
Yes. That's an exact point that everybody, and I think the American people are getting it, because again, President Trump is not an average politician. President Trump is a businessman. He has an agenda. He's simply working to move America forward. He is wanting to accomplish the things we set out to accomplish. And so it was no sense loading up a CR with things to negotiate and fight over and take this away or add this in. It was a clean CR everybody could agree on, keep the government open, get us to where we needed to be so these appropriation bills will be passed. And the Democrats just said, no, we're going to take a chance. I call it a Hail Mary. I think they're just throwing a Hail Mary down the field and somehow hoping it's going to work out for them. But I think the American people see the reality of what they're doing, and they're going to start feeling the reality when we get to the middle of the month. Everybody got paid at the end of the month. The 1st of October, if you will. And now we're going to get to the 15th. And when you start having our military unable to get their paychecks because of Schumer's shutdown, it's going to be a different story. And I'm praying that there are going to be several of those Democrats come across the aisle and say, look, enough's enough. Let's pass that CR, and we'll have the conversations about the credits and all of those things they want to have on health care down the road.
And we'll see how that plays out. We've been in this, I think we've got a clock as to how long we've been in this shutdown. It rolls on, and right now there's no end in sight, so we'll have to keep an eye on that day by day. Now, let me shift gears here for a moment, because the governor of your state, Josh Stein, recently signed Arena's law into effect. This law will apparently increase watch on criminals considered for bail and prohibit the use of cashless bail. This comes after 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee Irina Zarutska was stabbed, as you know, there in Charlotte, North Carolina. It's a Democrat signed this law, limiting cashless bail, limiting the criminals, the career criminals who can get back out on the streets. What do you think about this?
Well, I'll tell you, he didn't do it without pain and suffering and turmoil and wringing his hands. He waited until the last hour of the 10th day that he had to sign it. If he opted not to sign it at all, it would have become law. If he would have vetoed it, it was pretty clear that it would have been overridden by the legislature. So, again, I'm grateful he signed it, and kudos to Governor Stein for doing so, but it wasn't because he wanted to. And the truth of the matter, it's a good law, and it does some things. When you go back to the hearing that we held here in Charlotte, our House Judiciary Committee had a field hearing a week ago this past Monday, and it was a gut-wrenching experience to hear the testimonies of those. We gathered, obviously, to talk about Irina Zarutska, what had happened to this beautiful 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee who was here in the United States. And yet, in the midst of gathering for her, hearing the incredible testimony of a father, Stephen Federica, that described his daughter Logan. And listen, we had a situation with Irina of a guy who had been arrested 14 times, spent 5 years in prison, obviously had mental health issues, and yet a magistrate allowed him back out on the streets less than a month before he stabbed Irina to death. And we gathered, obviously, to have those kind of discussions. But this gentleman, when he described what happened to his daughter Logan in Columbia, South Carolina, it was eye-opening. I mean, this guy had been arrested 39 times, 25 felonies, and it was amazing.
It's outrageous is what it is. Let me ask you one more thing before I let you go. Charlotte Mecklenburg right now has 1,900 sworn officers, give or take, about 200 short of what they should have, just like every city in America. The war on the police, defund the police, this whole idea from the left that police are the enemy has really created problems in law enforcement. If you're 200 officers short in Charlotte Mecklenburg, how do you take care of the people? Last question to you.
Well, that's a great question. In fact, just this week, it's funny you asked that, just on Monday morning, the Fraternal Order of Police in Charlotte came out requesting that the National Guard be called in to Charlotte, because in their numbers, they said we're 300 short. I've talked to some other leaders, business leaders, who have looked more closely at it and said we're as much as 500 short. So we've got city elections coming up in November. We've got to hold candidates accountable. We've got to hold our elected leaders accountable and recognize this is not going to fly. And the people of Charlotte have got to open their eyes and recognize what these soft on crime, left-wing policies are doing to destroy a lovely, lovely city, and a city that everyone has enjoyed for the years. So something's going to give, and I'm anxious to see as people step up and we continue to shine the spotlight on it.
Well, Congressman, I appreciate you putting the spotlight on it today. It's important. Keeping career criminals out of our neighborhoods and keeping people safe is job one for government. Yes. Sir, thank you for being here.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure, Steve.
Always a pleasure having you here, sir. All right, coming up after the break, take a look at how the markets are doing after last week's success, even during a government shutdown. Stay tuned for the latest numbers. And the shutdown, well, here's that number.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios' platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Well, another all-time high for gold. It topped $4,000 an ounce today for the first time ever. It's come back a little bit since. Told you metals stock surged more than 250%, tripling after the Trump administration took a 10% stake and approved an Alaska road project for all sorts of incredible metals, including copper, gold, silver, and so much more. Reuters reporting Monday night the administration is investing $35.6 million in the Vancouver-based company, which mines critical minerals like copper and zinc and all the others as well. Chip stocks are also soaring. AMD up 24% following an open AI deal, helping the S&P 500 and NASDAQ hit record highs yesterday, despite the ongoing shutdown at the government, delaying September jobs data, which can influence the Federal Reserve as well. We expect cuts this month, I should say. Here to discuss it all, Ed Butowski, managing partner of Chapwood Investments there in Dallas, Texas, where I hear it's about 150 degrees. Nice to see you, Ed, as always.
Nice to see you as well, Steve.
The only thing hotter than Dallas right now is, let me see, the stock market, Bitcoin, gold, silver. No matter where your money has been in the last few days, it's probably been working hard for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, especially gold, as you point that out. I mean, the gold trade, I think is a little frothy right now. I think that gold has gone up so much faster than it should. And also, you also have to remember that gold was always positioned as an inflation hedge. And even though inflation has come lower, gold prices have gone higher. So I don't think anybody really knows why gold is going higher. It just doesn't make a lot of sense from an economic standpoint.
Well, a weak dollar will do that to you, Ed. The weaker the dollar, the stronger the gold, of course. Other commodities, though, like I look at oil prices, right? And oil prices continue to be very low. West Texas Intermediate, $62 a barrel today. I mean, very affordable. So that would indicate that inflation is under control, right?
Yeah, as the government reports it, inflation seems to be under control. The only reason that we're going to see interest rates drop is because the GDP in this country is a little weak. So you have to remember that the government will lower interest rates to stimulate growth, and they only have to stimulate growth because growth is starting to sputter a little bit. So that's why we're starting to see interest rates drop, which could then exacerbate inflation. So that's something to keep an eye on. So you have to keep an eye on GDP and inflation to see where interest rates are going to go.
Sure. I did see last month, you probably saw this as well, Ed, it's your job to notice these things. New housing sales up 20%, a 3-year high. That's a plus, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and housing sales are a big part of the inflation number. So as long as you have the housing prices going higher, and that's only because you're starting to see a move of interest rates going lower. So you can take my daughter, for instance. She's looking at buying a house, but she's waiting for interest rates to drop. But then the price of houses are going higher. So you kind of have two sides of the sword there. So you have lower interest rates, which is good, but then you have prices going higher. So the question is, which is going to win out? Are you going to see lower cost of capital win, or are you going to see higher prices win?
Yeah. Well, Ed, I'm going to call it mixed, because you're right. Inflation could go higher, which is not good for folks. But when the market goes higher for people that are retired and so forth, that's good news. For people that did buy gold, and boy, do I wish I had bought more. They're in pretty good shape today, but I have the feeling that maybe gold could see a correction. We'll have to wait and see. I'll give you the last word.
Well, I'll tell you, I would be staying away from gold right now, and I'd be looking at interest-sensitive investments that pay income out to you. Like Pfizer is a great company to own right now. It's paying about a 6.5% dividend, and it's priced at around $23, and the value of it's around $45. Those are the types of stocks that I would be buying. Anything that pays income, because when interest rates drop, the income and the dividends that they pay look more attractive. So I'd be looking at income plus growth right now, and I would not be looking at gold.
Income generating assets. That's a pretty good bit of advice, Ed. I think I'll take that.
Good.
Always appreciate you being here.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. A new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. But the reality is that there's only so much the government can do. Trust me on that. So if you want to make America healthy again, it starts with you, my friends, right at home every single day. That's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear doctors from the Wellness Company on this program, and you know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure you are prepared for anything that happens with their prescription series kits, medical kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of all those medications in case the unthinkable happens. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and, well, so much more that can help you stay healthy and live a longer, more satisfying life. Make America healthy again starts at home, like I said, with you. Do your part. Protect the health of you and your family. Go to twc.health/voice right now in order. That's twc.health/voice. If you use the promo code VOICE on any of these products, you'll save 10% right now. Make America healthy again. It's with you. I'm counting on you, all right, because I need to see you here tomorrow. Coming up after the break, today marks the 2-year anniversary of the Hamas terror attacks in Gaza. Many in Israel gathered together earlier today to honor the victims while the U.S., Israel, and Hamas hold peace talks in Egypt. We're hoping they can get that done. More after the break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1.
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that A Week Away was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/Rav to join the Guild and watch A Week Away today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real
Israel today for the 2-year anniversary of the Hamas October 7th attacks that happened in Gaza. An action that ignited a devastating war between Israel and Hamas. It's been ugly. A war that will hopefully come to an end in the next few days thanks to the persistence of Donald Trump and his 20-point peace plan for Gaza. Israel and Hamas currently speaking in Egypt to finalize details of this proposal put together by the president. President Trump said that he expects talks to last a few days. For now, we wait and we hope for the release of the remaining hostages. Dr. Jeff Meyer is joining me now to discuss it in more detail. Doctor, thank you for being here.
Steve, great to be with you.
All right, so it's been 2 years. I remember the day that it happened and a couple of days afterwards, we saw those horrifying videos of young women being dragged off and people being murdered and so forth. And then what has happened since, horrifying in many ways as well. We have to pray for peace. We have to. What are your hopes today?
My hope is that Hamas will finally realize they're done. On October 7th, the horrors of what they perpetrated on southern Israel were incredible. I traveled there to visit the war zone and see that all for myself, and I can't unsee it. I was, I guess, most shocked at the response in the United States of America with anti-Israel protests over the last 2 years, trying to build momentum against the existence of the state of Israel. And so this now gives me a sense of hope. And Steve, I think I've said this on your show before, this is a theopolitical struggle, not just a geopolitical one. You have to understand the religious motivation of Hamas. They believed that they were the central cause of the Ummah, the global community of Muslims. And now Egypt, Pakistan, Turkey, Jordan, all of these other, Saudi Arabia have all come out and said, we're not with you. You're not going to win this. It has sucked all of the perverse religious fervor out of Hamas, and I think we stand a chance. About the only Muslim countries that are still with Hamas are Iran and Britain, Canada, and France.
Perverse religious fervor. Let me focus that back to what you said, the anti-Semitic behavior on college campuses across this country during the Biden administration, the anti-Israeli propaganda that is all over social media these days from some prominent people on the right, in fact. What's your reaction to that?
Well, a year and a half ago, I wrote a book about this called Should Christians Support Israel? And I revealed the funding sources behind all of these protests. These are radical left, openly Marxist organizations that are looking for an opportunity to destroy the United States of America. That is what it is all about. And they have been very successful in getting their planted, paid protesters into place to take advantage of gullible young people. I am concerned about how young adults in the United States of America view the whole situation right now. They're still largely indoctrinated, and we have a lot of work to do. However, with this peace plan that is on the table and the realistic seeming possibility that Hamas will release the hostages, leading to a reversal of the current war efforts, it could be that the people on the right who have been standing up for Israel all along may actually be the greatest friends that the Gazans have ever had.
Are you concerned, though, that there are influencers, people on the right, influencers, big names? I'm not going to mention them because I don't think they deserve it. But what do you say about these people that are openly saying that Israel is the problem? It's become this, it's almost become trendy. I'll give you the last word on that.
I think they're wrong. I think there are people on the left and on the right who have taken kind of this woke stance, and it is an anti-Israel stance. It's not just, we're feeling sorry for the Gazans. It is an anti-Israel stance. It is an anti-Jewish stance. And if you just look at the level of anti-Jewish incidents that have taken place in this country, last year it rose from 1,000 a year to 8,000. There are always attacks on Jewish people as part of this, and I think that's part of our responsibility to stand up for them, even as we, question whether Israel should do this or that.
Yeah. Jeff, I always appreciate it. You bring common sense to the conversation, and good seeing you as always.
Good to see you, Steve.
All right. Let me be blunt. Gold is up 40% this year. It keeps setting record highs. As we just mentioned, it broke $4,000 today per ounce for the first time. That's not speculation. That's reality. And if a portion of your savings isn't diversified into gold, seems you might be missing the boat. Here's the fact. Inflation's still too high. The U.S. dollar is still far too weak, which is why gold is going up, and the government debt is insurmountable, it seems to me. That's why central banks are flocking to gold. They're the ones driving prices up to record levels. It's not too late, though, to buy gold from Birch Gold. To get in the door now, Birch Gold will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. You don't pay a dime out of pocket. Just text America to 989898. Claim your free information kit. There is no obligation, just a lot of information to help you out. The best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has historically been a safe haven for millennia. What else can say that? Text America to 989898 right now to claim your free information kit on gold. That's America to 989898. Protect your future today with Birch Gold. Don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live will continue in a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1,
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios' platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that A Week Away was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch A Week Away today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real
As we've been discussing, and it's hard to believe, today marks 2 years since the October 7th attacks by Hamas militant forces along the Gaza Strip, slaughtering 1,200 people, taking 251 hostages, most of which didn't make it home either. While a large portion of the hostages have been released, 48 remain, 20 believed to be alive out of those. And the first step in President Trump's peace plan for the ongoing Israel and Hamas war has to do with negotiations to get those hostages home. We saw one recently. He looked like skin and bones digging his own grave. Gut-wrenching. Now, as we speak, a multilateral meeting is being held in Egypt where representatives from Israel and Hamas are discussing and hopefully finalizing terms for the release of those still captured. Officials from Qatar and Egypt are there to mediate, and U.S. representatives are expected to arrive in Egypt tomorrow. Joining to discuss this is former special assistant to the president, retired Colonel Derek Harvey. Colonel, nice to see you here. Look, this is as close as we've gotten to peace in 2 years. Again, it's Donald Trump's persistence in pushing peace, whether it's here or in Africa or a bunch of other places. He stopped wars that have been going on 30 and 40 years. If Donald Trump can facilitate this, and I certainly hope that he can, and so does the world, how does he not get the Nobel Peace Prize?
Well, he does not get the Nobel Peace Prize because the deck is stacked against him in Oslo and among the voting members and amongst media and political leaders in Europe and elsewhere, because they will not want to recognize and reward an outstanding president who has done so much for the world to bring a return to normalcy and stability and bringing adult leadership back to the world stage.
Yeah. It's remarkable, isn't it? Even with this body of work. Barack Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize when he'd been in office, 10 minutes or was it 15? He hadn't stopped any war. He hadn't done anything. He had gotten elected president of the United States. That's what he did. Donald Trump has stopped war after war, conflict after conflict. And if he can stop this, because let's be honest here, he's put Netanyahu in a corner. He's made it clear we need this to stop. He's kind of drawn a line, hasn't he?
Well, he has, and from Israel's perspective, they're the vassal state, and the leader, the king is in fact Donald Trump, and he's dictating to Israel. Hopefully, you will have Hamas acquiesce to the pressure from the Arab states and others, but Hamas is focused on delaying and extending these negotiations with the hope that they can somehow, maintain a seat at the table and wear down Israel and wear down the West to put more and more pressure on Israel to make decisions against its national security interests.
Yeah, as we've been discussing, though, the Arab world, except for a couple of holdouts like Iran, they've lined up and said Hamas has to go. That's my takeaway. They're sitting down in Egypt. I don't think Hamas has a place at the table going forward if we actually expect this to work. Your thoughts?
Well, Hamas, is from the beginning, needs to be eradicated. And what is that going to actually look like on the ground? That's the question. If they're remaining there, their presence alone as individuals, as cellular structures, or whatever it is, it will remain a threat to the stability and the rebuilding of the Palestinian entity in Gaza. So, those details matter. And, are those people going to stay there? Are they going to move on? Are they going to be given, assistance to move to Qatar or Turkey or some other place? I'm not, aware of what the actual plan is in that regard, but we'll see. Overall, though, strategically, Israel is in a worse place than it was at the start of the war. For many reasons. The information war has worked against them as this has gone on for 2 years. European countries have called for, recognized a Palestinian entity. We don't know where that actually is. And, the erosion of Israeli support here in the United States has been dramatic because of the pressure, not just by, voices on the right in some areas, but also the Marxist, Socialist, Leninist, Islamist alliance, which has worked very aggressively to undermine support for Israel.
Yeah. I don't know how that will work. 140 countries plus now, Colonel, have recognized Palestine. I don't know what territory that involves. I don't know what they are recognizing exactly. I'm not sure they're clear on what they're recognizing. And I'm not sure it's workable, because if a Palestine is created and that entity attacks Israel, Israel defends itself, and then everybody comes to the rescue of Palestine. I mean, how would that play out exactly? Last answer to you.
Well, that's the big question, isn't it, Steve? And, the security of the Israeli state, should be paramount in our, working to move this forward. But the opposition, the Palestinian Authority and Hamas and many of those that support them, do not believe that there should be an Israeli state. And that highlights one important thing. It's the erosion of truth and historical facts, okay, and the erosion of, the sanctity of life and values, okay, that has been hurt the most through this campaign.
Colonel Harvey, always appreciate you being here. Your perspective always insightful. Thank you, sir. All right, after the break, we'll have a story that reminds us of how wonderful America is. We're going to leave you with a smile, as always, plus your answers to the America's Voice question today. And, of course, bowling will be here as well. There's the question. What are your thoughts on allegations that Jack Smith and the Biden-era FBI spied on Republican senators for political purposes? I'll bet you're shocked.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
Well, what makes America wonderful? We do it every day with the hope of putting a smile on your face. Look, I want you to be happy before you leave the program. Today's story comes to us from Charlotte, North Carolina, where a bakery owner's compassionate heart sees him delivering free birthday cakes to the homeless. Birthday cakes, isn't that nice? Manola Bentakur, owner of Manola's Bakery, has decided to give back to his community by working with a nonprofit organization known as Raise You Up Ministries, as the group decided to present the idea of giving those less fortunate a cake to celebrate their special day and making even more of an impact. Eager to help in this endeavor, Manolo has been serving up cakes for 12 years, and just yesterday, delivered number 300 in an effort he takes pride in, as he notes that everyone deserves a birthday cake. Compassion. Often the moral of this segment, and what better way to showcase that than with Manolo's story, which today reminds us of what makes America wonderful. Nice work. Everybody deserves a cake. All right, what are your thoughts? This is the question of the day. What are your thoughts on allegations that Jack Smith and the Biden-era FBI spied on Republican senators for political purposes? Boone 60 says they need prosecuted for their actions. They need to be prosecuted for their actions. Boone, come on. Let's work on that. Liberty Freedom. I'm waiting for Jack to be perp walked. Now, Jack Smith, he's in some jeopardy. Mary Gregg writes, my thoughts are they wanted to know how much these Republicans knew about their corruption so they could prepare another hoax or distraction away from them. Why did they feel a need to do this? This is the question. That is a great question, by the way. TJ4 from Kansas, not surprising. I'm sure there's a lot more illegal activity, and hopefully it has not been destroyed. I don't think James Comey or any of the high-ranking officials should be perp-walked after their indictments. This would keep the Republicans on the high ground, but I would like to see Jack Smith perp-walked in front of all the media. He really deserves it. Okay, that's a split decision. And one more, Jay Jameson. I feel as if accountability is a carrot we will never get to nibble. My only hope at this point is a framework that prevents this type of blatant corruption and cover-up from ever happening again. I guess we'll see how it plays out. Don't forget to follow me on all the social media platforms so you can weigh in, and your answer could be featured right here on Real America's Voice Live. But you have to follow me. That's where the questions posted every day on X and Truth, Facebook, all those regular places. Go ahead and check that out. Don't forget to join me at 6 o'clock in the morning every day as we kick off Real America's Voice Live programming. You don't ever want to miss that. And you don't want to miss the show that follows me here every afternoon. That, of course, Bowling. He's joining me now. Bowling, how are you?
I'm pretty good, Steve. How you doing?
I'm good. All right. So how about a football question? You ready?
Sure. Do I have to get my betting? Do I have to get my betting app out to see what I've won and lost? By the way, we were 7-3 this past weekend. On tape.
Oh, you had a good weekend.
I mentioned it on Friday, but you want to keep the Friday afternoon football roundup pretty darn good, Steve. Go ahead. I'm ready for you.
7-3. That's solid, you know.
Yeah. Like including the lock of the week, which was Las Vegas going into Indianapolis. It was going to be a blowout, and certainly ended up being a blowout.
You're like the new Jimmy the Greek. I like it. Anyhow.
Less racist.
I got the Colts. This is my early Super Bowl prediction. The Colts and the Lions. That's what I'm seeing right now. The Colts and the Lions. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I like the Colts are playing lights out. They're just playing lights out right now. It's tough to do a Super Bowl prediction. You know, I just think Baker Mayfield, if he stays healthy, that could be an unstoppable team. He doesn't get the credit that to the skill level that he is. He's just a winner. He just finds a way to win the way Mahomes found a way to win for all those years. Mahomes has kind of lost it. He's got too big, too popular. Kansas City Chiefs just roll over. I'm telling you, it's the Taylor Swift effect on Travis Kelce and Mahomes, and they're all hanging around Taylor. Yes, sir.
Wait a second now. Jared Goff and the Lions are playing lights out football too. They got weapons everywhere.
Great. Yeah, but they fall apart at the end all the time. Remember last year that was the team to beat all last year going into the playoffs.
They had no defense.
Yeah. Right, they got banged up with like 3 weeks 2 weeks before the playoffs. They lose their defensive backs. I think you lost one or both of your running backs too. Great team when you're healthy, and you're healthy right now. I agree, but they tend to get banged up. But good team though. Good fun to watch.
I got a C note on it. I'm going to follow your lead. I'm putting a C note on my way too early prediction for the Super Bowl Colts Lions. There it is. That's what I'm doing, Bowling. I'm in.
You should get a good payout if it ends up being the Colts.
If it happens.
Lions. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Good for you. All right, folks. Thank you, Steve. Steve Gruber, everybody. All right, it's 4 o'clock Tuesday, and markets close. Take a peek at the markets. Los Marcos. Dow Jones down all day, a lot less down, so to speak, going into the close. It was 200, 250 points earlier, 28, 30 points in the Nasdaq. I'm sorry, in the S&P Nasdaq was down 153 points across the board week. Not good. Oil up a little bit. We don't like to see that. Gold continues its run over $4,000 an ounce. First time ever. $4,000 an ounce continues. See if it's sticky or not. And silver backed off a little, 47.50 for the silver market. Crypto had a rough day. Crypto So our Bitcoin trade didn't do so good. Overnight, it went to 126,000, made a brand new all-time high, opens up trading in the regular hours and just tanks down to 121,000. So what is that, about a 4 or 5% move in one day for Bitcoin? And all the crypto markets seem to be taking a breather, so to speak, after making new highs. Interesting stuff. Our first guest, love our first guest. She's here. She's back. She's been working to designate Antifa as a terrorist organization for 2 years, but Congress has yet to pass her bill. Let's get into it with Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. Welcome, Congresswoman. Well, you have a little bit of time on your hands with the government being shut down. You look terrific. But tell us about this, especially with what's going on in Portland and whatnot, Antifa. You brought a bill that designated Antifa terrorist. Trump seemed to want to sign that. What happened? How did it break down?
Well, yes, I actually introduced that bill, Eric. Thank you for bringing it up, to designate Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, which I believe they are. Clearly, President Trump agrees with that, and so do many Americans. I introduced that bill several years ago, and it has yet to see the light of day on the House floor receiving a vote. I think this is an easy one for Republicans to vote yes on, but again, it hasn't made it. It hasn't been scheduled.
Why not, though, TG? Why not? Is it Mike Johnson just refuses to be, because is it controversial? I just don't get. You have the House, you have the Senate. You have this for another year and 2 months or so. Why not make the best of it and get a bunch of this stuff signed while you can?
Well, that's the logical thinking there, Eric, but I'm not sure how leadership comes up with which bills should receive a vote and which don't, and why many bills never make it. I think it's pretty simple. I think we ought to go on what we campaign on and what we promise the American people. We've known Antifa to be a domestic terrorist organization as early as President Trump's first presidency, 2017, 2018. We clearly saw them as a domestic terrorist organization during BLM, and now they're back. They're literally anarchists attacking our government and attacking ICE. So I think this is a no-brainer. However, the government is shut down, and the Speaker refuses to bring the House back in session, so there's no bills making it to the floor for votes right now. So
Antifa, there's in the U.S. Code, I think it's U.S. Code 18, Section 111, says you cannot impede officers or employees of certain agencies in the government, which means you could be arresting these people. You could be arresting for criminal activity these people. Why don't we just enforce the law and get these thugs off the streets? They're burning, and let's talk about burning flags. They're burning flags, which you also want to, and Trump wants to make a crime as well. Where's the whole? Here's the problem. We love you. I love you. You're great for the American people. We come on here and we talk about all these things that really piss us off, and you guys are doing the work to make sure it's fixed, and then somehow it just never gets passed, or we don't see the perp walks. Tell us what the holdup is.
Well, Eric, I'm one of those people that ran for Congress because I was angry at Republicans. Republicans actually never govern like they campaign, and I think that's a very serious issue, and it needs to be talked about more. And a lot of these problems can be solved, and Republicans have that opportunity right now. We have the White House, the House, and the Senate, and I can't answer as to why our party doesn't do that, but it is a huge frustration among the base, and it's a growing problem, which we may lose support going into the midterms because we aren't delivering on these promises that we constantly make. And I've been very vocal about it. I'm going to continue to be vocal about it because I have a business approach to my job. I think that the American people are our customer. We should view them that way, and they deserve the best service. It should be customer service, and but I hope to continue to have these conversations, calling out Republicans because we actually need to deliver what we promise.
So why doesn't he? I don't want to put you in a bad spot with the leader of your caucus, Mike Johnson, but why doesn't the Speaker bring this to a vote? You're going to pass these things, and it'll go to the Senate, and the Senate will pass these things. But is there some sort of, backdoor cloakroom dealings that he's making with Democrats not to bring these things to a vote?
I have no idea on that. I can tell you, and this would shock a lot of people that watch this, it may be because we wouldn't be able to pass the bill. Maybe not all Republicans would actually vote for it.
But we
and
know,
that has been a large problem.
We would know who didn't vote for it.
That's right. That's right. I'm a believer in that. I'm a believer in put everyone on record. I actually wrote about that in my book. It was something that I did my first term as a freshman. When they kicked me off committees, I sat there on the House floor for hours, day in and day out, calling for recorded votes so the American people could see how Congress votes. You know, I'm a believer in look, put it all out there, and if it fails, the American people know who's the problem people and why, and then put it back to the floor, because I guarantee you those Republicans are going to hear from their constituents at home, and maybe they'll actually change their mind and vote correctly.
How are you doing with the Trump administration? Now, you and I believe you're a national treasure. I think you are great for your constituents in the state of Georgia and your district. You're wonderful. I'd love to see you Senator Marjorie Taylor Greene or higher. That said, recently people have said maybe is there any sort of pushback with the Trump administration? What's going on there? Let's clear the air a little bit. Is it that these ideas that you have are getting to the president, but they're not getting actually legislated?
Well, you know, here's where I stand. I've always been an unapologetic Trump supporter. I was one of the very few that stood with him after January 6th, fought for him all over the country, and helped him get reelected. Spent millions of dollars out of my own campaign to do that. And I've also supported many great Republicans getting elected as well. But I'm not a, let's see, what's the right way to say it? I'm not a slave, and I am independent-minded. I work for my district. That's who elected me. I got elected on my own without the Trump endorsement back in 2020. And at times, I disagree with the Trump administration. And guess what, Eric? I'm allowed to do that. I'm an American. I'm allowed to have my own opinion, and I am... Most importantly, Eric, I'm supposed to represent my district. That's my job title. I also serve in Congress. That's the legislative branch. It's not the executive branch. I'm not an employee of the president. So I can support President Trump and disagree with him or his administration at times. And I think that's totally okay.
I think it's a healthier conservative party when we have people like you who are able to say, you know, Mr. President, I support you. I believe in you, which I do from this side, from the media side of this. But there are certain things I don't agree. And your willingness to do that doesn't go unnoticed, and I'm sure it doesn't go unnoticed in the White House as well. But do you get pushback? And do you get the advisors say, "Hey, MTG, can you do us a favor on this one?" But I want your voice out there. I think Trump's a better president with conservative people who back him, who say, maybe not this one, Mr. President. You know, just tell us about that.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'll give you one example, and I'm probably got another one that I just created for myself yesterday. But on the Epstein files, I've unapologetically stood with women and victims of rape, especially these women. They said they were raped at 14 years old by Jeffrey Epstein. And they've talked about a lot of other people being responsible for this. And, you know, I've stood with these women and said, look, all the files need to come out. And I received unbelievable blowback and pressure from the White House, pushing me to get off Thomas Massey's discharge petition, which I absolutely refuse to do. I'm not coming off that discharge petition, and I'm not going to stop supporting women who were raped. I'm going to stand with these women and any woman, and especially children that are victims of sexual abuse of any kind. I think that's the right thing to do. It's absolutely common sense. And, you know, that has been shocking to me, and I've seen it as completely unnecessary, and I won't tolerate it. There is no amount of pressure they can put on me to force me to step in line on that, so to speak. And then also, Eric, yesterday I took to social media, and I'm not going to back down on this issue either. Health insurance premiums are out of control. Insurance is out of control in the United States of America. Health insurance, house insurance, car insurance. People can't afford it anymore. And I want Republicans to have a solution, and I'm demanding it. I don't think Democrats should be the one owning this issue because they want socialized health care, and we're $37 trillion in debt, and we can't afford that. However, the reality is many Americans, our families especially, are paying $2,000 a month for health insurance premiums with high deductibles, and many of them aren't even using their health insurance. They're just having to pay this payment, and it's unforgivable. And to allow Democrats to have some sort of moral high ground on this issue because they're the only ones talking about it, I think is a major failure from the Republican Party. And I'm not going to stand there and just keep talking the talking points when my own adult children can hardly afford health insurance premiums, when everyone in my district, it's the #1 issue that I hear about day in and day out, not just people on the ACA, but people that have private insurance as well. And I think it's something that we have to talk about. And I don't see why the government needs to be shut down. I really don't. I believe that if Republicans learn to govern and wield power, they can use the nuclear option in the Senate. They can open up the government. We can get back to work for the American people, and Republicans can solve this problem that is a very big problem that we can't ignore.
Well, you're doing a great job, and stay true to yourself. That is really refreshing. Instead of other people, you see them kind of flailing around trying to contort themselves into and I agree with everything that the president says, when you can't just agree with everything. It's a fool's game to agree with everything. As brilliant as he's been and as great as he's done for the country, you just don't have to, especially people who represent literally millions of people like you do yourself. Appreciate you being really transparent and honest with us here on Bowling. Marjorie Taylor Greene, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eric.
I will talk to you again soon. All righty, folks. A new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive change when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The reality is, however, that there's only so much the government can do, and that if we really, really want to make America healthy again, that starts at home with each and every one of us, and that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time on this network, and you know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications. And by the way, guidebooks and the assist in the proper use of the medications. That's very important to have those too, right? Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more that can help you stay healthy and live a longer and more satisfying life. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Go to www.twc.health/voice today and order. That's twc.health/voice and use the promo code VOICE to save 10%. All right, I'm going to do it again. This is a promo for The Edge. We have a big show coming up in 2 days, but I need you to subscribe. I'm going to look at the numbers every time. You're amazing. Take a look at this. So as you see this month's GQ magazine, on the cover, Glenn Powell, the state of the American male in 2025. That's exactly what we do right here on The Edge. Make sure you watch, you share, and you subscribe. And I'll do this very quickly to show the full screen of where you need to go to subscribe to it. It's at Eric Bowling The Edge, or you can do that. Hit that right now on YouTube at Eric Bowling The Edge, or just use your camera. Let your camera take a picture of that QR code right there. It'll help you sign up for free. Everything's free, folks. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, though, man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
Alrighty, folks, home title theft and deed fraud are a growing epidemic within the United States. Properties are being stolen and used for their equity. Even if a county recorder knows a document is fake, the county is legally required to record it. Between the gaps in our legal system and the expansion of the internet and public record availability, these crimes are getting easier and easier to commit, and victims generally don't know about it until it's too late. Here to tell us how to protect yourself, your home, is Emmy Award-winning investigative reporter John Summer. Welcome to you, John. John, tell us what exactly is title fraud and house stealing, and what information have you found during your investigations that will help the folks?
Yeah, thanks, Eric. Great to be with you. And by the way, you do just wonderful work. So I'm just very pleased to be on your show. Title theft or deed theft or house stealing or whatever you want to call it, it's basically all the same thing. What the criminal does is they are able to duplicate the title to your home or your property, because it doesn't have to be a home. It could be a piece of property. It could be an Airbnb, grandma's house, condo, whatever. And they are able to transfer the title into their name. And then once they do that, they can extract the value. And Eric, they don't have to sell the house. They can take out a loan or multiple loans. And then by the time that they're able to do this dirty deed, they're gone. And the homeowner never knows about it until the loan company or somebody that bought the property comes along and says, well, I have your property. And the homeowner goes, well, I didn't know about this. So it's a really stealth kind of a crime right now, and it's growing. And, a lot of law enforcement departments
so many people
don't really even know about this.
So many people. And I know it's legit. And I'm just blown away in this day and age that people can just go in and steal a title, like just rewrite a title and make it their own, and then go ahead and sell it. Are the banks not checking? Where's the breakdown?
Well, the breakdown is basically in just being able to monitor the title. And as you mentioned in the intro here, the local county clerk or whatever can't ask if somebody transfers the title. It's so easy, Eric, to go online right now with the internet, with artificial intelligence, and be able to create the paperwork to transfer the title. And the homeowner will never know it until it's way too late. And the county clerk can't ask about it either. You need a monitoring service to be able to monitor your your title, and because you can't do it.
No, it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. It's mind-boggling that someone can take an asset away from you that valuable.
Yeah.
John, you're offering a special for our viewers right now. Tell us about it. Promo code bowling, and what happens?
So the company that I really recommend, and these are the pioneers in the industry, is Home Title Lock. Go to their website, do your own due diligence, don't take my word for it, and look at the stories on there and so on. And there was a promo, Eric, it is, let's see here, bowling.
Bowling.
Ironically, it's your name.
Spell it the right way, Bolling. Get the promo.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Go on the website, check it out. It's not expensive. It's peace of mind, and just do it.
Yes, sir.
It's just one basic thing that don't need to think about as far as
it's incredible.
Times in your life.
Your biggest asset, probably even bigger than your bank account.
Yes,
sitting there for the takings. Yep.
Yes.
John, I got to jump. I appreciate your time. John Summer, everyone, HomeTitleLock.com. Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. All right, folks, our next guest brings all the latest updates on the Mexican government and the cartels. You know who it is. El Blue, our good friend El Blue. Cartels usually stick to threatening Mexican government officials, but they've expanded to the U.S. government in Los Cabos, Mexico. The Sinaloa cartel has placed a banner threatening Cash Patel due to the dismantling of the Sinaloa cartel drug labs. The banner just out in full display. Here to tell us more is RAV border correspondent Oscar El Blue Ramirez. Tell us about this banner and the significance of him threatening the FBI director. Wow.
Yes, Eric, this banner was discovered just a couple of days ago, in Baja California Sur in Los Cabos, where, basically, the banner was put out around 3 to 4 o'clock in the morning. And the top 3 names on this banner, it is concerning. There's 2 things that is concerning. One of them was a threat to Terry Cole, that he's a DEA agent. The other one, it was Ronald Johnson, that is an ambassador of Mexico in the United States. And the third one, it was FBI Director Cash Patel. Then later on, they put a threat also to the Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum and Omar Garcia Harfuch, that is a security chief. But also they threat the population of American citizens in Los Cabos, if they do not, is a threat directly to these 3, U.S. officials, that if they do not stop the dismantling of laboratories in Mexico, and also if they do not continue to let the guns flow from El Paso to Juarez, there's a retaliation not only to U.S. citizens, but there is a deep message to these 3 governmental officials that I just mentioned, Eric.
So let's get this straight here so the folks understand. The cartels, the Sinaloa cartel, is threatening our FBI director, a DEA agent, and the ambassador to Mexico. But if they don't comply and allow the arms and whatever else they want, the trafficking to happen, if those folks don't comply, then American citizens in Cabo San Lucas are at risk for what? What are they going to do?
Well, there's a retaliation. We don't know what they are threatening to do, but they clearly send a message to U.S. citizens. And this is a huge hit to the cartel area. Just a couple of days ago, it was reported by the Department of Treasury that 12 companies were discovered, and they're on the loop, and they are going to be shut down because they were providing precursors in substances, illegal substances, for the creation and construction of fentanyl to Los Chapos, that is the fraction of the Sinaloa cartel. After this, the banner was released. On the next day, these companies also, there was signalized 8 individuals on these companies that they were running, and they were letting the precursors and the substances to get to the cartel leaders of Los Chapos, and from there, the construction of illegal substances to smuggling, to traffic into the United States of America. After this was informed by the Department of Treasury, this cartel banner came up. And, the most concerning thing about it is that on the top 3 names, you don't see the Mexican president. The top 3 names, it is Ronald Johnson, it is Terry Cole, and it is Cash Patel. It clearly knows, and the cartel clearly knows, that they're getting hit really bad on the pockets, and they are being discovered. And not only that, they're stopping the guns from coming in from El Paso to Juarez. That was one of the things that it was concerning for the cartel and the organized crime.
Oscar, I've been doing the economics thing for quite a while. I would say that Mexico has probably 3 dominant industries. One would be oil. Another one would be, let's call it agriculture / produce. You guys grow a lot of produce and send it into the United States. You drill a lot of oil and send it to the United States. And the third biggest, maybe even bigger than the produce, would be tourism. When they threaten all Americans in Cabo San Lucas, the message has got to get out. And it's a message from Oscar Ramirez, from the cartels through Oscar to the American people. Don't go to Mexico. You want to change things? Hey, Scheinbaum, you want your economy to do a little better? Then stop allowing the cartels to threaten Americans, and maybe we'll come back to Mexico for vacations. Right now, people are afraid to do it. Is it wise for an American family to pick up and go to one of these cities, knowing very well these cartels are willing to use American citizens as barter? What do you think?
Eric, at this moment right now, I have been receiving thousands of messages from citizens that they live actually in Cabo, and they're actually confirming this. There's a couple of journalists that they have been bold enough, encouraged enough to come out and to say this information, that these banners were put out, but immediately they were removed by the government of Los Cabos and San Jose. Why they were immediately removed? Because they know that if this information gets out, it is going to cause a lot of panic in the population in Cabo, and also tourism is going to affect them greatly. You got the Baja Mil, that is a great event of off-road, trucks coming in the next year. You don't want that to be affected. Also, you don't want the government of Mexico to be completely in direction of this particular location. But the number one thing that I think that the cartel is sending, it is that, you guys are hitting us really bad on dismantling our laboratories. These 12 companies that were just recently discovered by the Department of Treasury is a huge low blow to them, because it is where they were getting the precursors and the substances to create fentanyl. So this, never in history, Eric, the Trump administration, it is doing something that never in history it has been done. And this is a sign of desperation of the cartels and the organized crime, just threatening 3 governmental officials from the United States of America.
Yeah, not just 3, though. One was the FBI director. Very quickly, Oscar, just a few seconds. Do you think they put Scheinbaum on that list just as a diversionary tactic?
I think that they put her on that list just to let her know, you know what, if you do not do something about it, we're going to continue to put this fear tactic, cartel banners to scare the population and to basically scare tourism from coming into the location. So it's basically putting pressure on Sheinbaum and doing something about it. But Sheinbaum is pinned to the wall right now.
She'll get the pressure, She's going to get the pressure, because just about everyone you talk to, they used to go on vacation, bring your family to Mexico, here, there, Cabo, Cancun, other cities in Mexico. No one wants to go there anymore. Everyone's afraid of a cartel member coming up to the beach and kidnapping or killing your family. They'll learn. They're going to figure it out. Maybe they're going to figure it out after they FAFO, is that how they say it? I won't say it. The control room's right now holding their breath. I won't say it, Oscar. But they've FA'd, and they're going to find out FO. So, Oscar Ramirez, appreciate your time, and stay safe, my friend. Stay safe.
Thank you so much, Eric.
All right, folks. Back in 2.5 minutes.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
Feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality.
So, what's the proverbial statute of limitations on calling for the death of someone's children in the name of politics? This is Jay Jones, the Democrat Party's nominee for Virginia Attorney General. Jay sent some shocking text messages a couple years back, 2022, months after he resigned a state legislative seat. There were messages that called for his political opponent to get, quote, 2 bullets to the head. Those are his words. Democrats are horrified, by the way, but not about the messages, just about the fact that they've been released to the public. They've been caught. Otherwise, it's okay on their part. No issues whatsoever. Just why did they get leaked? Even in today's violent political climate, Democrats mostly don't have much to say about it. I remember when an odd scream was enough to end a political campaign. Right, Howard Dean?
Not only are we going to New Hampshire, Tom Harkin, we're going to South Carolina and Oklahoma and Arizona and North Dakota and New Mexico. We're going to California and Texas and New York. And we're going to South Dakota and Oregon and Washington and Michigan. And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House.
That last part, he was leading the presidential race until he goes, that little people were turned off. He just yelled, but this clown is now calling for the death of an opponent is okay. Let's just move past it, says the party of violence, Democrat. So, say Jay Jones, again, running for Virginia Attorney General, sent text messages back in 22 about Todd Gilbert, who at the time was the Republican Speaker of the House, State House, that is, in Virginia. In one part, Jones wrote to a former colleague, listen to this, quoting Jay Jones, 3 people, 2 bullets, Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head. Spoiler. Put Gilbert in the crew with the 2 worst people you know, and he receives both bullets every time. Wow. Lawmaker who has sent these messages pushed back, writing that Jones had made a comment on the phone about hoping Gilbert's children died. Jones then replies, yes, I've told you this before. Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. He's basically laying out his whole idea of killing his opponent's family. This guy's running to be Virginia's top law enforcer. Think about that for a second. Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger, who's running for Virginia governor against Winsome Sears, currently lieutenant governor of Virginia, has come out in support of Jones. Do you believe this? A woman running for governor is in support of a guy who called for the death and the assassination of his opponent's family, not just his opponent, his opponent's family, spouse, and kids. In a statement, she condemned the rhetoric, but there were no calls for this guy to drop out or even consider doing so, which tells me Spanberger, is just fine with it. Let me just say this. Winsome Sears put out this political ad as a result against her opponent, Spanberger. If this doesn't get the point across, I think we're at a loss.
Breaking news from the campaign trail.
Jay Jones is under fire tonight.
Jay Jones is under fire.
Jay Jones is under fire after messages he sent in 2022 saying former Virginia House Speaker Todd Gilbert should be shot.
I'm excited about this ticket.
It's been great to be out on the campaign trail with Jay Jones.
You said Gilbert's wife could watch her own child die in her arms so that Gilbert might reconsider his political views.
We deserve an attorney general who will stand up for the people of Virginia.
Jones said, quote, Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head.
Yeah, doesn't this qualify this guy from holding office? Disqualifies him from even existing out of incarceration. Look, bottom line, Jay Jones fantasized about killing an opponent's children, and he lost exactly 0 Democrat votes. 0. That tells you everything you need to know about the Democrat Party. It's a party of political violence. You can't tell me otherwise. They incite it. They condone it. The Democrat Party of 30, maybe even just 20 years ago, would have told this man to step down immediately after learning that he called for the killing of a man purely for holding opposing views. Does Charlie Kirk sound familiar here, folks? And yes, those texts were sent in private. Sorry. So were the ones sent between FBI disgraces and lovers, Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, in which Peter Strzok guarantees to Lisa Page that they will do everything in their power to prevent a Trump presidency within the FBI. Remember that? Peter was fired from the FBI and then lost the First Amendment case when he tried to fight it. I've said it before. We'll say it again. Staunch defender of the Constitution and of our First Amendment rights. I've also slammed our government for the so-called Patriot Act that was passed after the 9/11 attacks as a means to surveil citizens without getting a warrant. I'm against that too. But when you talk about breaking the law, yeah, this guy's another story completely. When you preach violence, I don't know, another story completely. You're running to the attorney general. You want to be the attorney general of a major state, and you call for bullets to the head of your political opponent. Yes, it's true. We're in an entirely new climate right now. I'm not sure if you heard, but there's a violent army of leftists out there who suddenly feel empowered to shoot people they don't agree with. In Utah, for example, or when Trump was running in Butler, Pennsylvania, or in West Palm Beach when he's golfing. So I'm just going to go out on a ledge here and say that the appetite in America right now for politicians who call for bullets in people's heads is at an all-time low. Jay Jones should drop out of the race, and anyone who plays whataboutism is part of the problem. Either we normalize calls for physical violence or we move away from the madness. It's one or the other. Democrats are trying to normalize what Jay Johnson said. You can't do that. And you can't say you're not the party of violence when a guy who calls for the bullets to an opponent's head and he's still running for attorney general, top lawmaker in the state of Virginia. It's asinine. Democrats are asses. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality.
Illegally, also known as, I don't know, take your pick of these titles. You want to call them illegal aliens, illegal migrants, or one of my favorites, illegal invaders. Well, the deportations of the illegal invaders have exposed Democrats in a way few things have before. The things they're saying, the Democrat Party, the things they're saying under the threat of losing future voters makes me certain that they are fully unhinged. Add to that President Trump's attempt to do away with crime in some of our most dangerous cities, and they've gone full into rabid zombie mode. Exhibit A.
I got a question, though. Where are the ICE raids at the Trump properties?
Yes.
Can somebody call ICE on the Trump golf course in Virginia?
Yes.
You're telling me there's nobody in there that is undocumented or has some kind of squirreliness going on with their paperwork? Give me a break. Hey, how many immigrants has he married? He's got one buried at his golf course in New Jersey. Isn't she buried by the first hole or the second tee or something like that?
The first hole, yeah, it's the first hole.
Immigrants always doing the jobs that Americans don't want to do.
So when an American citizen marries an immigrant, he becomes a legal citizen. That's how it works, Jim Acosta, in America. They become legal. And that's who you deport. You don't deport legal citizens, you deport illegal invaders. You know the difference? I would be willing to bet you dinner times 1,000. I'll give you 1,000 to 1 that there's no one working at a Trump property that he knows about, that anyone knows about, that's illegal. Now, if they have fake papers, I won't bet that play. If they don't, I would bet you anything that Trump would not make a mistake like that. There are things he might do, but that would be a really bad mistake for him to make, and I doubt it's going to happen. Acosta, but nice try. And whoever those other two liberal lunatics were that were with you. And the Exhibit B for the day, apparently CNN thinks it's madness for a president to actually do his job and try to protect the country and its citizens from illegals and crime. This comparison right here could only be born out of a serious case of TDS, Trump derangement syndrome.
And I would just argue if Joe Biden were retweeting AI content videos, if he was putting up little racist AI memes of the leaders of the Republican leaders of the House and the Senate, if he was opining about video from a couple years ago, folks would be asking where's the 25th Amendment? They would be like, come ahead, step up. So I will just note that it is not. It's not hyperbole. You know, I'm somebody that does not. I don't like how people used to say the things about Joe Biden, because if you had a conversation with Joe Biden, he was there. You could say he was old, fine, but the president does not seem to be there.
Joe Biden didn't even know where he was. He couldn't put a meme up if it saved his life or saved his presidency. Let's move on to Exhibit C of the left's lunatic behavior. J.B. Pritzker, governor of Illinois, who's been at the forefront of Democrat embarrassment, has decided to take it a step further towards downright insurrection.
They think they can fool us all into thinking that the way to get out of this crisis that they created is to give them free rein. Well, that plan will only work if we let it. The state of Illinois is going to use every lever at our disposal to resist this power grab and get Noam's thugs the hell out of Chicago.
So there's always the alternative governor of Illinois, which oversees Chicago. Why don't you just clean the place up? But you don't want to do that. You want to run for president. That's all you want. You just using the office to set yourself up for a presidential run in 2028. Somehow you think you're going to do it. You're going to have to finance your own campaign. His family's billionaires. It won't work. You're not likable. You're not smart, and you're a wild leftist lunatic Democrat. Won't work. File this next one under Whoopi Goldberg is insane. I'm old enough to remember when Whoopi was married to actor Ted Danson, and he wore blackface. Ted Danson wore blackface, doing some comedic bit. Look at her there loving it, too. Well, maybe that explains why she's calling for everyone else to go to the Super Bowl in blackface to thwart ICE.
She's threatening to go to the Super Bowl when Bad Bunny is there and round up all these people that are illegal immigrants. Do you think that she would go if it was Garth Brooks or Eminem or Taylor Swift or any other white person?
Let me understand what you're saying, because
she's going to go to the Super Bowl and round up. How's she going to know who's who?
Because the Supreme Court has given permission to question anyone who has a Spanish accent or has a dark skin.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Everybody, get a little cocoa butter, sit in the sun. That's the first thing. and this is the only time you can probably ever do this, give yourself a Latin accent.
You know, Whoopi, that is such a good idea.
And see if she can tell who's who.
So you're recommending people wear blackface? Whoopi, is that what you're saying? My good friend, my personal good friend, Megyn Kelly, basically got bounced from NBC because she said when she was a kid, kids used to wear blackface. That's what she said. And NBC was so offended by that, they kind of forced her out of NBC. And now she's just ripping it on digital, which is better for her anyway. But Whoopi, you're really saying people should wear blackface. Okay, you're making that okay. All right, just clearing things up for you. Whoop-E. One person I wouldn't want to debate, Stephen Miller, brilliant guy, particularly if I'm a card-carrying member of the Democrat Party and the media from the Democrat Party. And all I had to do was guide myself to the same old lies and leftist propaganda lines. CNN's Boris Sanchez walks into a buzzsaw named Stephen Miller.
If a Democratic president someday calls the National Guard to a red state over what they see as open rebellion, but is what amounts to a demonstration that gets rowdy. I mean, is that not a fear?
They're posting pictures of their kids because it's a demonstration, and they have a sniper on top of a building firing a high-caliber rifle at a nice facility because it's a demonstration, and they are engaging in vehicle ramming.
But the National Guard isn't being sent to Texas.
Because it's a
the National Guard isn't being sent to Dallas, where that sniper was.
Because the Dallas Police Department and the governor of Texas, well, you walked right into that one, have responded to every call for assistance and help. They gave a stand-down order in Chicago, and they gave a stand-down order in Portland.
See, Boris, the CNN anchor, is like, it's not in my notes. Why didn't somebody tell me how to answer that? Why did you make me do that? Idiots. Don't mess with Stephen Miller. Are you out of your mind? You're not equipped, Boris. You're not equipped to go toe-to-toe with Stephen Miller. You're out of your mind. Stick to, like, the low-hanging fruit, all right? Isn't there, like, what's like George Santos somewhere you can argue with? There's only one good thing coming out of Kamala's book tour, and it's moments like the one I'm about to show you, which is sponsored by whatever it is she's consumed in a few minutes prior to this word salad. I'm guessing it has an alcohol content or a high proof level. Watch.
I am so proud of all of you. You know how privileged I feel to have been educated at Howard University. There is so much about everything I have achieved, and I've been the first to do many things because of being here when I was your age, knowing that everything that I'm being told and can feel tells us we can be and do anything, that we expect you to be leaders locally, statewide, nationally, and internationally. And especially at this period in time, I want that you all know our country and our world needs you all. We need you. So you be strong, you feed these big brains of yours, you make friends who are going to be, by the way, friends of yours for life, and enjoy this, and know how special you are and how much we need you. That's what I want for you.
What is that? She wants to run for president. What was that? Your big brain. Say it every time, dodge a bullet, but she continues to prove that we dodged a lot of bullets right there. All right, folks, The Edge. I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna see how many sign up, because here's a little clip, and then I want to talk to you in a second. Go. So you see this month's GQ magazine. On the cover, Glenn Powell, the state of the American male in 2025. That's exactly what we do right here on The Edge. Make sure you watch, you share, and you subscribe. I'll show you the screen again very quickly. You can hit your phone. Just take your phone there and just put it right up your camera. Open your camera, and it'll tell you, hit the link, and it'll take you right to subscribe. It's free. It'll never cost you a penny. I don't use it other than letting you folks know who the great guests are. By the way, this next show, Thursday, 2 days from now, a big guest. You want to take a guess? Hit me up with a voicemail. See if you can figure out who the big guest is. I'll give you a hint. He's been known as a wolf. Just leave it right there. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family. My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
All right, we've said it before. I'll say it again. This is my favorite time of the show when I get to speak with the great Stephen K. Bannon. Mr. Bannon. You know the topic, welcome, the topic I want to talk about, because I love to get Stephen K. Bannon just out of his comfort zone. The brilliant guy. You look at Steve Miller just dismantling Boris, CNN, and you think Bannon is he's as smart as Miller is, and he's bringing you all the smart stuff at 5 o'clock. But I'm going to pull you out of that little... Bad Bunny, Steve Bannon. Bad Bunny is performing at the Super Bowl.
Bad Bunny.
And he doesn't speak English. Mm-hmm. And some, I guess the powers that be at the NFL said this would be a great halftime act. And he has said this: America has 4 months to learn Spanish before his halftime show. What do you think of that? We're going to have to learn Spanish for Bad Bunny's songs. Stephen.
I have in fact, as soon as I saw that, and normally don't, as you know, Eric, more than anybody, I don't really try to get too much involved in some of these culture issues, but I did make a recommendation as soon as that came out, and he was in our face about American citizens have to learn Spanish, is that the President of the United States should direct the Secretary of War, the Department of Homeland Security, Secretary Noem, and others to inform the National Football League that the $50 million to $100 million I think we put in for security for the Super Bowl will not happen. Okay, if they want to secure the Super Bowl, have at it. But as long as they have a guy up in people's faces, they pay the full freight. And I think you'll see the owners in the NFL fold pretty quickly. But I would play hardball with that. I think it's a direct insult to the American people.
Well, you know what? Hey, Ben, if you can pull that Whoopi Goldberg soundbite from the last segment, this is amazing to me, Stephen, because our friend, well, my friend, I'm not sure if you're friendly with Megyn Kelly, but Megyn got removed, so to speak, or bounced from NBC over a comment saying that back in the day, kids used to put blackface on as Halloween costumes, and NBC pretty much forced her out of NBC, a big gig, $23 million a year, gone because she made those comments. Yet Whoopi Goldberg, do you have it, Ben? Can we roll it? Let's roll that.
She's threatening to go to the Super Bowl when Bad Bunny is there and round up all these people that are illegal immigrants. Do you think that she would go if it was Garth Brooks or Eminem or Taylor Swift or any other white person?
Let me understand what you're saying, because she's going to go to the Super Bowl and round up. How's she going to know who's who?
Because the Supreme Court has given permission to question anyone who has a Spanish accent or has a dark skin.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Everybody get a little cocoa butter, sit in the sun. That's the first thing. and this is the only time you can probably ever do this, give yourself a Latin accent.
You know, Whoopi, that is such a good idea.
And see if she can tell who's who.
I don't know, but Steve, I'm reading that as Whoopi Goldberg says, you want to be racist, you want to do blackface, you want to act like a minority, go ahead, and we're all right with it. Hadn't been that way for a while, Steve.
I agree with you, and I think this talks about the convergence of all these things. I think everything we're talking about now has to do with the illegal aliens and mass deportations, whether you're talking about the shutdown, the Schumer shutdown, or the Insurrection Act, or Senator Banks talking about the rigged census that the Democrats rigged that stole, 4 or 5 electoral votes from President Trump in 2024 in a handful of seats. It all gets back to the fact, in this illegal alien invasion, the people it hurts most are African American citizens and Hispanic citizens. This is why they came out and voted for President Trump. So, Eric, we can't be deterred by these elitists, and particularly people in the Super Bowl. It's outrageous they did this, because this is a direct affront to what President Trump's trying to accomplish.
What do you think? We had MTG on earlier, and she's, obviously they have a little time in their hands right now because the government's shut down. But, she said, I brought a bill to call Antifa, to declare Antifa a terrorist organization. Never got voted on. I brought a bill to declare flag burning illegal. Never got voted on. And then another one to make, to reiterate that English is the official language. What's with the Republicans and Johnson not bringing these things that American people really want to a vote?
Okay. Here's why. They don't want to codify the Trump revolution. They think Trump's just a passing summer storm. Johnson doesn't support him. Thune doesn't support him. The basic political party that's up there see Trump just as a passing storm. And MTG kind of calls it out. She's gone in to say, hey, look, let's codify what President Trump is doing. Let's call Antifa, a terrorist organization, these other things. It's not simply that she doesn't get a vote. I'm not sure she's got any co-sponsors on those bills. Right? There's just no enthusiasm.
So is this a big Broadway play, Steve Bannon? And by the way, you know how to cast a movie or cast a show. He's the lead and they're writing the script and they're letting him go out there, but they're really not letting him be Trump, because when he's done, it's everything. They're going to go back to what, Rhino world when Trump is finished.
When President Trump the other day told Bibi Netanyahu, hey, we're going to make this deal, and I need you to stop being so negative, that we're going to push this forward, and I'm sending Witkoff and Jared over as my negotiators. We're going to make this happen. On that very day, the Daily Telegraph, one of the best reporters in Washington, D.C., a British guy named Robert Crilly, wrote a huge article, had been in the works for a couple of days, that Ted Cruz is, and you know what Ted Cruz said during his interview with Tucker, that Ted Cruz is planning on is setting up a presidential campaign for 2028. Now, but they see Trump as a passing storm. And the reason that, forget passing the bills or even putting them up, the bills have no co-sponsors. And she's been very good at trying to go through everything President Trump's trying to do and saying, hey, they're executive orders. Remember, this is what President Lincoln had the issue about the Emancipation Proclamation. He said, that's just an executive order. I need to codify that either in a law or to put an amendment into the Constitution to do it. So they're doing the same thing with President Trump. And this is why, as much as he's fighting, as hard as he's fighting, Eric, it's still a pretty lonely fight up there for him. It's all on his shoulders.
What's the biggest one, Steve? If there was going to be one thing you would like to see them codify, all the executive order, he does them at 4 o'clock a lot, by the way. But what's the one thing that you want that is the most important, let's call it Trump policy or EO, that needs to be codified with a vote?
I think everything he's trying to do on immigration, everything he's trying to do to end these scams in the visa programs. I think if you take Stephen Miller's entire slate from securing the border to make permanently banning some of these temporary designations to the visa scams, to all of it. I think the single biggest thing they ought to try to push through, and they won't even touch. They won't debate it. They don't want to debate it. Here's why. The Chamber of Commerce wing of the Republican Party loves illegal immigration, and they love the HB1 visa. They love all the scams, right? So they're the donor class, and this is why. I know we're rolling the show for a second, but President Trump right now is under tremendous pressure. The reason Russ Vought has not pulled the trigger on the deconstruction of the administrative state during the Schumer shutdown is President Trump's under enormous pressure from donors and rhino senators saying, "Oh, we can't do this; it's going to hurt GDP. You can't let federal employees go." He's under tremendous pressure not to either put in a Title X escalatory ladder on the insurrection in these various cities and states, or to invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807. The pressure around President Trump, the pressure around him right now, not to get a peace deal in Gaza. People, I don't think, realize the pressure on him every day not to follow his natural instincts in the MAGA plan is enormous, and that's why I admire him so much. He's fighting the good fight every day. Plus, he's fighting the guys supposedly on his side. This is why, mark my words, they all hate Trump up there, all the establishment. They're just waiting for him to go. And this is why, Eric, now more than ever, I am down hard for Trump 2028. we cannot lose this guy. It's once in a lifetime. Once in a lifetime.
This is why I admire you so much, Steve Bannon. You are the smartest man in the room, any room you walk into. Bannon, your show. Appreciate it. We should do this more often, by the way. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow, my friend.
Let's try to do it. If I want to do it every day, but as you know, I'm slapping the show together with about 5 minutes ago. Anyway, Eric, we love you. We love following you. Thank you for keeping the audience.
You too, brother.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Okay, we got the one and only. We got to talk about a warrior. We got Dr. Navarro on deck. We got a cold open for Dr. Navarro. Let's let it rip.
Madam Attorney General, let me ask you this question. Were you consulted by the White House before they deployed National Guard troops to cities in the United States?
I am not going to discuss any internal conversations with the White House.
You won't even say whether you talked to the White House about this?
I am not going to discuss any internal conversations with the White House with you, Ranking Member.
I noticed that. What's the secret? Why do you want to keep this secret? The American people don't know the rationale behind the deployment of National Guard troops in my state. The word is, and I think it's been confirmed by the White House, they are going to transfer Texas National Guard units to the state of Illinois. What's the rationale for that?
Yeah, Chairman, as you shut down the government, you voted to shut down the government, and you're sitting here, our law enforcement officers aren't being paid. They're out there working to protect you. I wish you loved Chicago as much as you hate President Trump. And currently, the National Guard are on the way to Chicago. If you're not going to protect your citizens, President Trump will.
Been on this committee for more than 20 years. That's the kind of testimony you expect from this administration. A simple question as to whether or not they had a legal rationale for deploying National Guard troops becomes grounds for a personal attack.
I do have a question. In the merger that took place,
which merger? You've listed many.
Involving American Express GBT. I understand that Brian Ballard, longtime backer and head of the law firm where you worked, was instrumental in lobbying the Justice Department to drop that lawsuit. It was dismissed, so it's not subject to a court review. What conversation did you have with Mr. Ballard?
Senator Blumenthal, I cannot believe that you would accuse me of impropriety when you lied about your military service.
I am
you
not
lied.
asking
You admitted you lied to be elected a U.S. senator. You lied. How dare you? I'm a career prosecutor. Don't you ever challenge my integrity. I have abided by every ethics standard. Do not question my ability to be fair and impartial as Attorney General and anything with my former firm, Ballard Partners.
Thank you.
It was because she had the audacity to remind Border Patrol Chief Gregory Bovino that he was obligated to follow a court order and the Constitution in California. According to reports, she was fired less than 6 hours after she told Bovino he couldn't arrest people without probable cause. 6 hours. So my first question, Attorney General Bondi, is a simple yes-no question. Do you believe that government officials like Gregory Bovino are obligated to follow applicable court orders, whether they agree with them or not, yes or no?
First, Senator Padilla, you have gone on for over 5 minutes, and I wish that you loved your state of California as much as you hate President Trump. We'd be in really good shape then, because violent crime in California is currently 35% higher than the national average. Property crime in California is 18% higher than the national average. That should be something that we should be talking about and working together on, yet we're not. And no, this is important. You're talking about all of my agencies, and I want to let you know what DEA has been doing, and they are working hand in hand with
I appreciate that. And
no, you can't go on for 5 minutes and criticize my agents who are out working without pay right now because you voted to shut down the government. They're out there working without pay.
Mr. Chairman, I asked a simple yes or no question.
But in case I just didn't hear you, what is the answer? Did he take the money?
Senator Schiff, that happened prior to my confirmation as Attorney General. I said that.
Do you know, sitting here, whether
all
he took
I
the
know
money?
is that Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and FBI Director Patel said there was no case. And Caroline Leavitt is one of the most trustworthy human beings I know.
So
and,
was she?
Was she if you worked for me, you would have been fired because you were censured by Congress for lying with your egregious.
You can stipulate to all your personal attacks on the Democratic members of the committee.
Personal attacks. You've been attacking my FBI director. You've been attacking my office. You've been attacking.
But what we're interested in.
Borders are.
What we're interested in is the answer to these oversight questions.
You were asked by my colleague.
You were asked by my colleague
attacking good people.
You were asked by my colleague from Vermont whether you will support providing a video or audio tape, if it exists, of Mr. Holman taking $50,000 in bribe money from the FBI. Will you support a request by this committee to provide that tape or tapes to the committee? Yes or no?
Senator Schiff, you can talk to Director Patel about that.
Well, I'm talking to you about it. You're the Attorney General. This will be your decision. Will you support?
You don't have to tell me what is my decision and what is not my decision. I said you can talk to Director Patel.
You don't have to try to.
You think you've got a gotcha with Tom Homan, our borders czar, who's been out there fighting for our country since Donald Trump took office.
I'm trying to ask a question. Regular order, please. And you don't have to defer to the FBI director to pass the buck. So I'm asking you, will you support a request so that the committee, or indeed I believe the American people, should be able to see that video or audio tape? Will you support that request?
Will you apologize to Donald Trump for trying to impeach him?
I guess the answer is you won't support that request.
After you now know that Joe Biden tried to cover up Hunter Biden's involvement with Ukraine.
I do want to go back to Homan. You know, there's a tape, right, with Mr. Homan? I mean, first of all, is there a tape that has audio and video of the transfer of the $50,000?
You would have to talk to Director Patel about that.
No, I'm talking to you.
I don't know the answer, Senator.
Yeah, you do know the answer to that.
Don't call me a liar.
I didn't call you a liar.
You just said I know the answer. I said I don't know the answer.
Well,
you have to talk to Director Patel. What I said is that investigation was closed.
If you don't know, why don't you know whether there was a tape and video?
Senator, I believe that was resolved prior to my confirmation as Attorney General.
Do you think that it is of public interest for the people to know what happened to the $50,000 that the FBI turned over to Homan?
Did you hear what I just said? That was resolved prior to my confirmation as Attorney General. That's why I said I would not know.
It's not resolved. There's $50,000. Homan has it, or somebody has it. Do you have no interest in knowing where it is?
You're not going to sit here and slander Tom Homan. The FBI and Deputy Director Blanche said there was nothing.
I'm not slamming Tom Homan. He got to 50
Tom
grand.
Homan is doing, how do you know that? Tom Homan is doing a great job, as our borders are, keeping your border state safe. You're a border state.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Tuesday, 7 October in the year of our Lord 2025, and the 6 o'clock hour, I'm going to play replay some of the events from our live broadcast 2 years ago on this day. I now want to bring in Dr. Peter Navarro. Dr. Navarro is at the White House today. Dr. Navarro, we played the Democrats just going after Pam Bondi for hours. They never asked one question about what Senator Grassley put forward, which was the wiretapping of 7 United States senators. What say you about that? We had Hawley and Tuberville and Banks on today, and they were absolutely outraged. Senator Hawley called for a special prosecutor. This is pretty blockbuster news, but the Democrats, all they went after Pam Bondi was to try to destroy President Trump's policies about mass deportations, and particularly focus on Tom Homan, who's doing a magnificent job as the border czar. Your thoughts, sir?
Steve, I am at the White House, but this morning I was at that hearing. I showed up a little before 9 because Chuck Grassley once again revealed a big reveal about my own case of weaponization against me, and it was a beautiful thing to behold. You know, Steve, the first chapter of the book that you wrote the foreword to, I Went to Prison So You Won't Have To, basically begins with that arrest at Reagan Airport, but by what I thought was 5 armed FBI agents. But after what they released today, I got to go back and revise that. They dropped the surveillance logs, number one, and they also dropped the document that shows the authorization. And what's so fascinating about these 2 new documents, first of all, they said right in there that I was not dangerous or armed. Ergo, they had no reason to take me in an armed takedown. They could have just called me up. And B, they had a dozen FBI agents. This thing is like, Steve, it's like a spy novel. It's like suspect leaves residence at 9:02 with fiance, proceeds to car, and then advances, and they say when I get out, and they're like stalking me. There's like 12 FBI agents who are not going after terrorists or drug cartels. They're after little old me, and it's just like crazy stuff, like eavesdropping on Republican senators. It's like taking me down in an armed arrest. And I'll tell you, I almost got like contact Schlie's, because I was sitting too close to Adam Schiff and the slime that drips off this guy. And I fear for my republic, Steve, when I listen to these guys on the left side of the dais, man. All these Democrats. It's like they're attacking us. They're attacking us, Steve, for weaponizing government, the judiciary, the attorney general. After you and I both went to prison because these sons of bitches weaponized weaponize the government, and they're accusing us of that now. Are you friggin' kidding me?
Yeah.
So when you ask me what I think about all this, I got a lot of thoughts about all this. But the bottom line is, I went to prison so you won't have to. That's a wake-up call, and these documents from Grassley just keep rolling out. The best is yet to come. There's going to be another drop of these things, which is basically going to curl your hair, Stephen. That's a hard thing to do with you, man.
Hang on. We're going to hold you through another. Peter, I might add, it was a misdemeanor. It's a misdemeanor. It's a couple of steps up from a parking ticket or jaywalking. Short break. Dr. Peter Navarro live from the White House next.
I got American faith in America's heart.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks. I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family. My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, Dr. Navarro joins us live from the White House. So, Dr. Navarro, by the way, it's unusual for the president to let you have any time off, given the deals you're working on, to go over that. That's how big it is. Senator Josh Hawley said today he's demanding a special prosecutor for the whole mess, not just the wiretap of that, but he said everything happened to you. He's tired of it. He says there's so much going on here. We need one special prosecutor, a huge team, and the special prosecutor should have his own criminal grand jury. I want people to understand tomorrow, and I think they've moved it up to tomorrow, right? When Comey goes to be arraigned, they're not going to perp walk or anything like that. They went out to humiliate you. His is for multiple felonies. Sir, you are for a misdemeanor. They tried to break you, Peter. They thought they could break you and get you to roll on Trump. They thought they could break you and have you turn on the MAGA movement. Sir, the floor is yours.
Yeah, how's that working out? Let's think about this. It's like misdemeanor for me with a circus leg irons arrest, put in the cell where John Hinckley was after he shot Reagan, and they made a point of telling me about that. All that nice little treatment, gave CNN the scoop and all of that. And now these documents that were revealed today by Senator Chuck Grassley, thanks again to Senator Grassley for getting this stuff out, thanks to the whistleblowers, show that not only did they have 5 armed FBI agents in a gangway, they had like a dozen of these guys tracking my movements. And you know what? That's people that should have been tracking terrorists and drug cartels and otherwise protecting the American people. And meanwhile, Steve, why is James Comey, who's very well trained in guns, right? Probably has a bunch of them in his basement. Why is he allowed to self-surrender and not be, I don't know, circus arrested somewhere on his way to the beach so he can write 18747 like he did? So, look, here's the big picture here, Steve. What Senator Grassley is doing is he's getting more and more documents out of the Department of Justice bureaucracy faster than we otherwise would. And it's showing what you and I have been talking about and experienced is a Democrat lawfare conspiracy to go after just about everybody in the Republican Party who's an associate of Donald John Trump and the president himself. I mean, yesterday's revelations, they're spying on Republican senators. What? Today's revelations, they took Navarro down and his fiance.
But Peter, hang on. The book is amazing. You don't have to go to prison. He went to prison, or I went to prison, so you don't have to.
You got to get the books. Steve. I got to teach you how to say that title. I know it's a lot of words.
Hold it. But you said something. Once again, Dr. Navarre. Once again, you buried the lead.
Yeah.
We don't. Why are we? And Johnson comes. Johnson comes to the microphone yesterday and says we want to thank a whistleblower that came up and gave us this. Dr. Navarro, all your documents are magnificent because of whistleblowers. We control the Department of Justice. We control the FBI. The point is, from Bongino and Cash, they're being hidden from. They're being hidden from them. I need every name that approved your arrest. I need every agent that was there and why they didn't quit, why they went. They knew what they were doing was wrong. We need the name of every agent. We need the name of everybody approved it. It's time to get beyond whistleblowers. We can't depend upon whistleblowers. We control DOJ. We control FBI. Why is that not all there? Why are we waiting? Grassley's doing great. That's because whistleblowers feel confident to come to him. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, sort of, because the first thing that happened today that Grassley said correctly was the Democrats been holding up all the appointments of all the people that we want to put in the Department of Justice. And Pam Bondi mentioned that in her opening remarks. And, you know, Steve, like, what are the worst bureaucracies we have, where you have it's like a pyramid at the top. You have a few political appointees, and all they do is struggle with the careers below them in the pyramid. And Justice has got more. Look, the guy in my case, my case is on appeal, as yours is. The guy who was in charge of putting paper in on mine to the court was a guy who donated $20,000 to Biden and Democrats, and his career totally died in the Democrat wool, and he slips through still working there because they don't have enough personnel. But to your point, special prosecutor, we need somebody to take control of this whole process because time's running out, Steve. You and I, if we learned anything during the first term, you have a little more than 1,500 days. And if you lose in the midterms, the House, then you got half that. So we need to go with the greatest sense of urgency. The War Room has that. The Posse has that. Grassley has it. I have it. I'm pushing. But we've got to expose this lawfare and weaponized government. And your case and mine, Steve, they're like the poster men of the whole thing. I mean, think about that. I'm here at the White House, senior White House advisor. All I did was to defend the Constitution, and those bastards put me in prison. How does that happen? But now we're learning. Like, they send a dozen FBI agents to surveil me from my house, which is literally across the street from the FBI, where they could have taken me then or simply called me on the phone. I think people need to understand just how crazy that stuff is. But it was a point. The process is the warfare.
Yeah. Hang on. Full stop. I want to talk about Bonnie. One of the finest women I've ever met, and not simply for the case she puts up with your madness. She's just a great individual. Talk about Bonnie, an innocent civilian here, what they did to her and what they did, this whole surveillance thing. Talk about your fiance, Bonnie.
Yeah, there's my girl right there. And we're on the stage of the Republican National Committee. And here's the thing people don't understand, Steve, is when they do this kind of lawfare to me or Jeff Clark or John Eastman or you or the president, they do it to our families. And Bonnie stood by me through the whole thing. She came and visited me every weekend, Saturday and Sunday. That was no ball of wax. I mean, walking into a crowded area with a bunch of prisoners and their families, I mean, you know, it's like pretty interesting. And she stuck with me, and it's a shame. And what bothered me most about that circus arrest was not what they did to me, because like you and I, look, we're soldiers, right? We take what they give out, but when they perp walked her, I mean, that's unforgivable. And you know, Comey, the first thing Comey did was talk about his family, that son of a bitch.
Audience, stop, full stop. They went after Melania down in Mar-a-Lago. They went after President Trump's young son. Yes. They perp walked your fiance, who's totally innocent and everything, had nothing to do with it. They did it to humiliate her, to humiliate you. And by the way, this is a Reagan National Airport, not just one of the busiest airports in the world, but all these prominent people came through. These people are cruel. Yes. They're horrible. We must break them. We need to break these people. I'm tired of whistleblowers. I'm tired of playing patty cake. I'm tired of having to sit here and show they're attacking Pam Bondi ruthlessly. And Holman, they're trying to go after Holman ruthlessly. Screw them. We need to go on offense. If we don't go on, we're like a bunch of patsies, okay? It's time to turn the guns, proverbially, on them, and let's let it rip. We're playing footsie with these guys. We're burning daylight, and we got to go hard, Navarro.
If we don't hold them accountable, they will do it again. It's as simple as that. I mean, that's why I wrote the book. I went to prison so you won't have to. I said on the night on stage, it's like it's a wake-up call. If it's a wake-up call, if they can do it to me or you or the president or Eastman or Giuliani or Clark or everybody I served with in that first term, they can certainly do it.
But hang on.
To everybody else.
But duly noted, we had
I'm telling you, sitting near Schiff, man, that was not a good experience. That guy is just a congenital liar. And he's dangerous.
I had to sit with that guy for 20 hours in the skiff in the bottom of the Capitol where he gave me a proctology exam. Yeah. Okay? Trying to tear Trump in the first term. Here's my point. He's sitting in the U.S. Senate ripping on Pam Bondi. You gave that speech at the Republican convention in July of 2024. We won in a sweeping landslide. We're in October. Eric Trump's coming out with a book. They're attacking the Trump family, and they're going to do it all over again unless we go scorched earth today. Peter Navarro, where do they get the book? How do they get to you on social media, sir? You got me worked up.
Well, it's I Went to Prison So You Won't Have To. Go to Amazon. Posse, when you go there, look at the rank and then buy the book and then look at it again in about 4 hours, and you'll know how the War Room supports I Went to Prison So You Won't Have To. You can go to the Substack, peternavarro.substack.com. There's always good stuff. And by the way, Steve, I got my old website, peternavarro.com, back in play, and that gives you everything. It'll tell you where the Substack and X and Getter and Truth Social and all that stuff. But, Steve, keep doing what you're doing, brother, because you're absolutely right. Man. We got to hold them accountable. The time for talking and writing is over.
Yeah. Time for acting
is now.
And by
brother.
the way, we want to thank Senator Grassley and his great staff. They're working like Trojans on this.
Amazing.
Peter, thank you so much, brother. Thank you for being the way you are.
All right, my brother.
And Bonnie. Bonnie could be any person out there. They handcuffed her. They tried to humiliate her. They tried to break her. Thank God she's made of sterner stuff. It's time to go on offense. That's all they understand is smash mouth. Short break. We're going to talk about gold. It's a pretty good topic. Next in the War Room.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film, Young Washington, tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or movie on Angel's platform. And you'll also get exclusive behind-the-scenes access leading up to the premiere. So go to angel.com/Rav today to get that access, follow the journey of young Washington, and help make this the #1 movie of 2026.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Well, we've had a pleasant surprise. We were able to pull this off. We're going to go live to Jack Posobiec now at the Army-Navy Country Club. Jack, why are you over there in such a rarefied atmosphere, sir?
Well, Steve, we are over here at the Army-Navy Country Club over not too far, stone's throw away from the Pentagon itself. We're out here today because we are celebrating an auspicious occasion. Today is the promotion ceremony of one Sean Spicer from commander to captain. He's actually going to be pinning on the full crow today. You can see Sean, he's working the crowd kind of behind me here, and he's going to be putting on 06, believe it or not, in just a couple of minutes here. So we're holding the reception. Beautiful weather here on the banks of the Potomac. We've got Tanya Tay, we've got Christina Wong. Actually, let's see if I can grab them real quick. We got Tanya Tay and Christina Wong. Wait, say hi to Steve Bannon real quick.
Hi, Steve.
Hey.
So we've got everyone
hey, Christina,
here.
one of
He's
the best
saying hi.
reporters out there. Yeah.
He says you're one of the best out there. I've got the earpiece in, so I don't know if he can hear you. But Steve, it's you know, they've let the barbarians inside the gate here at the Army Navy Club tonight. We are all here to represent, and we're going to have a very special guest here for the pinning ceremony itself in just a couple of very shortly.
Yeah, I think maybe I hear the Secretary of Defense. Listen, say hi to Sean. This is a big day when you make 06.
Whoa.
He's been one of the great guys. Yep. War Secretary of War. That's right.
Wait, let me
and by the way, coming off the 200. Yeah.
Captain Spicer, say hi to Steve Bannon.
Oh my gosh. I was here. Unacceptable.
Hey, Captain.
He says it's unsat that you're not here, Steve. He says it's unsat, and
I know.
See, the CNO back here is going to write you up, and we might have to call.
Yeah.
What was it, Lieutenant Bannon back to active duty? We might have to do it.
Back.
There's enough people here, enough juice in the room
Jack,
to make it happen.
Say hi to everybody there.
And
Sorry, can't be there
we'll
for the
talk about
celebration.
standards. He says hi to everyone.
Very well deserved. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Have a great time. Jack Posobiec live. Tomorrow, I believe, not just Comey's going to get arraigned, but another big announcement. I think we're going to hear an announcement about Marine Corps 250. And I can tell you from the Real American Voice team and from the War Room, we're going to be there for the entire thing. So a bunch of big announcements today. Sorry, can't be back there for Sean Spicer's promotion ceremony, but as you can see, we've got a pretty good representation there. Philip Patrick, you came on the show a couple weeks ago, and you talked about, because I want to make sure everybody understands two things. Number one, it's not just the daily spot price of gold, right? I know a lot of people are focused on that, particularly now, almost a 50% run-up, I think, in the last 12 months, and this huge run-up since we started working with Birch Gold 4 years ago. I think it was $1,100. It's the process and why gold is a hedge against times of financial turbulence, both geopolitically and financially. Goldman Sachs, I think, came out today and took their price target for gold for next year, I think, from 4,200 or 4,300 to 4,900. But I want people to understand there's something that is structurally happening in the world today around this de-dollarization movement that you pinpointed when you went in July to the Rio Reset down in Rio de Janeiro, and I think nailed it better than anybody. Walk us through what you said the central banks are doing now and the money center banks about fiat currencies, particularly the euro, and then what they're doing to take their asset base and actually increase their holdings in gold, sir.
Yeah, this has been a fairly consistent trend. It started since 2022. Central banks have been, it appears, very committed to de-dollarization. They've been dumping dollars for the last 3.5 years. Dollar holdings by central banks now are at 30-year lows, and gold has been the asset of choice. They've set record central banks for the last 3.5 years. By the way, the biggest 6-month period ever in history for central banks has been the first 2 quarters of this year, 25. So the pace is escalating, and what we're starting to see is gold is becoming slowly the reserve asset of choice. It overtook the euro last year. It now constitutes 20% of global reserve assets. The euro only 16%. It's now a larger share of U.S. government of global reserves, than U.S. government debt. And I think what we are starting to see is a structural shift back to how things used to be, where gold was a much larger share of global reserve. But I think the really interesting thing about this moment is that gold isn't being driven by fear anymore. It is being driven by acceptance. For the first time in decades, we're seeing mainstream money managers, pensions, institutions, endowments following the lead of central banks. And I think what we're seeing is an admission that paper promises alone don't cut it. Gold now more broadly outside of central banks is being treated like essential insurance, not speculation. And I think we need to be clear, what we're seeing today is not a rally in the traditional sense. A rally implies emotion. It's traders chasing momentum. What we're seeing today, I think, is a repricing of reality. For many years, the markets treated government debt and central bank policy as if it was risk-free. And I think we're seeing now globally that our illusion is breaking down.
I want to go back to this fear versus acceptance. Fear has traditionally been, and this is why, a hedge against geopolitical risk, against financial turbulence, as a risk mitigating tool. Now you're actually saying we're going back to maybe even this concept in the 19th century, where it's looked at as something central, a central asset that is every bit as fundamental as fiat currency. Is that the point you're trying to make?
It's absolutely that. Look, when you've got record sovereign debt, negative real yields on government debt, central banks hoarding gold, I think the market is simply adjusting to what's always been true, and that is that tangible assets deserve a bigger share of portfolios and central bank reserves. When the smartest money in the room starts buying the same asset that the founding fathers used as the definition of money itself, that is not a trade, that is a confession, right? A confession that collectively we've made a big mistake, and I fear collectively we're gonna pay the price. But it's what we're seeing.
That line's so good, I'm stealing it. Hang on. Also, talk about the law of unintended consequences, in that if you look at this Ukraine situation, and you and I on here 3 years ago talking about the economic warfare part of this, and how the globalists and the Atlanticists want to come up on Russia big time. The EU, the Eurodollar, as a potential global currency, is essentially being eviscerated, for the simple fact is that the EU guys led the charge to essentially steal the assets of the Russian people. First, to use it to collateralize loans, which they would take the interest and pay for the arms to attack the Russian army. But then this whole concept of the $350 billion, which most of it happens to be in European banks, in Eurodollars, right? In EUs, that in doing that, they've got everybody in the world saying, well, hey, maybe I get out of that, and this is one of the reasons the central banks are buying more gold than ever. It's the law of unintended consequences. They're trying to press the economic war and to weaponize the currency. The fiat currency actually drove kind of the logic of people saying, hey, maybe I ought to get out of that, and maybe I ought to get into physical gold. Sir.
Yeah, I mean, it's so clear. We talk about when central banks started setting records for gold buying, and it was immediately after we seized Russia's assets in 22. We have, and I mentioned this last time, but we have been disincentivizing the world to hold the dollar. Devaluation is the first way, right? It was the dollar's stability relative to other currencies for decades that cemented our position. And then weaponization. Listen, I look at things from a Western perspective. Turn that around. If I'm Russian and I see that, I make a decision that other countries morally object to, my stuff can get seized. That is a massive problem. And these countries have responded. And Russia are not alone. China are leading the charge with de-dollarization and gold buying, and many, many others as well. That was when the train left the station in 22. And like I said, I don't see it returning anytime soon. Look at our fiscal situation, $37 trillion of debt, an inability to cut spending. We've got debt service rising even when the Fed are lowering rates. It's a big problem, and the world are responding.
We have the government shut down. Schumer shut down the government about this very issue, trying to pay for the health care of illegal aliens, which we can't afford. Philip, we got a couple minutes. The Financial Times of London had this article about the fear of missing out as one of the things driving it now. I know a lot of people, when they call me, said, hey, Steve, I hear you. I've read it. It impresses me. I now kind of have a logic. But, you know, gold was $1,100 a couple of years ago. I think I missed the move in this. I just want people to know about how they get to you and how you walk people through it. Because I know a lot of people are saying, hey, 4,000, maybe I missed this. And I keep telling them, I said, don't worry about the price today. Understand what's driving the price. And that will change your perspective, or at least give you a window of how to make a decision here. So where do people go and how they interact with you and your staff?
It's very simple. It's birchgold.com/Bannon. Again, birchgold.com/Bannon. That's going to get them access to a lot of free and very good, detailed information. End of the Dollar Empire reports, which will give very good historical perspective as well as current on the situation we're in, and also a guide on how and why to invest in gold under a Trump administration. I think we've seen from its performance, there's a strong argument there. Look, I would tell people what you say, right? Look at what's driving gold's price, because if we really understand it, we understand it's going to keep going up. You know, people were concerned it was too high at 1,000, at 2,000, at 3, and now at 4. I think it's got a lot of legs. Like I said, I think what we're seeing in this climate is a repricing of reality, and I think there's a lot of legs on gold. So I would encourage people, contact us. You're going to get access to myself or a lot of other people like myself. We're here to guide you through, give you the information, and they'll do what they want from there.
Philip Patrick, thank you for taking time. I know you're really busy during the day, so thanks for taking time and joining us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Steve.
Birchgold.com. One simple way is take your phone out, text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, that would be me, at 989898, and you get the access to the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. Just do it today. But make sure you make contact and build a relationship with the guys at Birch Gold, Philip Patrick and his team. I think another thing that the price of gold is showing us is that we have to get our financial house in order, right? You have this kind of disconnect now between Capitol Hill, what President Trump's trying to accomplish, what Scott Bessent's trying to accomplish. We got to get our house in order. You can't continue to run these $2 trillion deficits. Somebody's got to face up to this. And I know people are saying, well, it's so easy to finance, that the bond market, the 10-year treasuries right now in great shape. The stock market, obviously the equity markets are on fire. But this is a ticking time bomb. And I think the increase in the price of gold is showing you that, as people are sitting there going, throughout the world going, I don't know. You know, the euro's definitely collapsed. People are looking at the dollar, and it's time now. We got to get maniacally focused on that. Short commercial break. Big news when we talk about elections and maybe non-citizens voting. The good old state of Wisconsin is going to require a check that everybody on that voter list is a citizen of the United States and the state of Wisconsin. All next in the War Room.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film, Young Washington, tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure, and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or movie on Angel's platform. And you'll also get exclusive behind-the-scenes access leading up to the premiere. So go to angel.com/Rav today to get that access, follow the journey of young Washington, and help make this the #1 movie of 2026.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice.
Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites: Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, it's 6 o'clock. I want you to stick around at 6. What I'm going to do is live is we're going to go back and play. I'm going to take you back 2 years ago today. We finally have had time to do it because the show's been so jammed all day with just so much breaking news of what's going on, particularly on Capitol Hill and against President Trump, and also throughout the nation. So we're going to go back 2 years as President Trump has a negotiating team in Egypt led by Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner to try to put this deal to bed, right? It's going to be very complicated. You can't trust the Muslim Brotherhood. Never could. But they're trying to work through a deal. I'm going to go back 2 years ago to the live broadcast of October 7th of 2023 when Stephen K. Bannon and Jack Posobiec join us live on that Saturday show, if you remember it. And then I'll make some commentary and observations afterwards. Also going to talk about the fall of, what is this, the Fifth Republic? In France, everything that's happening in Europe right now is inextricably linked with what's going on in this country because some of the same forces are driving it. And the situation in France is very serious. Plus, Mark Mitchell is going to join us in a big announcement of Moms for America. I want to bring in Mike Lindell. So the reason I was going to do this the other day, a bunch of people in the War and Posse are saying, hey, how come you're not covering Wisconsin? And I wanted to wait for the reaction. So what's happened, and Mike Lindell, you've been all over this, is that in Wisconsin we finally had, and there was a state judge that ordered that the voter rolls there, something Cleta Mitchell, you and others have been fighting on for years, has to be reviewed to make sure that, hey, guess what? They're only U.S. citizens and citizens of Wisconsin on those rolls. Right after that was announced by the judge, of course, naturally, the Department of Justice of Wisconsin, the state, has now gone to court to try to hold that up because guess what? For the Democrats, they understand they can't win elections if you only have citizens voting. So, Lindell, tell me what in the hell is going on in Wisconsin. Folks, if you remember, let's go back to just Big Steel in 2020. In December, November, we're on those conference calls with the local WEC for hours and hours and hours. We had 50,000 people watching Jack Posobiec giving commentary. What in the hell is going on in Wisconsin now, sir?
Well, first I got to tell everybody the WAC, that's their kind of like the Secretary of State as a group in Wisconsin. Very crooked outfit, the Wisconsin Election Commission. And if you guys go back to 2020, when I started investigating this, we all did. Wisconsin, everybody ready, has over 7 million names on their dirty voter rolls. If everybody voted in Wisconsin that could vote, it's a little over 4 million. And then yet you see how we fought and fought, and now they get this great win. Hey, you guys got to clean this up, WEC. You guys got to clean this up. And now you just told me, Steve, that these Uniparty and the Democrats and the Uniparty Republicans are pushing back on this. This is what we've been fighting. All these things, this stuff doesn't even make sense. You can't even grasp it. Like, why would you not want to clean up these voter rolls? Why would you not want to clean up these names? This isn't just about illegals voting. They got names on there that don't live in Wisconsin, people that are deceased. They're like you want to talk, if you looked up dirty voter rolls, they are like the shining star, the perfect example of what we need to do to fix our country's election platforms.
No, and this is, by the way, the DOJ for Wisconsin. This is not the Pam Bondi, real DOJ main justice is fighting this, and they're going to fight it. And look, everything's connected. This is about illegal aliens and about people that are not citizens voting. This is what this insurrection. This is why President Trump's thinking of the Insurrection Act in Portland and in Chicago. Because what are they fighting? They're fighting the mass deportations, right? The government is shut down. Why? Because paying a health care of illegal aliens. We have the senator from Indiana, Banks, on today about the census. And the census was gun-decked in 2020 as we fought. Why? So they could count illegal aliens. I think I see some pattern recognition here, Mike Lindell. The Democratic Party does not exist as a political entity without illegal non-citizens on the rolls to get welfare, Medicaid, and to vote and keep them in power, sir. It's so obvious what's going on here, brother.
It really is. And you guys, like I've been preaching for 4.5 years, if we don't secure our election platforms, going paper ballots, hand counted, getting rid of the illegals, cleaning up the dirty voter rolls, all these things, they're trying everything they can. You don't think that they're just going to stop now because that Donald Trump got in power. They're pulling out all the stops. And you see, just imagine this. I mean, what is the sense? Here they get this judge rules in our favor, basically, and yet you have this entity over here that's going to fight this. This is disgusting, and this is what we're up against. They can only win if they cheat, if there's cheating. You get rid of that, this country is as redder than Ronald Reagan. It's as red as can be. It's mega red, everybody. It's a different kind of red.
Hang on. If they can't cheat, they can't win. Full stop.
That's right.
And screw them if they start, oh, this is terrible. That's not democracy. Hey, we got democracy. We got the votes, okay? We've got the votes no matter what you do. If they can't cheat, they can't win. Look what's happening in Wisconsin. It's been a long, tough day here in the war room. The audience wants a deal, Mike. What's the deal? Give us the deal. Dealer's choice. What's the deal?
You guys, this is last call at the last day of pre-shipping right now on everything in My Pillow. And the 3-in-1 sale, I told you the percale sheets, this is the last day for the percale sheets. That once they're gone, they're gone. So $29.88, any size, any color. And then you have the towels that came in. We're up against the same thing on that. Get those while you can. Any size or any color, the 6-pack towels, $39.98, and then we have the premium My Pillows, the lowest price in history, $17.98, $19.98 for the king. You guys go to mypillow.com/war room. This is the day, last day. Everything ships for free. Get the mattresses, the mattress toppers. This is the last day. You guys take advantage of this. My Pillow breaks some records with that promo code War Room. You guys, made in the USA, all the crosses that came in. You guys we have over 240 products, and I'm going to add one more thing for the last day. MyStore.com, that's on there too. Free shipping, the only time we've ever done it in history on your entire order there. That promo code War Room works there too. All my operators, they're standing by, and the greatest promo code. You guys have stood behind us in spite of them attacking My Pillow every day, and we're getting through, Stephen. It's because of War Room Prophecy, the grace of God, and your great show.
You're just not getting through. You're flourishing now more than ever. The great Mike Lindell and MyPillow.com. Stick around. We're going to go back 2 years, and you're going to see it live as it happened here in the War Room. The horrible day of 7 October 2023, next in the War Room.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com.
Good evening, America. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to the latest edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to you, as always, from the nation's capital, where today Americans got a heavy dose of what weaponization looks like. For the last 4 years on this show, we've tried to tell you that weaponization comes in two forms. One is Democrats using the Justice Department to go after their perceived enemies. The other is using the Justice Department to create a protection racket around their most corrupt members. And today, we ended up with 4 examples, 2 on each side. I'm going to walk you through them because I think it's really important for you to understand how important these revelations were. They come from Pam Bondi, they come from Kash Patel, and they come from Senate Judiciary Chairman Chuck Grassley, who got documents long denied the American public out today. Let's get you through them. The first one we knew about last night. 8 senators, 1 House member, all of their phone records surveilled by the FBI after Jack Smith, the special prosecutor, got a grand jury subpoena. The FBI rifled them through them, trying to find some dirt on 8 members of Congress and 1 House member, by the way, in a period of time when they were doing their constitutionally protected duty, which was to decide whether to certify the 2020 election between January 4th and January 7th. 2021. That's the first example. Let's give you the second, weaponization. If it sounds familiar, it's because we've had him on the show before, and he's going to join us in just a second. We know what Peter Navarro went through. We saw it on camera. We saw it in public. Today, we learned that the FBI specifically surveilled him and his family to find the opportune time to embarrass him with his arrest. They could have arrested him at his home. He was a block from the FBI office. They could have arranged for him to just surrender because he had a lawyer who was cooperating. But no, the FBI decided to watch him until he went to Reagan National Airport, and then they made a spectacle of it, arresting him in the middle of the airport. Today, confirmation that's exactly what the FBI did. They put a surveillance team on him to look for that opportune moment to create embarrassment for a perceived enemy of the Democrats. Now, let's go to the flip side. Who got the protection racket? Well, one of them's pretty familiar to all of us. His name is Hunter Biden, right? We confirmed this morning, thanks to newly declassified documents from CIA Director John Ratcliffe, that Joe Biden and his staff personally intervened to stop the CIA from publishing a intelligence report in 2016. By the way, this was a legitimate intelligence report. It met all the standards for distribution. But Joe Biden's staff complained. Why? Because the intelligence report was going to tell the Intelligence Committee policymakers in Washington that Ukrainians believe that Hunter Biden's work for Burisma, a corrupt energy company in Ukraine, was undercutting U.S. policy and creating hypocrisy in the argument that the U.S. wanted Ukraine to end corruption. How about that? The Ukrainians figured it out long before the Democrats did in this country that Hunter Biden was corrupt. That's one protection racket. We're going to give you one more. We learned during the hearing today with Pam Bondi that remarkably, the FBI received evidence that Bill Clinton was having backdoor payments come to him through a political consulting firm. They had this information in the beginning of 2017, and according to Chuck Grassley, they didn't pursue it. Now, just think about that. One former president gets a pass, they don't look at it. The other sitting president goes through all of Russia collusion. That happened in the same time period. That's what weaponization looks like. Going after your enemies, protecting your crooked people in your own party. All of that happened in the last 24 hours. We got it all up on justthenews.com. I'm going to bring my amazing co-host Amanda Head because the Senate just gave Donald Trump a big gift. Tell us about it.
That's right. That's right. When it rains, it pours, hey? Yes, just before the show tonight, the Senate voted in block and they confirmed 107 of President Trump's nominees. So they are all passed through, and very exciting for President Trump because those are nominees that he was really hammering on making happen. So even in the midst of a government shutdown, the Senate is still finding ways to get a few things done. All right, so we have to mention tonight, of course, that it is the second anniversary of the October 7th attacks in Israel by Hamas, and President Trump marked today by hosting freed Israeli-American hostage Eden Alexander and his family at the White House. Now, Alexander was held hostage for 584 days before being released back in May, and he also hosted the family of murdered hostage Omer Nutra, whose body, unfortunately, is still in Gaza. Now, work continues on getting the rest of the hostages out and ending the conflict between Israel and Hamas, with Jared Kushner and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff flying to Egypt to oversee those negotiations on behalf of President Trump. Now, it's been reported that they will not be leaving Egypt until a hostage release agreement is reached. Now, this is all after Hamas has already agreed to release their Israeli hostages. This was last week, so although at this hour none of them have actually been freed. So we're going to have more on the second anniversary of October 7th in just a few minutes. But turning now to some more news from here in the nation's capital, Attorney General Pam Bondi was up on Capitol Hill today, testifying in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee. And in her opening remarks, she addressed the reporting around the FBI spying on Senate Republicans, and she did not hold back. Take a look.
As to ending the weaponization of justice, we learned that former FBI secretly investigated you and your colleagues. Why? They wanted to take President Trump off the playing field. They were playing politics with law enforcement powers and will go down as a historic betrayal of public trust.
And Attorney General Bondi also discussed judicial activism in the hearing, slamming it by categorizing the activism as unprecedented while lauding the Department of Justice for never ignoring a court order. And she also got into it with Senate Democrats over the Trump administration's use of the National Guard to help combat a lot of these issues happening in blue cities, the rising crime, especially in places like Chicago. So here was her exchange with Illinois Senator Dick Durbin.
The word is, and I think it's been confirmed by the White House, they are going to transfer Texas National Guard units to the state of Illinois. What's the rationale for that?
Yeah, Chairman, as you shut down the government, you voted to shut down the government, and you're sitting here, our law enforcement officers aren't being paid. They're out there working to protect you. I wish you loved Chicago as much as you hate President Trump. And currently, the National Guard are on the way to Chicago. If you're not going to protect your citizens, President Trump will.
John, if she wasn't leaning over into a microphone, if she had it in her hand, that would be the opportunity for her to drop it.
Yeah, that left a mark, no doubt about it. It's been played over and over all day.
I know. It's fantastic.
All right, I'm really excited to kick off today's show. He wrote a book that I think everyone here should read. I went to prison so you don't have to. He was one of the abject targets of the Democratic weaponization machinery in the Justice Department. Today, he got to see the actual documents showing how he was targeted, how they made a spectacle of his arrest. Joining us now, one of President Trump's closest advisors. He advises him on trade and manufacturing and so much more. Our good friend, Peter Navarro. Peter, good to have you here.
Nice to see you.
All right, you wrote this book. You knew this was going on, but today when you see the documents.
Well, I was there. I got to thank Chuck Grassley and his chief of staff, Josh Flynn Brown. They're absolutely tigers getting this. And I was sitting there. I went and looked at it. It was sitting way too close to Adam Schiff. I was worried I was going to stand my suit or something. Slime was kind of dripping off him. But this book, what's interesting about what happened today is like the first chapter of this book, I went to prison so you won't have to. That's me, by the way, with my fiance. The night of the day I walked out of prison, gave a speech to the Republican National Committee. But the first chapter documents in detail this arrest for a misdemeanor.
That's right.
At Reagan Airport.
Yeah.
Where in the chapter I write 5 armed FBI agents took me down. Now, I got to revise the chapter because what we learned today from the document drops by Chuck Grassley is there were more than a dozen of these agents not fighting terrorism, not out fighting drug cartels, but going after a 74-year-old guy for a dispute with Congress that I was on the right side of, right? So this stuff is it's like Kafka, and it's like the Marx Brothers. It's like you read the field report and it goes, suspect leaves residence at 9:02, gets into an Uber. Now, where was my residence? Okay, my residence was literally
across the street, right?
50 yards across the street from the FBI. Okay, so they had two decisions. Like they could have taken me there. Okay, fine. Or the smart thing to do was to just call me and have me self-surrender. Now, why is that important? What did we learn today? Like, when we asked for discovery from the judge, Ahmed Maida, I call him the Jackal, clever dude, he refused to give me full discovery on that arrest, and the prosecution itself said they had given me everything they had. Okay, they didn't give us this stuff, and according to a guy, I know a guy at Just the News, he says there's going to be more.
I think that's right.
We didn't get that either. But why is it important? It's like right in the form. I love this. I just love it. I'm reading it. It's like there's a box that says, "Is this guy armed and dangerous?" And then we go check. No, not armed and dangerous, which would have been the only excuse for doing what they did. Okay. The only excuse. And right out, I think they said, no, not armed and dangerous. This was lawfare, plain and simple. Now, let's go back a little bit and look at what happened yesterday, which you reported, which is the surveillance and eavesdropping on the Republican senators, right? That was Arctic Frost, right? Now, what's the connection between me and that? There's an agent named Walter Giardina who reports to a guy named Tim Tebow at the FBI. And both of these SOBs were intimately involved in every single attempt to take Donald Trump down and put away people like me in prison from 2016 to 2024. Think about that, John. This was
an 8-year
FBI, right? And with Giardina is he was the guy. It's fascinating stuff. You can't make this stuff. You try to write this as a film, they'd say, nah, that's over the top. This was the guy who read the Steele dossier, okay, and said that it was real, not fake. It's indisputable that it was fake. It was done by Christopher Steele, paid for by Hillary Clinton. It was designed to falsely portray Donald Trump in the pocket of the Russians. Just totally false. Giardina was a guy who greenlit that thing, and that begat what? Crossfire Hurricane, which was
a major figure in your book, right?
A major figure. He's the guy. He's the guy who, when again, chapter 1, I went to prison. You go, so you won't have to. You go in the book, and it's like. Bonnie, my fiance, we're having like the loveliest 2 hours of our life on the way to the airport, playing backgammon, on the way to Nashville. We're happy as clams. We get in, we give them our tickets, we get in the gangway. Everybody's had this experience. So what happens is they slam the doors behind us from the ticketing end, and I'm walking there with Bonnie. I didn't see him do that. And I see Giardina and his partner at the door of the aircraft coming at me with their guns at their side. I look behind me, and I got 3 armed agents coming in behind me. And I literally, you'll see this if they ever have any video footage of this. I said, I laughed. It's like, you got to be kidding me, right? Because you got to be kidding me. And Giardina proceeds to put me arms behind the back, refused, by the way, to let me call a lawyer. I asked him twice. Puts my arms around my back, handcuffs. They take me off. I wind up in leg irons. And in the I went to prison so you won't have to. There's like a chapter called The Ghost of John Hinckley, right? They walking me down in leg irons. And I'm trying to catch up to this guy who's going really fast. I get to the cell, bleak little piece of the world, and the guy makes a point of telling me that was the cell that John Hinckley was in after he shot Reagan. I'm thinking, like, what's the moral equivalence here? Guy standing up for the Constitution,
right.
Okay, versus
guy tried to assassinate the president.
Yeah. So anyway, I think the point here is, and the point of I went to prison so you won't have to, is simply this. If we don't hold them accountable, John, they're going to do it again. And it may start as early as 2026 if they get a hold of the House of Representatives, because we know these people have no shame. I saw that on display. I feared for my republic today, John. Look at that hearing. Like, everybody from
stuff.
Durbin to the right of him, who are all Democrats. Durbin's trying to make the case that we're weaponizing the Justice Department. Wait a minute. You're the ones who put us in prison. Like, well, how's that about? Blumenthal gets on his soapbox. Pam Bondi calls him on it. It's like, hey, you lied. You lied about your military service. Schiff lied to Congress. I mean, that guy, it's like, I don't know why that guy's not in jail.
Peter, I got to ask you, though, because we're going to run up on our clock. These people are recalcitrant. They're crooked to their core.
Yes.
Your book is going to have a huge impact in the way of not allowing this to happen again. But it's not enough. Something else has to happen. What do you want to see as far as reparations? What will make it hurt enough they won't do it again?
Well, this is a call to action, right? And one of the things I learned in prison is that when you do something wrong, like the 200 felons I was in with, I was the only guy for a misdemeanor, they had all done something wrong. And what you have to do is punish so that it fits the crime and do it in a way that leads to deterrence so you don't have recidivism, okay? And last time I looked, it's Old Testament. It's just we need just Old Testament stuff. And if you don't hold them accountable, they will do it again and again and again. And we know who they are. We got Comey first in the queue, but there's a long line after that need to be investigated. Brennan, Clapper, Page, Strzok, Rosenstein, Giardina, Tebow,
Weissman.
Schiff. Weissman. Who knows better that list than just the news? I mean, folks, if you want to know what's happening before it happens, this is the place to find out. Right there. That guy there.
One question, because I think it will shock people. If the FBI had called your lawyer and asked you to surrender, you would have surrendered, right?
Not only that, I wrote a memo to them 2 days earlier and said, hey, if you're going to do something, call my lawyer. His name's Adam Katz. Whatever you need. I told them that.
I know you did.
Okay?
You were going to do it.
And by the way, the other names are Ahmed Maida, the judge, two of my appeals court judges, who decided this. I have no appeal. No grounds for appeal. Well, guess what? My appeal's going to oral argument in December, and you know who's going to rule on that? Same two judges. That's another show we'll do sometime.
Yeah. It's got to get to the Supreme Court. That's where it's got
to go.
Get to. Peter, the book is amazing. Your story is amazing. I thought about you all day knowing these documents are coming out. Thanks for joining us. It's a very powerful moment. Thank you, my friend. All right, folks, we got a lot more ahead for you. Quick commercial break ahead. Around the corner, the chairman of the House Oversight Committee, he's identified a lot of weaponization. Without him, we wouldn't know most of what we know today. James Comer up next, right after these messages. Hey, folks, as an investigative journalist, I've spent my career digging into the facts, cutting through noise, asking hard questions, and getting to the truth. And when it comes to who I recommend to my audience, I hold everyone to the same standard. That's why I want to tell you I've done the homework, and AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is the real deal. AMAC is a conservative alternative to AARP. They're focused on faith, family, and freedom, and they offer real benefits to their members, myself included, including discounts on travel insurance, in prescriptions, so much more, exclusive resources, and their excellent AMAC magazine. And right now, when you sign up for a 5-year membership, you'll save up to 33%. That's just over $1 a month. A smart investment to stay informed, get real value, and support a cause that matters. Visit amac.us/justnews today. I've done the vetting. Now you can take the next step.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back, everybody, to Just the News, No Noise. The reports keep coming in about alleged corruption and weaponized justice within both the Obama and Biden administrations, and the latest one deals with Obama's CIA. Our newest reporting here over at Just the News details then VP Joe Biden's team blocking the CIA from distributing a report on his son Hunter's business dealings in Ukraine. My, I wonder why. I thought nothing went wrong. Joining us now to discuss that and much more is the chairman of the House Oversight Committee, James Comer. Mr. Chairman, thanks so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Sir, I just want to start off with a refrain that I heard last year often, because we had you on the show and we were always talking to you about these investigations, whether it was Ukraine or Romania or China with CEFC. And I was constantly hearing from Democrat friends, you know, they're just doing this to try to hurt Joe Biden so he won't win the election. I knew that wasn't true then, and I especially know it's not now, because you have not taken the pedal off the gas one bit. You were trying to root out corruption. It seems you found it. Again.
Thank you all for always covering that. You were right. History will show that you were right. Thank John Radcliffe for the great job he's doing in shining the sun in on the despicable behavior and the weaponized past of the intelligence community. And of course, the deep state was covering up for what the Biden family did. Of course, they were concerned about the relationship that the then Vice President's son had with this corrupt energy company. Of course, they knew that Joe Biden leveraged the foreign aid to Ukraine in exchange for firing that prosecutor. Everyone knew it, but yet no one had the decency to come forward in the intelligence community and blow the whistle. The Democrats wanted to continue to close their eyes and just attack me and attack Donald Trump and any conservative network that would suggest there was a cover-up. And I'm glad that we finally know the truth. There was a cover-up, and I hope that this isn't the end. I hope there's some accountability, and I'm going to do everything in my power to see that we can help hold these people accountable for the wrongdoing.
Yeah, well, you've done so much already to give us the truth because we were denied so much truth. When you look at this document, this would have been unbelievable material for President Trump's defense team to have during the Ukraine impeachment. Clearly wasn't presented. Your thoughts on the unfair system that went through that impeachment trial? A lot of the most important evidence never got to the trial jurors, yourself and others.
There has to be people that are in the intelligence community today, what we call the deep state, that knew that this evidence existed. We all knew it existed, but whether or not there had been evidence that hadn't been shredded or had disappeared somehow, these people need to be held accountable. I mean, they tried to impeach a president of the United States for simply calling in a call that we all heard. Everyone knows what was said on the call. It was a call asking if they knew anything about this. He knew, everyone knew that the Bidens had been warned to stay away from this energy company. Joe Biden didn't want to stay away from it because it was too lucrative for him and his family. We've proven that in the bank records. And then here we are. The Democrats tried to take that phone call with Donald Trump simply doing his job as president and trying to identify waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement in the federal government. And they tried to tie it around his neck, create a false narrative, and impeach the sitting president of the United States. This is despicable. I think every member of Congress that was involved in that impeachment hearing should have to account for this new evidence. And thank goodness you guys are staying on this story. I appreciate it, and hopefully we'll see some accountability.
Yeah, I think so.
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, the block did its intended purpose, which was to, keep that information from coming to the light of day. I have no doubt that Democrats would have voted the same way regardless, but lest we forget, there were Republicans who voted to impeach President Trump on Ukraine as well. Do you think that would have changed their votes?
I know it would have changed the Republicans' votes. I want to hope that there were a few decent Democrats out there. But look, this Trump derangement syndrome is a pretty severe disease. It's been around for a long time, and who knows? The Democrats are currently keeping the government shut down because they want to have free health care for illegals. I mean, they'll do anything to stay in power. That's why they kept the border open. That's why they turned a blind eye to the obvious corruption of the Biden family. So who knows what they're going to do next? But you're probably right, Amanda. They probably would have still voted to impeach Donald Trump.
Just extraordinary. So, sir, it all starts, the impeachment of Ukraine. The Ukraine impeachment begins with a CIA officer who allegedly files a whistleblower complaint. That whistleblower complaint looks to be pretty darn dubious now. We now know that Hunter Biden was under investigation by the FBI. We knew the FBI had his laptop. We now know that the CIA knew all the way back to 2016 that Hunter Biden was creating consternation for our ally in Ukraine over corruption. Does that document, that whistleblower document, which the Democrats have protected forever, should that come out? Should it be declassified? Should we be able to compare that whistleblower's words to the facts now and decide if that whistleblower should be punished for filing a false allegation?
Absolutely. And a lot of people are going to owe you an apology, John, because you've been on this from day one, long before I ever.
I'll be behind you. I think you have a few coming your way, too.
Yeah. I mean, declassify everything. Let's be transparent. Let's release all the documents. That's what needs to happen. The American people need to see the true reality of what was going on. The Democrats colluded with the liberal media who in cahoots with the deep state government agencies to try to create false narratives that Trump did something wrong, that he was trying to dig up something untrue about the Biden family when it was very true. And it was very serious. They impeached Donald Trump for asking about what Joe Biden really did, and that was leverage taxpayer dollars to fire a prosecutor who was about to prosecute his son for corruption with a corrupt Ukrainian energy company. So the American people need to know. We're finding out now the truth about the Steele dossier, that was Hillary Clinton's opposition research. That was a dirty trick that Hillary Clinton tried to play to hurt Donald Trump in the 2016 election. The Democrats played that Russiagate card forever. Now we know it's complete 100% phony. This impeachment of Donald Trump that passed the House of Representatives, 100% phony, because we now know that Donald Trump did the right thing. He should ask his counterpart that we're giving money to. Hey, by the way, did the last president try to shake you all down for some money for his family? That is a perfectly legitimate question that Donald Trump asked, and the Democrat turned around and impeached him over it. That's how bad they are. Here we are today. They've shut down the government because they want to give free health care to their biggest voting base now, the illegals. And I think, enough's enough. The American people need to reject these Democrat politicians that continue to abuse the Constitution, abuse their power just to stay in office.
Absolutely. Sir, before we let you go, I know that the request by the Vice President Biden at the time was referred to as extremely rare and unusual. I feel like this is kind of the thing that should never happen, because rare and unusual implies that it doesn't happen often, but it does happen. Is there ever a circumstance where a sitting vice president or a president should be able to block something like this if there is there?
No, and I've asked this question. When else in history has a president or vice president or secretary of state, for that matter, demanded that a prosecutor be fired for any reason? I don't know of any time of a single instance other than this Ukrainian deal. And it's one reason that I've been so negative to send any taxpayer dollars to Ukraine in their war against Russia, because they've never been honest. Zelensky could be honest today. He could come out today and say, yeah, you know what, I covered up. We were scared. We needed the money from the United States. And he didn't. So I have no respect for him. And, I'm just glad the truth's coming out, because John and Amanda, you all and I, we've taken a lot of bullets from the left-wing media that tried to say that this wasn't true, when now we know it was true. The government covered it up to protect the Bidens, just like the government tried to set Donald Trump up with a fake Steele dossier to influence an election. I mean, it's terrible what's happened. Hopefully, we'll see some accountability, and I think that's what will finally close the chapter in this terrible part of our history. Is some of these people lose their jobs and lose their federal pensions, and hopefully serve some jail time.
Yeah. And hopefully don't fail up like everybody else seems to do in this town. Mr. Chairman, you have been a fearless warrior for truth, and we appreciate you being here, and I hope there's going to be a line of people signing up to give you an apology, because you certainly deserve it. All right, everybody, up next on the other side, the son of a fallen hero from October 7th is going to join us to discuss marking this second anniversary of the attacks on that night. We'll be right back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back, America. Today, we memorialize the second anniversary of one of the most heinous events in world history, the October 7th, 2023 massacres in Israel committed by Hamas and its Iran backers. We can never forget what happened today. We say that about 9/11. We can't forget what happened on October 7th. Americans and Israelis alike killed with unbelievable brutality, and much of the media today tries to sweep that under the rug. Our next guest is going to remind us of not only the terrible atrocities that day, but the great heroism. Nadav Rudiev is the son of Lior Rudiev, a hero from October 7th. He rushed out to defend his community on that horrific day. Lior was killed as he tried to protect another hostage, and Nadav is joining us now to remind us of that extraordinary day. Nadav, first, a heartfelt thank you for what your father did for the world, but he did that moment, and for all that your family's been through. We mourn with you again today. I know 2 years is very recent. Tell us what you went through today, what you were thinking as people remembered the great sacrifices your father made that day.
First of all, thank you very much, John, for the opportunity to speak to the American people and remind them what happened 2 years ago and still going on this day. So my dad, for over 40 years, volunteered as a first responder team personnel of Kibbutz Nir Yitzchak, where I was born and raised. And on the morning of October 7th, like many times before, whenever an emergency occurred, he went outside and not knowing where and what's going to happen. And he fought for many, many hours with his teammates against dozens of terrorists that invaded the kibbutz. And unfortunately, he was kidnapped. And for over 7 months, we didn't know what came about him. And the day after Holocaust Day in Israel, on May 7th, we got the official notice that unfortunately he was killed in battle and his body had been taken hostage. So for us this day, after 2 years of mourning my dad, but not being able to have a grave to mourn him properly, has been difficult. But at the same time, my dad went out that morning to save lives, and that's what we're trying to do now, 2 years later. We still have 48 hostages. 20 of them are still surviving in captivity, and they need to be released as soon as possible.
Yeah. I know President Trump, when he came into office, he felt a mandate to make sure that this conflict comes to an end and to bring the hostages home. He's been successful in a number of cases, and I know that's got to be bittersweet for you to see that other people, they have their family returning, but you won't have that with your dad. Tell us what that's like for you.
Well, of course, I miss my dad every day, and I just want to hug him again and say whatever I didn't say before. But at the same time, it's bittersweet because there are people that are surviving there, and they're held in unimaginable conditions, and they need to be rescued as soon as possible. My dad went out to save lives. I can only advocate for that and to honor him by fighting, first of all, to bring them all back, and then we need to bring him and the remaining deceased hostages so we can bury them and give them the respect they deserve, because they cannot stay in this evil land and be thrown around like they were nothing. Unfortunately, he was taken as a prize by Hamas terrorists. So for us, he did what he knew that he needed to do, and I'm the proud son of my dad, and he was a hero. and it is bittersweet, but at the same time, we knew that he wasn't in his nature not to do exactly what he did. So for us to be advocating as he acted in his life is the most important thing we can do today, and continue the fight until they're all home.
Yeah, it's so important. Let me just ask you, are you optimistic for the region that maybe what's underway now with Qatar and Israel talking together, Saudi Arabia going closer to Israel, that there's a coalition of the willing that could eventually eradicate the hate of Hamas from Gaza and create a more stable situation? Are you optimistic about it, or you worried?
Well, optimistic is not the right word I would use, because I've been let down and disappointed for many times in the past few years. So I'm remaining hopeful, but at the same time staying very grounded and continue what I'm doing with advocating for their release until they're all home. It is very different. The times we are right now with Trump's 20 points peace deal is something that is, if it will be signed and will happen, is a critical historic moment that can change the face of the Middle East and of the state of Israel and its Arab countries' neighbors. So for us, being optimistic is, for me personally, being optimistic is a bit of a problematic word, but trying to remain hopeful, but still very, very connected to reality that can change in any moment. And until the deal isn't signed, we don't have the privilege to stop.
Yeah, well, one thing we know for sure, your dad contributed to whatever this outcome is going to be, whatever positive thing lies ahead. Your dad contributed, and he contributed in the ultimate way. We honor your whole family, Nadav, on this day. We mourn alongside you, but thank you for joining us and giving us a little glimpse of the extraordinary man your dad was. It's great to have you on the show today.
Thank you very much for your time, and for everyone watching, please continue advocating for their release and the war to end, because the suffering has to end.
Amen for that. We agree with that so much. All right, folks. Well, we're going to stay on this topic. October 7th for another block. The reaction we've seen here inside the United States has been pretty remarkable today. We'll have all that right after the break.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back, everybody. It has been 2 years since October 7th, the day that changed Israel forever, a day of unthinkable terror when innocent families were ripped apart. Heroes gave their lives to protect their neighbors and loved ones, and the world saw evil in its rawest form. Today, we remember the victims, the hostages still in captivity, and the brave men and women who stood their ground in defense of their homes and their people. That day affected communities around the world. And joining us now is someone from one of those communities, former mayor and current city council member of Beverly Hills, John Mirisch. John, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
You and your colleagues on the city council in Beverly Hills have been so bold about this since day one. I remember driving through Beverly Hills and seeing the Israeli flags on the lawn, just absolutely incredible to see, and brought tears to my eyes. But another something special happened on Sunday. Tell us about it.
Well, last year, as you correctly said, we had an art installation with the flags of all of the countries of the people of the victims of October 7th. So over 1,000 flags with 30 plus different countries, mainly Israeli, but, over 40 American flags because there were American citizens who died as well. But we went beyond that. We decided that you just mentioned that October 7th changed Israel forever, but for many of us in Beverly Hills being one of the few Jewish majority cities outside of Israel, it changed us forever as well. And so the council earlier in the year voted to commission a permanent October 7th memorial. And on Sunday, we had the site dedication. Hopefully the actual memorial garden and monument will be finished within a year, but we had a dedication of the site. And it was very moving. We had people there who were relatives of the victims. We had one of the survivors from the Nova Festival, a young mother. And we had a number of rabbis there to discuss why what we're doing is important. And October 7th has become part of the fabric of our community. And now we are going to have a permanent memorial, which is going to be right across the street from our 9/11 memorial.
I love that because both were moments of extraordinary hate and intolerance that led to such grief and death. What do we need
and ironically,
to do?
I'm sorry, I was going to say, ironically, by some of the same people who were responsible for both, including Qatar. And, but we're doing it not to call out the perpetrators, but to commemorate the victims, to provide us a place to go, to remember, to reflect, and to connect with each other, and also a place of education, hopefully.
I remember after 9/11, the extraordinary patriotism this country felt, and we kind of came together. We didn't see political stripes. We just saw that we needed to be proud to be American, fight back to what happened to us. 24 years later, this country seems to have a whole generation that was trained in schools to hate their country, certainly to hate Jews and to blame Jews for everything in the world. And it's on both sides of the political aisle. It's on the conservative side and the liberal side right now. How do we deprogram a generation that got that insipid ideology?
Well, so there are two things. One is in the U.S. and one is abroad. And a lot of the hate stems from abroad. We've seen in countries like Saudi Arabia, they're changing the textbooks that basically were, like Mein Kampf and the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, that basically brainwashed their youth into hating Jews. We see that with Hamas and in Gaza to this day, but it can be done. You can change it. The Saudis have started to change. Other countries like UAE and Bahrain have also changed. And we see a huge difference in those countries and in other countries where Islamism is still popular, where it's funded, where it is rampant, like Qatar and Yemen. But in this country, very clearly, we have an issue with education and our educational system. And we see it in California, where, unfortunately, our teachers' unions fought against a local bill that a group that I am the chief policy officer for, ICANN, the Israeli American Civic Action Network, fought, and they have a problem protecting Jewish students. It's weird. It's really only Jewish students, but it really is, sadly, in America, there are a lot of people on both sides of the aisle, but in this case, it's the teachers' unions and other groups that don't have a problem with anti-Semitism. Another problem, of course, is all of the funding that comes not just to universities. We've read about the billions of dollars that Qatar is pouring into American universities, and they're not doing it out of the goodness of their hearts because their hearts are not good. But they're also funding K through 12 education. We have to stop that. So part of that means not accepting it, calling it out, and very basic things like having organizations have to register under FARA. Under Trump 1, Al Jazeera Plus was supposed to register under FARA. To this day, it's never happened. So we really need to be mindful of all of that. And we need to, as parents, we need to also work with our children to make sure that they're not susceptible to this indoctrination and brainwashing, which at its basis there is a tremendous amount of anti-Jewish racism, which seems on the left and maybe on the right to be the only acceptable form of racism.
Yeah, it's horrible. John, before we let you go, I want to ask you, and I hesitate to even use the phrase news organization, but The Guardian has put out a number of pieces over the years about so-called Palestinian genocide, and they are openly calling on Hamas to reject this deal. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, The Guardian and also to an extent other mainstream, much more mainstream media. The Guardian to me is a propaganda organ. I mean, it's sort of, you can put them into a basket along with Al Jazeera, which, again, there's hope for the future that maybe they're moderating more. We'll see if that's happening. But that's all. It's all propaganda. And anybody who suggests that there was a genocide, which is itself a blood libel, who says that these terrorists should not accept a peace deal that would end the war, what they call the genocide, that kind of goes to prove they're really not interested in peace. They're not interested in long-term coexistence between Jews and non-Jews in the region. They're just interested in killing Jews. And I mean, you see what's The Guardian is in England. You see what's happening there, what a cesspit and what a cesspool of anti-Semitic hate that country has become, and you can understand where it's coming from. It should be a warning to us in this country. It really must be. We need to look at the lessons of the UK, Sweden, which is a country where I lived. I also have Swedish citizenship, how they truly created a situation which is going to not just endanger the Jewish communities in those countries, but everyone else who is not an Islamist. Really, the enemy is Islamism, and I think maybe we should make a distinction between Islam, because I have friends who are moderate Muslims, and Islamism, but Islamism is the great danger, and we need to, in this country, start by, for example, banning the Muslim Brotherhood, which you've seen in countries like UAE, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Egypt. We really need to get serious. And I know that Ted Cruz and that there are other legislators that are trying to do that.
They are.
Of course, the pushback against that is tremendous from the Islamists and Qatar, who is spreading money on both sides of the aisle. And we really need to keep an eye on that. We need to expose that, and we need to keep pushing.
Yeah, the modern Middle East has surprisingly revealed some remarkably good faith actors, and it's amazing to see that still so much more work to come in some of those countries that you mentioned. John Mirisch, City Council member in Beverly Hills, thanks so much for what you're doing there, and thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate your allowing us to focus on state and local. We talk a lot about the federal government, but it is so important what happens at the local level, and we see, look at what's happening in New York, and our organization has created something called the Mamdani Index, which is going to reveal just how dangerous it is, not just in New York, but throughout the country. So stay tuned.
Absolutely.
That's a big one. We're
that
going
is
to watch
a good
for
tool.
that.
John, thanks so much for being with us. And everybody, we've got one more break, and then we'll be back on the other side.
Hey folks, I've got an important message for you about high blood pressure. It's one of the highest risk factors for mortality. Nearly 1 in 2 adults have high blood pressure, meaning there's about a 50-50 chance you could be affected. Getting help and taking control of your blood pressure is crucial for your health and longevity, and one way to do that is by using 120 Life. And 120 Life is not just to help manage high blood pressure, it also can be beneficial for those with diabetes, because managing high blood pressure can help with diabetes making 120 Life a valuable tool for overall wellness. 120 Life is trusted by healthcare professionals with over 1,000 doctors recommending it to help manage your blood pressure naturally. For a limited time, try 120 Life and save 20% off. Just use the code JTN at checkout at 120life.com. 120 Life offers a risk-free trial with a full refund. If you don't see lower numbers in 2 weeks, go to 120life.com and use the code JTN to save 20%.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
Welcome back, everybody. Yes, the government is still shut down, and some of you might know that House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries challenged Speaker of the House Mike Johnson to a debate about the shutdown, and Mike Johnson has responded. He has referred to the challenge as desperate and said the House has done its job, which is true. House Republicans, they passed a clean CR. Bada bing, bada boom.
If you don't want to do the people's business, don't distract them with some side spectacle called the debate. And debates are for presidential elections, not for a shutdown government.
Yeah.
It's silly. But, the entire Democratic Party, they're doing everything to cater to their base, which isn't happy with them in the process. I think they're squandering their ability to capture anyone in the middle. And
I know.
2026 normally would be a historically tough election for Republicans. I think it might be a strong election. Even people like Roy Cooper in North Carolina, he's going to have to own all those things that Michael Botley talked about yesterday. His successor had to sign a bill in honor of the victim who dies because of the earlier Democratic policies. The Democrats are dug themselves into a really big hole. I do think the biggest limitation to Republicans right now is getting enough bodies to carry out the playbook. Today, 107 new bodies confirmed. That was a big moment.
Yes, indeed. 107 all in one fell swoop. And I know a lot of folks around this town were hoping that would happen very soon. John, I want to talk a little bit about something you were saying about the midterms, because I was looking at this poll that Harry Enton, the chief data analyst over at CNN, was.
I get a kick out of it.
I do too, especially when he has to deliver what he knows is going to be bad news to his viewers. It's quite hilarious.
He's so emotive.
His delivery is amazing. But he was talking about how President Trump has the steadiest approval rating of any president in history. And last October, a month before President Trump was elected, his favorability was 44%. It is now 43%, which of course is in the margin of error. But 44%. President Trump won with 44%. So you look at those numbers and how they trickle down to Congress and what Congress is doing hand in glove with President Trump. I spoke to Congressman Ralph Norman a few days ago, and he said that it is a testament to President Trump's strength, the fact that Republicans have been so united, especially as we are seeing now.
And there's also a lot of progress. There's just a lot of things getting done. I mean, that's why the left is losing their marbles, because they're just seeing so much change. It's going to take them years to get back. They spent 2 decades setting up this leftist system, and it's getting eradicated day by day. And President Trump doesn't care about the consequences. He's just getting it done. I think the next few days, tomorrow is Comey's court appearance. We'll see if he gets perp walked out. I bet not. Yeah, it's early in the morning, and but we'll see. Let's see what comes of it. But I think there'll be more indictments and arrests soon.
Yeah. All right. Very quickly before we go, Insurrection Act. You think he'll do it?
Nope, I don't.
No. All righty. What's the over/under on that? Maybe I should take the under.
You take the over.
All right, everybody. That's all the time we have for this tonight. We appreciate you being here, and we just want to let all of our viewers out there know, people who are Israeli and Jewish, that we are thinking about you on the second memorial of October 7th. Everybody have a wonderful night. We'll be back here at 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. Democrats appear to be digging in their heels on everything, even in the face of common sense. This with the budget negotiations in Congress. This, of course, with the National Guard being dispatched to many cities. And, of course, going after criminals and stopping Antifa from literally taking over cities. They dig their heels in, and they disagree. Why? Because it's President Trump. And who suffers? The American people do. We turn to Chicago. Do you know this week alone in Chicago, 17 people have been shot, 3 killed, 14 of them wounded. 17. It's only Tuesday, folks, okay? And you've got 17 people shot. The Texas National Guard has arrived in Chicago. Now, you think it would be a welcome sight for leadership in Chicago. Not the case. This is the radical mayor, Brandon Johnson.
You know, as far as what we are hearing, the National Guard, first of all, it's illegal, unconstitutional, it's dangerous, it's wrong. This is not about deportation. This is not about safety for this president. This is about authoritarianism. It's about stoking fear. It's about breaking the Constitution.
No. It's some of those things. When you talk about stoking fear into the hearts and minds of criminals, it's authoritarianism if you're talking about scaring criminals so they stop committing crimes. But there's nothing unconstitutional about this. President Trump is literally protecting the people. And what's amazing is this from a mayor who has the no bail, let them sail policies, meaning criminals just have a revolving door in Chicago. It's a sanctuary city, so criminals can come there, hole up in Chicago, and then wreak havoc on the citizens there. And yet, he declares certain places in Chicago ICE-free zones. And instead of prosecuting the criminals in his city, listen to what he wants to do to ICE agents.
Do you think that they should be charged with a crime? How would enforcement on that work for the criminal component?
They should be charged with a crime because it is a crime.
By who?
By the entity that they're violating, the city of Chicago. It's a crime. Here's the thing. Anyone who commits a crime should be charged. I mean, isn't that the basic rule of what they ostensibly refer to as law and order?
If anyone who commits a crime should be charged, we wouldn't be in this problem in Chicago with 17 people shot this week, 3 dead. People would be charged with crimes. You'd put them in jail. You'd keep them there a long time, and the city would be safer. You'd stop the shoplifting from happening. You'd stop the homelessness. You'd stop the stabbings on mass transit. You'd stop all of it, and you'd arrest people. But instead, he wants to go after ICE agents. It's really rich, isn't it? So it's not just local mayors like in Chicago and Portland that want to stop President Trump. It's leaders at a national level. This is Dick Durbin during a hearing where Attorney General Pam Bondi was on the hot seat. She gives it to Dick Durbin here.
The word is, and I think it's been confirmed by the White House, they are going to transfer Texas National Guard units to the state of Illinois. What's the rationale for that?
Yeah, Chairman, as you shut down the government, you voted to shut down the government, and you're sitting here, our law enforcement officers aren't being paid. They're out there working to protect you. I wish you loved Chicago as much as you hate President Trump. And currently, the National Guard are on the way to Chicago. If you're not going to protect your citizens, President Trump will.
That's the message Americans want to hear, that someone is literally there to help them. See, here's what the mainstream media is not telling you. Who are ICE going after? Who are the thugs and bruisers they're arresting? Look at this guy, Gurzain Gomex, okay? Gurzain Gomex, second-degree murder. He was given 15 years to life. He gets out. California lets him skate. ICE agents had to go track him down to deport him. That's a murderer, okay? How about this guy, Joshua Ramirez? This is a real winner. He's a child sex predator, not just convicted of sex crimes against children, but sexual battery of children with the possibility of death. This is not someone you want on the streets of America. ICE agents went and tracked him down. And this is what they're doing every day. I want to bring in now from Portland, Oregon, RAV correspondent Ben Berkwam is with us. Ben, welcome to the program.
Hey, Grant, great to be back with you.
Well, it's good to see you, Ben. You know, I think people are forgetting just who ICE is picking up. You've been with ICE as they go round these characters up. Tell me a little bit about the men, if you can call them that, the animals that they are going and arresting.
That's the most important part about all of this. As we see the attacks on ICE agents, as we see Brandon Johnson spewing that nonsense, putting his own citizens in danger. I was on the ground in Chicago multiple days on operations that were thwarted by the leftist terrorist Antifa, as well as these La Raza illegal alien supporting groups. And on one of those, I'll just give you one example. The guy was a multiple times convicted felon. He was thought to be involved in multiple homicides, and he was a member of a Mexican street gang in Chicago. Our car got surrounded on that operation. That guy got to stay in America for a few more days because of these thugs that attack ICE. So while we're looking at what's happening in Portland and while we're looking at what's happening in Chicago, the most important thing is what they're actually doing is the criminal conduct. They are actively obstructing ICE from being able to go in and get the worst of the worst. And I appreciate you bringing those guys up. the ICE actually has this on their website. They have a worst of the worst tracker where you can go and see exactly who ICE is picking up. These are not Sunday school teachers. These are not people that you want in your community. These are hardened criminal. They are going after the worst of the worst first. And every single one of these protesters are helping keep these people in their own communities. It's insane.
Ben, you know, you just got back home from Portland, Oregon. You shot some unbelievable video. I want to play a clip here. It may be a little hard to decipher what's happening. After I play it, you explain to me, but it appears Portland police is basically explaining to these Antifa bruisers how to evade and avoid the National Guard. Watch this.
Why don't you go arrest me? Harder for the judge. You arrest me for protesting in the street. We have a good reason why we actually need them. So that's why we're asking people to get out of the street. Is it illegal to get out of the street? They could arrest you, but we're asking you guys voluntarily. Let's just get on the sidewalks, because if a car comes through and hits somebody, it's a better way for the government to say.
Ben, I can't believe I'm watching a scene where you literally have people with masks talking to the police, and the police are doing nothing about it, and they seem to be so calm with these individuals. They ought to all just be arrested. What were we watching there?
Yeah, this is one of the worst things I saw in my entire time last week in Portland. This was on Saturday, and you had that police officer go up. This was after Antifa was starting fights. They were attacking people with their faces covered. You saw the left side of that screen were patriots that were there in support of President Trump. You can always tell because their faces aren't covered. The right side of that screen, even the guy with the red hat, it actually said F Trump, didn't say Make America Great Again. He actually said the Black Rebel was the guy on the left. He had been stabbed, almost killed back in 2020. The guy in the red hat said, good, I hope it happens again. Right after he says that, this cop starts giving advice to Antifa. You notice he's only looking off to the left. He's not interacting with our side at all. He's giving them advice on how to keep federal troops out of their city. In fact, he says the TRO, temporary restraining order. He's basically celebrating that this activist judge blocked the upheld the temporary restraining order against President Trump and giving advice to Antifa. And I'll just say this bluntly. Portland is controlled by Antifa, that who appears to be giving the marching orders for the Portland Police Department. It certainly is not the innocent citizens that are trying to live their lives and actually want ICE to be able to do their jobs.
Well, you set up the next portion of this segment that it appears Portland police are not out for the best interest of the citizens, and they appear to be protecting Antifa. Ben Bergquam, as always, you do such great work. We appreciate you coming on at Ben Bergquam. Ben Bergquam, you can find at X at Ben Bergquam. Thank you, buddy.
Yes, sir. My pleasure.
Absolutely. So, you know, as Ben was saying, first off, let me just say this. In Chicago, the leader of the Latin Kings was recently arrested. If we could throw video 7 up, just so I can show people this, because it really is quite outrageous. The chief of the Border Patrol had a bounty over his head. And as you can read on your screen there, $2,000 on info, $10,000 if you take him down. And I believe the leader of that Latin King gangs has been arrested for going after the chief of the Border Patrol and issuing a bounty on his head. Now we turn to the Portland police, as Ben had mentioned. Portland police. Antifa, I don't even call them sympathizers. I call them Antifa street goons, okay? Watch this, what happens on the street here.
Look at that. All these folks, man, they came down the street over here on the left, just in a straight line, and just made straight for the facility and went in there. Now, here's the crazy part. Is you have the protesters that are blocking the roadway right here. Right across the street, you actually have Portland police that are sitting there. And it looks like they're gearing up and getting ready to go. So that's happening, I promise you that. Or are they packing up and leaving?
They're not doing anything. They're allowing this behavior to unfold, and you wonder why President Trump wants to send the National Guard in. Our man Nick Shirley, who was arrested, they dropped charges on him. He's been right in the middle of all of this. He filed this. Everyday folks literally just trying to walk home, being harassed by these Antifa thugs.
Stop scaring me!
What a scene. Obviously, she's not walking. She's in her car. Either way, they're not letting people travel freely throughout the city, and the Portland police do nothing. Well, joining me now is our good friend, frequent contributor to this program. He's a Green Beret, former police officer, and host of Speak the Truth podcast. Matt Tardio is with us. Matt, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me back, Grant.
All right, Matt, you were on the streets of Portland. As I saw you last on X, you're planning on sleeping out there in a tent to see how police react to you versus Antifa. How is that going?
Absolutely. We're going to knock that out. So last night we went over and actually offered them a peace deal before we decided to make war. Let's try to make peace first. I've seen plenty. Don't need it in my life. I got told this morning, and we did. For the first night ever, we actually managed to have that. Now, the crazy part about it is I shouldn't have to negotiate with somebody on whether or not I should walk down a side of the street. And so what we came to was a common understanding that most of us, right, and or whatever they are, don't want big government. We would rather have our governments kind of stay out of our business. So the way I convinced them of letting people walk by on the left side of their camp was simply, and it's got to be on the sidewalk. At first, they want them in the bike lane. Like, no, we're not going to the bike lane. That's on the street. That's dangerous. That's not okay. The sidewalk. If you guys are going to be on the left side, how about you guys take 30 minutes, move your stuff in, and then they can just walk along the side. So nobody's got to jump in the street or the bike lane and get ran over. It took some, basically explaining of this is how the police end up, nitpicking a license plate lights out. So we're going to pull you over. Nobody likes that type of stuff. That's common across the board.
Matt,
but I got told this morning it's off.
Are you negotiating with the Antifa thugs, or are you negotiating with the Portland Police Department?
Antifa, while the Portland Police Department stood there.
All right, so now the deal's off, so what happens tonight?
We're about to find out. I don't even know if Portland Police this is the first time ever we've actually seen them close roads off over here, and it's just because Christy Nome's in town. I got told they ended up cleaning it up before she got here, trying to make the city look a little bit more pretty, but if I have my way with it, I'm going to be dragging my stuff in and throwing it up as soon as humanly possible.
All right. It's amazing to me that Antifa rules the streets there. Is that what you're seeing? Does Antifa have more control over the streets than the Portland Police Department does?
Well, I wouldn't even say they have control of the streets. They have free reign of the streets, Grant. There was standing right in front of us, and that was after Nick Sorter got assaulted for the second time and God only knows how long. Immediately following that, there was 2-3 other ones, and then something occurred literally right in front of me, and it was captured on video. It was a felony menacing on one of the people that I was with. She was actually in another video that you just had up there. A lady come over because she wanted to stab her for some reason. She couldn't get the weapon out of her pocket, described the weapon. She definitely said those violent statements back. We pointed out to the police officers that were standing on the curb. And instead of detaining them under reasonable suspicion, maybe patting them down for general public safety until they could figure out what was going on, they just let her walk away. Completely and totally let her walk away.
Let me play another video that you shot and narrated of people blocking pedestrians and traffic. Cut 24.
The car literally drove through. Now they got to come out. This lady was like, hell with it, I'm coming in. And you've got idiots trying to stop the car.
I mean, Matt, are they destroying the car? Are they they wreaking havoc on these people?
Yeah, in that video, you zoom in, you take a look. One, you see people throw stuff over the back of it. A guy ran up to the side of it and started kicking at the window. These are 2 females that are inside of that vehicle. And honestly, they are dang lucky they didn't scare the crap out of those women. If a window busted out and they hit the gas and they just start driving right through, you're going to kill, 40, 50 people? Just running folks over there, plowing in front of the crowd.
Last question for you. You've been so instrumental. You come on this program. You usually investigate all of these things that you come on and talk to me about. So besides just being in there and being a witness to all of this, are you investigating what's going on through all this, where the money's coming from, who's controlling Antifa, what the situation is with Portland police? Is that something you want to get to the bottom of?
Absolutely. Freedom of Information Act, the FOIA requests are about to come in pretty dang hard because what we've seen, I want to know what particular policies they have, not just written down, but policies by email, and specifically which ones are directed towards Antifa and also any communications that they've had with Antifa. Nick Sorter, when he went to go into trial for his disorderly conduct charge that he received yesterday, they actually ended up dropping the charges against him because his defense attorney, under discovery, said that we want to see the communications. This is my understanding, that they want to see the communications between Portland Police Bureau and Antifa. Magically, as soon as that happened, charges dropped.
That often ends most lawsuits. Once you ask for discovery and you get an inside look behind the curtain, they don't want you to see that. And I'm sure that's a situation with Portland police. Matt Tardio, please keep us posted. Stay safe tonight. I know as a Green Beret, I don't need to tell you to stay safe, but these people are lunatics, man. So please, yep. I'll say it anyway. Stay safe, buddy.
Thanks, Grant.
Absolutely. You can find Matt at AngerTab on the platform X. All right. Now we turn to the budget battle, where I guess the other set of Democrat goons dress in suits and ties in Washington and hold everything up. This is John Thune today explaining, I guess trying to explain, the Democrats' position.
The Democrats' proposal, on the other hand, shows their lack of seriousness. Their resolution would fund the government until October 31st in exchange for $1.5 trillion in new partisan spending. Yes, you heard that right.
So again, what Republicans sent to the Senate is an absolutely what they call a clean CR. No crazy partisan riders, no things that maybe even Stinchfield might want included because it's a conservative policy that we got to. None of that. It was simply spending as usual till we can figure it all out. And the Democrats have said absolutely not. Well, I want to bring in now the newest member of the Rav family, D.C. congressional correspondent Benny Harmony is with us. Benny, welcome to the program.
Grant, thank you for having me.
Well, welcome to the Rav family. It's great to have you on the program. Any budging on this? Is there any signs of a deal? Where does this stand now?
So, Grant, actually, right before I came on, we are hearing allegedly from members of the media here on Capitol Hill that it could be any time between October 13th to Christmas before this resolution gets passed and before we open our government back up. It's still a deadlock here. We are not hearing much, but as we can see, the Republicans are working very hard to ensure that the American people are put first. And Grant, you know, this is really, at this point, it is America first versus America last, and the Democrats have made that very clear.
Benny, here's my prediction of what's happening right now. I believe the Democrats work for the mainstream media. It's not the other way around. The mainstream media calls the shots. This narrative of all the way till Christmas is a mainstream media narrative. I'd love to hear their sources. They're going to tell you their sources saying this, and they're not going to name any because it's their concoction. And they're going to scare everybody out there into thinking the government's going to be shut down till Christmas. You wait, Benny, until Friday when the military, air traffic control, Coast Guard misses their first paycheck. I think you may see a deal before Friday. Andy Biggs, the congressman from Arizona, says maybe next week. What do you think of my assessment?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Brian Glenn was just talking to me earlier today. We were talking about the air traffic control situations, and he's even saying now that there are some people calling off work as a protest to what is happening. But I think what it comes down to is money, just like the same how PBS and NPR, I believe, and some of these other networks are so mad that Trump has cut their funding. And it all goes back to exactly what you said. This is being run by the mainstream media. And I really, it's going to be interesting to see what happens because there's so many voices coming from both sides. But you put money in the equation and people start to freak out. So when that paycheck doesn't come, I think you're spot on, Grant.
Yeah, thank you so much. Well, Benny Harmony, we can't wait to have more reports from you. Again, welcome to the Rav family, and thank you for coming on tonight.
Thank you, Grant. God bless.
Absolutely. So 11,000 air traffic controllers walk off the job. Burbank, California, from 4 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday till 10 o'clock at night, no air traffic control. I believe San Diego had to handle it. Now, you know what you're doing, air traffic controllers? You're not getting any sympathy from us. You're putting lives in danger. Now, air traffic control says, oh, no, we have it covered. Anytime you upend the system, you are now taking it out of the norm and you are making it more dangerous. Walking off the job is bad. You haven't even missed a paycheck yet. I appreciate Manny bringing up that. That irks me, these air traffic controllers walking off the job. If I was Trump, the president, I'm not, but if I was, I would fire every single one of them that walked off the job, just like Reagan did. All right, if you love this country, you can't afford to sit back. Join AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. They're the conservative alternative to AARP. AMAC members get exclusive discounts on travel, insurance, and more. You'll also get great resources, tools, and one of the best publications out there, AMAC Magazine. And right now, when you choose a 5-year membership, you'll receive up to 33% off. That's just over $1 a month, and it helps fund a movement that's holding Washington accountable and pushing back against the nonsense. Go to amac.us/grant. Do it right now and join. That's amac.us/grant. All right, Dinesh D'Souza joins us next in remembrance of the Hamas attack on Israel 2 years ago today.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith.
It has everything to do with it!
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/rav to join the Angel Guild.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, Pat from Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become...
And welcome back, everyone. On this 2-year anniversary of Hamas's brutal attack on the people of Israel, we should never forget what they did to those people. I'm telling you, Hamas is evil. They are not victorious in their jihad, and I have proof. I want you to take a look at this woman. Her name is Michelle Rakovaisen. Gorgeous, poised for a bright future, right? Until that fateful day. This is Michelle after the attack. Hamas terrorists shot her 7 times. They threw a grenade into the bomb shelter she was hiding in. They left her for dead. 14 hours later, rescue crews found her. She nearly bled to death. They told her she would never walk again. Well, Michelle had a very different idea. Last week, Michelle married her fiancé. She promised him 2 years ago after the attack that she would walk down the aisle on her own And that is exactly what she did. So I will tell Hamas this. Take a look at this photo and take a look at it closely. It is the ultimate snub of Hamas brutality. They wanted her dead, yet today she's more alive than ever before and just as beautiful. Israeli resilience is very real. Congratulations to Michelle and her new husband. Which brings us, of course, to the anniversary now of October 7th. 2 years, I can't believe it. As we search for answers to what's behind the attacks, we search for answers to what drives Hamas to commit such heinous acts on humanity, I want to turn to a new movie that's out. It's called Dragon's Prophecy.
It's very hard to believe what happened, even though I was there and seeing with my own eyes and seeing them laughing and killing and having fun with it.
Because if you don't open the door, they are going to kill you and they are going to kill me, so please open the door.
Well, it is a very powerful film, as is always the case when it comes from Dinesh D'Souza. I want to bring in now the author and filmmaker, Dinesh D'Souza. Dinesh, always good to see you. Welcome to the program.
Grant, it's a real pleasure. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Couldn't be a more poignant time to have this film come out. What is the goal of your movie as we see a lot of opinions, even on our side of the aisle, Dinesh, shift towards Israel?
Well, I will say that the film does something that should have been done a long time ago. It begins with 10 to 12 minutes of riveting on unavoidable footage of October 7th. And as you know, this footage was not taken by Israel. It was taken by Hamas. Some of it was live streamed at the time. And so it's almost like you are on a motorbike. You're riding with Hamas into the kibbutzes of Israel to cause mayhem and havoc. The American public, in fact, the world public, has not seen this footage. And so I put it together in a way that puts you on the scene. This is something very important for a film to do. Then the movie widens the angle. It looks at the political ramifications. It looks at the biblical ramifications, the prophetic ramifications. This is a film that kind of marries politics with spirituality and theology to give a very fresh look at the events in front of our eyes. You're right. There's a lot of attacks from the left and from the right, Israel as a colonizer, and then, of course, you've got Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens on the other side. The film engages all of that. In fact, I take one of Tucker's questions that he posed to Ted Cruz, and I pose it straight to Netanyahu. I go, Tucker says that the Jews of today may not be actual descendants of the ancient Israelites. What do you say, Prime Minister Netanyahu? And of course, he comes back with a very elegant dunk on Tucker. So the film is very much grounded in politics, but it also ascends above that to raise fundamental questions about whether there's really a struggle between good and evil, God and the devil, whether anti-Semitism can be explained in purely natural or rational terms, or whether it needs a supernatural explanation. All of this stuff, the film will really leave you a little dazed, but certainly entertained and certainly thinking.
Dinesh, you know, no matter what your opinion may be of Israel, I try to urge people to think nobody deserves what Hamas did to them on October 7th. It was brutal. And I don't want to forget about the survivors. You interview some of them. Let me play a clip from one of those interviews.
And then we hear a voice in Hebrew. Please open the door, because if you don't open the door, they are going to kill you and they are going to kill me, so please open the door.
You recognize the voice?
Yeah, we recognize the voice. We decide to open the door, and then we see that we have inside our little home 5 monsters.
Dinesh, I'm going to ask you a question, and I don't know if you have the answer to it, but evil has existed since the beginning of time. As I look at what Hamas was capable of, from the sex, the rape, the shooting people at point blank range, dropping a grenade on somebody in a bomb shelter, as I just mentioned, what drives that kind of evil inside them? I mean, I've said they may be spawned straight from the devil, like most jihadists, but what drives them?
Well, the ultimate triumph of the devil is not to reject good and to do evil. It is somehow perversely to see evil as good. And I think that's what's going on with Hamas. These guys do this stuff because they have convinced themselves that this is for the greater good. They are doing the will of Allah, and I think that they believe it. So how you can do evil, go on this expedition of rampage and destruction, and it's very hard for us to comprehend. But I mean, it's equally hard for us to comprehend a young civilian woman in Gaza who says something like, you know, I've sacrificed 2 of my children, and you expect her to say, and I've got 2 more, and I'm not going to give them up. I want this war to end now. But no, she goes in the opposite direction. I can't wait to sacrifice the next 2 that I've got. So quite clearly here, we're dealing with something, I think, you can give it a natural explanation. They're fighting over the land. Hamas feels dispossessed. But I think at some level, you have to look deeper to biblical explanations and even supernatural explanations.
All right, speaking of biblical exclamations, let me play this clip. You interview Eric Stakelbeck, who talks about some of this. Let's roll that.
A great conquest by the dragon.
It's really the ground zero of end-time prophecy. It's called the Temple Mount for the reason that the temple is to be rebuilt there.
It's the world's oldest hatred, certainly demonic, a spiritual driver to it. But much of it is based on envy. People have asked, why the Jews? The devil hates the Jewish people because they represent the existence of God. You can't explain the existence and the rebirth of Israel without bringing God into the picture.
All right, so a lot of people have said, if you look at biblical prophecy, this has literally prophesied exactly what's going on now. Do you believe that to be true, Dinesh?
Well, I don't get into the sort of nitty-gritty of it because there are people who try to tell you this is going to unfold in this order and this will happen on Wednesday and this will happen on Friday. I don't do that, but I look for the big signs. And one of the big signs predicted, by the way, in the Bible a very long time ago is that the Jews will be dispersed and scattered to the ends of the earth, and then they will come back. And they won't just come back together, they will come back to their ancestral land. They will revive the Hebrew language. They will celebrate the same festivals and eat the same food and worship the same God. And so we witnessed it happen, right? So you can look at it from a secular point of view and say, this is an amazing coincidence, an extremely implausible event, or you can say it's a miracle. So I believe that when the Bible makes these astounding and implausible predictions centuries ago, and then it comes about, you have to say that that is in fact the acid test of Bible prophecy.
All right. Dinesh, I'm going to ask you this maybe more about current events right now than about the movie, but we see these issues and things changing when it comes to Israel. I believe Israel is America's greatest ally, and not just in that region, but I believe it's our greatest ally everywhere. Do you believe that Israel is America's greatest ally, or do you believe they're this kind of big, evil country that just wants to take over everything?
Well, I would say that Israel is on the front line in fighting radical Islam. They know how to do it. Why do they know how to do it? Because they're on the scene, and because they're a small country, their survival is always sort of on the edge. They always have to look over their shoulder, kind of like somebody who lives in a really bad neighborhood. And as a result, they're really good at it. They pulled that pager thing with the radical jihadis. You know, your pager goes boom. I mean, I don't think our CIA could have pulled that off. So here we are, America. We are not that good in fighting radical Islam. In fact, under Jimmy Carter, we pulled the Persian rug out from the Shah. We got Khomeini. Excuse me. In Afghanistan, we expelled the Taliban, but they came back. We made a mess in Iraq. So here we are. We're fighting this global jihad movement. We're not that good at doing it. Israel is. And so you can see how it makes a lot of sense for us to ally with Israel because they are doing work that benefits them, yes, but it also benefits us.
Well, and look, if you got to pick who you're going to trust, it's certainly not Hamas. I'm trusting Israel way over Hamas, and everybody should see that. What else everybody should see is the movie Dragon's Prophecy. And you do such great work. I always love when you come on the program. We're blessed to have you on tonight, Dinesh D'Souza. Thank you. The dragonsProphecyFilm.com is the website. Did I get it right?
You did. In theaters one more day, Grant, and then the next day in streaming. All tickets at thedragonsprophecyfilm.com.
Awesome. Dinesh D'Souza, thank you so much. Always good to see you. All right, folks. Up next, newly released documents confirm then Vice President Joe Biden blocked the CIA from publishing a report that would hurt his son. Son Hunter, of course. It's next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb?
They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead.
Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. All of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this.
I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith. It has everything to do with it.
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/rav to join the Angel Guild.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, Pat from Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become...
Welcome back, everyone. Thanks to our friends over at Just the News. We are now learning that the deep state goes very deep, and it goes all the way back to when Joe Biden was vice president under the so-called leadership of Barack Obama. Joe Biden learned about a CIA document, Just the News is reporting, that basically said that Burisma, that energy company in Ukraine, was corrupt, and that Ukrainian officials were thinking it was hypocritical that Joe Biden's coming into Ukraine to talk about corruption when his son is working for Burisma. And guess what happened? Joe Biden dispatches the National Security Advisor to scuttle that CIA report. This quote from one CIA official, quote one, is extremely rare and unusual, okay? That according to a CIA agent, that you would send someone to scuttle this story. All very bad news. Why? Because this information is pertinent to anybody in government dealing with Ukraine, that one, Burisma is corrupt, and that they have this view of Joe Biden, that his son and his family is corrupt. Well, of course, Joe Biden hides it. Well, James Comer went on with my buddy John Solomon today to talk about the story John Solomon uncovered.
Of course, the deep state was covering up for what the Biden family did. Of course, they were concerned about the relationship that the then Vice President's son had with this corrupt energy company. Of course, they knew that Joe Biden leveraged the foreign aid to Ukraine in exchange for firing that prosecutor. Everyone knew it, but yet no one had the decency to come forward.
We knew it. And now what's happening is all of this stuff is being confirmed. Now, if you don't remember the trip I'm talking about in 2015, maybe this might jog your memory.
I said, you're not getting the $1 billion. I'm going to be leaving here. And I think it was, 6 hours? I said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money. Oh, son of a got fired.
I don't know why more didn't come of that, like impeachment and other things, because that was literally Joe Biden admitting to using the power of the United States government to enrich himself while his son is working at Burisma, firing the investigator investigating Burisma. We knew all this stuff. It's just now being confirmed through these reports. Joining me now, former CIA operations officer and author of the Alpha Blueprint, Adam Hardage is with us. Adam, welcome to the program.
Appreciate you having me. Thanks, Grant. You know, I think I'm just about as blown away as you are by this information.
I was going to ask you, what do you make of this story? I mean, not surprising, but I love that it's coming out with hard facts.
But, you know, it's interesting because I was in station when this kind of stuff was going down. And when I said I was amazed, just like you, what I'm actually amazed is that somebody had the backbone to put it out there and to actually investigate it. Because to me, it was pretty evident that there was corrupt criminal practices going on within the highest levels of government. In fact, I got sideways with the U.S. government for calling those kinds of things out. I've been speaking truth to power for the last 8 years since I was separated from the agency. And I got to tell you, this does not surprise me. And I don't see anything changing unless Congress either gets really involved and actually does something for once, which would be quite a shock to all of us. But I think we're pretty far down the path here to where the only sensible and possible solution to this is that real senior level officials have to be held accountable.
Yeah, well, we know John Ratcliffe, the leader of the CIA, is rooting some of this stuff out. Certainly Kash Patel and Dan Bongino at the FBI, we're seeing some of this stuff come out. I'd like to ask you, as a former member of the CIA, if negotiators with Ukraine would know that Ukrainian officials, high-ranking officials, think the vice president of the United States is corrupt, think the company that Hunter Biden is working with is corrupt, and are basically laughing at us over the hypocrisy of it all, Joe Biden scuttles that report. So people that would have access to it can't see it. And now we're negotiating with Ukraine during some very tough times. That puts us in a national security bind, does it not?
100% it does. In fact, you know, when I think back to how it was back then, it was pretty obvious that the country was heading down a very destructive path. And then I think we all saw that come to fruition with COVID and the endless, smearing of anybody that tried to speak out and stand up against that. And to me, this is all part of the broader really conspiracy that is all the globalist sort of neocon Agenda 2030 World Economic Forum crowd. And I mean, I address a lot of this stuff in the book, The Alpha Blueprint, and I was really honored that my old boss, General Michael Flynn, who's the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency where I started, he was willing to endorse the book. And you know, he says, you know, I'm a patriot, I'm a fighter, I'm a man of integrity, and America needs men like me. And I'm very grateful that he was willing to say that. But, you know, it's when you stand and you speak truth to power, the first people that do that are the ones that are going to get, you know, frankly, shot and left behind on the battlefield. I think that was evident with what happened to General Flynn. You know, as you had somebody that was an upstanding leader for their entire career, and then literally just tried to do the right thing for the country and was crushed by it. So I think we've got rot and corruption at the highest levels still in the deep state that must be dealt with.
And that scares all of us. Let me ask you real quick, if you can. Is the entire agency infected, or are there good agents left?
The agency is not entirely affected. I would say the problems that you have are going to be at your upper, middle, and senior executive level. Certainly the career statist, deep state bureaucrats, that's where the majority of your problem is. I would say that your field level agents don't even know about this stuff until they're kind of forced to head back to a headquarters assignment, ride a desk, go to charm school, and then they find out if they're really a company man.
It's fascinating stuff to talk about, especially from somebody who had an inside look at all of this. Adam Hardage, the book is The Alpha Blueprint. I appreciate you coming on and weighing in on this stuff, and I'm sure we'll need your insight more as more stuff comes out. Adam, thank you.
Absolutely. I invite everybody to check it out, and thanks for having me on. Anytime you want me, Grant. Thanks.
Absolutely, my man. Thank you, and thank you for your service to this country as well. All right, if only the federal government was held accountable like you for debt. I'll explain next.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elk with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
Hi, I'm Bridgie, and why do I love Rav? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
Howdy, Rav fams. This is Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Welcome back, everyone. You know, with this government shutdown looming, the people I feel for are the people that live paycheck to paycheck. And there's a lot of people in America that do. Like members of our military, by the way, that will not get paid if the Democrats keep this nonsense up. But what if you've already found yourself in this position where you're just deep in debt and you feel like there's no way out? Well, here to discuss what you can do is exactly what she did. TV personality and done with debt customer Jillian Barbary is back with us. Jillian, it's always great to see you.
Great to see you, Grant. Thank you. And yes, I get so many questions. When did I know? Well, it's when you are trying to keep up and you can't, when you can't concentrate anymore, the money is gone and you can't be in the moment, whether it's with your kids or just everything about it is just making you, anxious. So I tell people before you pick up another bill and write a check or, get online to pay it, put it down and go to donewithdebt.com. There will be somebody on the other line for a free consultation. We have amazing people that can negotiate for you. We call them our master negotiators. They are like a team, a really strong defense team that go in there and help you get back on track. So you're not freaking out and living, because debt is emotional and it's economical. And so you're dealing with two things at once. And the more you wait and put off, the worse it gets, and so when you were mentioning people living paycheck to paycheck, so many do. And then something like cancer could happen. That happened to me, or job loss, that happened to me, or divorce, that also happened. And they just happened at the same time. And so I couldn't keep up. I had 2 kids. I was working in radio. It was absolutely the worst time of my life.
It always seems like it's a perfect storm when things like this happen, right? You got cancer, the job goes away, all these things are now unfolding, you get a divorce. And I would think that when you're strapped with this kind of debt, God, I don't know how you did it. You had cancer. It's hard enough to survive cancer than dealing with that kind of stress, because I would think it would take a toll on your health.
Well, thank God I was in radio, because I was as bald as Uncle Fester. And because of my steroids, I looked like I could have taken Terry Bradshaw. So, at the end of the day, I say to people, call donewithdebt.com or go on donewithdebt.com. Talk to somebody, free consultation. And what we can do is put you right back on track so that you can start to live again, start to pay bills, they'll negotiate. They know things that the banking institutions know, that the credit card companies know, that I didn't know existed as an average American. I had no clue. So you think that you're going to be done forever and your life is over in a sense. No, there are ways and strategies and people to help you move forward and get out of this dark hole. But cramming the bills in a glove compartment and not answering the phone is not helping, right? Because the great thing about Done With Debt, too, I want to mention, Grant, is that when I called them and signed up and spoke with them, immediately, within the next day or two, all of those phone calls stopped, all of the letters harassing me. And they were letters that looked like government letters. So you're freaking out. And they're actually from people that want you to file for bankruptcy. So that's what Done With Debt tries to not do, file for bankruptcy or get you into a big conglomerated loan problem.
Let me tell people exactly how I can find. I can hear debt going down the drain behind there, where Juliet's broadcasting from. I think it was a dishwasher. I'm not sure. Here's what you do. Go to donewithdebt.com. That's donewithdebt.com. You heard her. Just talk to somebody there, and they will help relieve some of your stress, and that's what it's all about, donewithdebt.com. All right, Canada, as the 51st state, is still on the table. Come on. Watch President Trump rib the Canadian Prime Minister next.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives